Imagine a world where CM Punk never walked away from WWE, Eddie Guerrero never passed away, and Sting joined WWE in 2005. How would the history of wrestling change? In this video, we'll go back in time to change the history, re-simulating these scenarios to see what could have been. Our story begins with a heated feud between CM Punk and Triple H. In a shocking turn of events on SmackDown, Triple H launched a brutal assault on CM Punk. The Cerebral Assassin stomped on Punk mercilessly, leaving him battered and bloodied. The WWE Universe held its collective breath as they realized the game was far from finished with his brutal assault on CM Punk, who lay battered in the center of the ring. As Punk's body absorbed each punishing blow, it was clear that he was already severely battered from the earlier assault, witnessing a level of brutality rarely seen even in the world of professional wrestling. The feud between CM Punk and Triple H had escalated to a new frightening dimension. The next Monday night on Raw, tensions exploded as Punk and Triple H engaged in an ugly brawl. Officials and referees had to rush in to separate the two bitter rivals, both consumed by their deep animosity. So, on that Friday when Triple H threw down the WrestleMania 30 challenge, Punk showed up with a kendo stick and just went for it. He unleashed a wild attack on Triple H just days before WrestleMania 30. WrestleMania 30 had arrived, and the highly anticipated showdown between CM Punk and Triple H was finally upon us. These two were no strangers to the ring, and despite their bitter history, they delivered an incredible match. Despite the bad blood between them, their chemistry in the ring was undeniable. The crowd was completely immersed in the action, unsure of who would emerge victorious. The match was a roller coaster of close falls and intense moments. In a sudden moment, CM Punk took control back of the match, and now it was Triple H who was in trouble. Punk hit the game with a running high knee in the corner, followed by a bulldog. CM Punk had Triple H caught in a tight anaconda vice. The struggle was real, with Triple H fighting to reach those ropes. After a hard-fought battle, Triple H managed to break free, delivering a bone-crushing spinebuster to Punk. The crowd was on the edge of their seats, feeling the intensity in the air. It seemed like Triple H had the upper hand, ready to close the deal with his signature pedigree. But here's the twist. CM Punk, the crafty veteran he is, pulled off a slick counter move. Out of nowhere, he nailed Triple H with his famous GTS finisher. The arena exploded with cheers as Punk covered Triple H for the win. The next night on Raw, CM Punk teamed up with the WWE World Heavyweight Champion Daniel Bryan to take on Batista and Randy Orton in the main event. Daniel Bryan managed to make Batista submit, while CM Punk nailed Randy Orton with his devastating GTS finisher. However, in a shocking turn of events, CM Punk extended his hand for a handshake to Daniel Bryan. Just when Bryan was about to reciprocate, Punk blindsided him with a low blow below the belt, leaving the WWE Universe in utter disbelief. On SmackDown, CM Punk unleashed a brutal assault on Daniel Bryan, catching him completely off guard. It all began when Punk sneakily struck Bryan from behind as he was making his way to the ring. Once inside the squared circle, Punk didn't hold back. He sought out a steel chair from underneath the ring and mercilessly targeted Bryan's leg with a series of chair shots. The WWE Universe watched in shock as the relentless attack unfolded, leaving Bryan in a world of pain and further intensifying their heated rivalry. At Extreme Rules, the WWE Universe witnessed an epic showdown between CM Punk and Daniel Bryan in a no-holds-barred match for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The match was an all-out war, with both superstars leaving it all in the ring. The brutality of the match was off the charts, and the crowd was on the edge of their seats. In the end, though, it was Daniel Bryan who managed to retain both championship belts. Despite the punishment they dished out to each other, Bryan showed his resilience and determination, emerging victorious in this unforgettable clash at Extreme Rules. In November 2005, Eddie Guerrero passed away due to heart failure, shocking the wrestling world and leaving a huge void in WWE. But what if he never died? Let's find out. Our second story kicks off with a bang in a triple threat match for the World Heavyweight Championship. It's Eddie Guerrero facing off against the reigning champion Batista and the legend killer Randy Orton. In a jaw-dropping twist of fate, Eddie Guerrero pulls off the unthinkable by triumphing over both formidable opponents. He levels the playing field by introducing a steel chair into the equation, using it to turn the tide in his favor. Finally, with the crowd at fever pitch, Eddie Guerrero seals the deal by soaring through the air with a frog splash, pinning Batista for the victory, and claiming the World Heavyweight title for the very first time. And now imagine a resurrected ECW with Eddie Guerrero at the forefront, ready to elevate the company to new heights. ECW had always been known for its raw essence and unfiltered wrestling action, and Eddie was the perfect fit to keep that spirit alive. One dream matchup that had fans salivating was Eddie Guerrero renewing his legendary rivalry with his former friend in the ECW ring. These two technical wizards could have taken the fans on a wrestling journey for the ages, showcasing their incredible skills and leaving the audience in awe. But it doesn't stop there. The ECW roster would have been stacked with talent like Rob Van Dam, Kurt Angle, and other ECW originals, creating an environment where every match was a potential classic. Eddie Guerrero's presence alone would have added immense prestige to the ECW World Championship and brought fans back to the gritty, intense wrestling action they loved. It's a what-if scenario that could have taken ECW to even greater heights in the wrestling world. Eddie Guerrero had that rare ability to inspire those around him. His dedication to the craft of wrestling and his passion for making fans have an unforgettable time in the squared circle were unparalleled. And let's not forget about the dream matches that could have unfolded in ECW. One such dream match was Eddie Guerrero going head-to-head with CM Punk. These two met before, where Eddie told Punk that they would meet again in the major leagues. ECW could have been the perfect stage for this long-awaited rematch. Eddie Guerrero, always the mentor and willing to put over young talent, could have elevated CM Punk by letting him secure a victory. Eddie's willingness to pass the torch and make new stars shine was one of his many strengths. A match like this could have been the cornerstone of ECW's resurgence, giving fans a taste of the incredible wrestling action they craved. It's a match that we can only imagine, but one that would have undoubtedly been remembered for years to come. Before we dive into our final what-if scenario, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. In 2005, Sting was one of the biggest stars of TNA, a rival promotion of WWE. He had never signed with WWE despite being offered several times. But what if he signed with WWE in 2005? Let's find out. In 2005, Sting would have signed with WWE on the SmackDown brand. He would have faced wrestlers like Mark Henry, who, if my memory serves me correctly, he had never faced before. Sting would have been a perfect fit for the Blue brand during those years, and alongside The Undertaker, he could have become the face of the brand. Sting could have potentially faced off against The Undertaker at WrestleMania 21, but this could have only happened if he had made his WWE debut at the Royal Rumble in 2005. Imagining this scenario, Sting and The Undertaker, two of the most iconic figures in wrestling history, would have finally collided in a match that fans had eagerly awaited for years. Sting and The Undertaker, in a unique twist, could have joined forces to take on the formidable team of Big Show and Kane. But here's the intriguing part. Their program wouldn't follow the typical wrestling storyline of a hero versus a villain. Instead, it would be a clash between two enigmatic icons, each representing the cornerstone of their respective wrestling companies. The match between Sting and The Undertaker would have undoubtedly become an instant classic. Fans would have been on the edge of their seats pondering the question, could Sting be the one to break The Undertaker's WrestleMania streak? The showdown would have been monumental, drawing parallels to the iconic clash between The Rock and Hollywood Hogan. It's the kind of match that transcends time, a battle that wrestling fans would talk about for generations to come. In the end, The Undertaker summoned his last reserves of strength and managed to grab Sting. With a monumental effort, he hoisted Sting up and delivered the devastating Tombstone Piledriver, securing the victory and keeping his iconic WrestleMania streak alive. It was a moment of triumph for The Undertaker and a heartbreaker for Sting and his fans. I will simulate the 1998 Royal Rumble match, and whoever wins will go to main event WrestleMania 14 against the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. And you are not going to believe who won the match. Now ring the bell. Okay, everyone, you all know that Stone Cold Steve Austin won the 1998 Royal Rumble match and went on to face Shawn Michaels for the WWF title at WrestleMania 14. So we're going to randomly simulate this Royal Rumble, and I won't be playing in it. Then whichever superstar wins, we're going to create an exciting story build up to WrestleMania, just like we do in our Universe Mode episodes. Now let's speed things up because the real fun begins after we have a winner. I really hope that the victor is someone with a 0.0% chance of winning, because it'll be a blast figuring out how to make their victory make sense in our story mode. All right, so we're more than halfway into the match. 22 superstars have already entered, and on screen we can see The Undertaker, the Hardy Boys, Farouk, and Stone Cold Steve Austin among the wrestlers in the ring. Based on how this game works, it's almost impossible for some of these superstars to make it to the end of the match. So probably the last 4 superstars to enter the ring are where the winner will most likely come from. We're going to speed things up once again because Royal Rumbles can get a bit lengthy if you let the AI do whatever it wants. The worst part is that I just saw one half of the headbangers eliminate Stone Cold like he was nothing. I can't believe that one of the headbangers is the guy who changed history forever by eliminating Steve. We already have the final four in the match: The Undertaker, Triple H, Matt Hardy, and I think it's Mosh, but I'm not entirely sure. I could go and confirm, but who has time for that, right? I have to be honest, I think Mosh, yes, I'm gonna call him Mosh, he is going to win. Him or Thrasher eliminated Stone Cold earlier on. Like Alberto would say, this is his destiny to win this match and make this the most bizarre video ever, with the most insane main event at WrestleMania of all time. Oh, and Triple H eliminates Matt Hardy from the Rumble match. Now we're down to 3 superstars, and Triple H eliminates The Undertaker as well. This is crazy. Whoever wins from those two is going to be insane. Triple H is in DX with Shawn Michaels, and Mosh, well, Mosh is just the most ironic outcome we could see. Guys, it looks like Triple H is going to win. He throws Mosh over the top rope, but wait, Triple H is hesitating to eliminate Mosh. Mosh gets back into the ring, but in the end, Hunter does it. Triple H is the winner of the 1998 Royal Rumble match, and history has changed forever. But the question remains, is he going to challenge his best friend at WrestleMania? Well, let's find out. Week 1 of Monday Night Raw kicked off with the World Wrestling Federation champion, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, the winner of the 1998 Royal Rumble match, Triple H, and Chyna going to the ring to address the crowd. Shawn Michaels began by stating that D-Generation X was in control of the World Wrestling Federation's future, as they held the power to decide their actions. Whether they defended the title at WrestleMania or took a vacation that week, it was their call. And if you disagreed, well, there were 2 words for you. That's when the chairman of the World Wrestling Federation, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, joined DX in the ring. Vince addressed DX, saying, "I understand, Mr. Michaels and Mr. Hemsley, that you have control not only of the World Wrestling Federation Championship, but also that Hunter Hearst Helmsley is the rightful winner of the 1998 Royal Rumble match. But WrestleMania is approaching, and time is running out, Mr. Hemsley. You need to decide whether you'll challenge Shawn Michaels for the WWF title at WrestleMania or relinquish your rights." As Hunter was about to respond, Shawn Michaels interjected, saying, "Vince, we won't let you push us around like you did in Montreal. If you want an answer, then fine. He'll relinquish his right to challenge me in the main event of WrestleMania." While Shawn was finishing his sentence, Triple H turned to Shawn in anger, shouting that Shawn couldn't make that decision for him. Shawn argued back, stating that he was just stating what they already knew. Vince stepped in and remarked, "It seems like you two have a lot to talk about. You might want to get your heads together, because tonight in the main event, you'll face Stone Cold and The Undertaker in a tag team match." Tensions were rising as DX began to realize that Triple H and Shawn Michaels had different ideas about the rights held by Triple H as the winner of the Royal Rumble match. But it was time for the main event, where DX was set to team up against Stone Cold Steve Austin and the Dead Man, The Undertaker. Right at the beginning of the match, Triple H and Shawn Michaels were still having issues, this time deciding who would start the match, with Shawn insisting that Hunter should start. The Undertaker had Triple H in the corner, but when the Dead Man attempted a knee strike, Triple H countered the move and hit The Undertaker with a running, jumping knee. The Undertaker then delivered a big boot to Triple H. The Undertaker tagged in Austin, and together they continued to inflict more damage on Hunter, who was having a tough time in the match. Austin hit Triple H with a clothesline as he leaned against the ropes, but little did he know that Helmsley was about to make a comeback. Triple H hit Austin with a shoulder thrust to the gut and followed up with a knee facebreaker. Triple H then tagged in Shawn, who was finally joining the match, and together they punished Steve. Shawn delivered a couple of inverted atomic drops to Austin. Then they both went to the outside, as Shawn's plans to throw Austin out of the ring didn't work as he intended. Once outside the ring, Austin began to dominate the match, beating up Shawn all around the ringside area. Austin grabbed Michaels and slammed him as hard as he could against the ring post, leaving Michaels completely incapacitated. Back inside the ring, Austin hit Shawn with a Thez press, repeatedly striking Shawn. It seemed like Stone Cold and The Undertaker were on their way to victory in this match, as they had dominated an uncoordinated D-Generation X. Austin was looking for a stunner to finish the match, and he hit it. However, Triple H got into the ring and hit Stone Cold with a pedigree. Now, The Undertaker was inside the ring too, and he took Helmsley to school, hitting him with his old school signature move. But now Shawn was up and he hit The Undertaker with a sweet chin music. Austin got up again and hit Michaels with another stunner to win the match. The team of The Undertaker and Stone Cold Steve Austin had worked, at least for tonight. What a wild ending. After the dust had settled, Triple H went to Michaels to confront him about losing the match after he had essentially saved him and put his body on the line by getting hit with a move by The Undertaker. But Shawn was having none of it. He pushed Triple H intensely, sending him back, and the crowd went crazy, thinking this might be the end of D-Generation X. The next week on Raw, Triple H was having a conversation with Shawn Michaels, who was scheduled to face The Undertaker. However, since Triple H hadn't yet decided whether he would challenge his best friend for the World Wrestling Federation Championship at WrestleMania, Vince started looking for a replacement. Triple H was given 24 hours to make up his mind. Triple H asked Shawn if everything was all right between them, mentioning that he was unsure about where they stood after what happened last week when Shawn walked away. Shawn replied that everything was fine, explaining that he had been a bit too emotional last week with everything that was happening. He also admitted that he still didn't know whether or not Triple H was going to challenge him. Triple H emphasized that he had no intentions of challenging Shawn and that he didn't want the championship belt. Shawn appeared to be okay with this, and Triple H then suggested if Shawn wanted him in his corner for the match that night. However, Shawn declined, saying it might be better for him to go rest and clear his mind after all the drama, and then he walked away. It was time for the main event, as stipulated by Vincent Kennedy McMahon. If The Undertaker managed to defeat the World Wrestling Federation champion, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, in a singles match, he would be considered the challenger for the title in the main event of WrestleMania 14. However, if The Undertaker lost tonight, then Michaels would face Stone Cold Steve Austin, and if Austin won, he might earn a shot at the WWF title at WrestleMania 14. Back in the match, after a counter by The Undertaker, he hit Michaels with a flying clothesline. However, The Undertaker was looking to follow up with another move as Michaels was leaning against the ropes. But Michaels dodged it, and The Undertaker went flying in between the ropes. After that, The Undertaker sent Michaels back inside the ring and delivered a huge leg drop as Michaels was hanging between the ropes, nearly taking his head off. The Undertaker wasted no time and grabbed Michaels by the neck, hitting him with a resounding choke slam. The Undertaker was looking to finish Michaels off with a tombstone piledriver, but Michaels countered the move and hit The Undertaker with an elbow to the face, followed by a series of inverted atomic drops. Michaels then climbed to the top rope, looking to execute his signature move, the elbow drop. However, The Undertaker got up and dodged Michaels to the side. Just when the tables had turned, The Undertaker's brother Kane made his way to the ring. Thanks to this distraction, Shawn Michaels was able to hit The Undertaker with a super kick to win the match. Thanks to the intervention by Kane, The Undertaker lost the opportunity to challenge Michaels for the title in the main event of WrestleMania 14. After the match, a shocking turn of events unfolded as Triple H attacked his best friend from behind. It seemed like Triple H had made his decision just hours before the 24-hour deadline ran out. Triple H then took the World Wrestling Federation title and smacked Michaels right in the face with the belt. The crowd had mixed reactions, both happy and shocked as they witnessed the dissolution of DX. The next week on Raw, as the winner of the 1998 Royal Rumble match, Triple H was heading to the ring to publicly announce that he would challenge his best friend, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, to a match at WrestleMania for the World Wrestling Federation Championship. However, Shawn Michaels came from behind and began to punch Triple H repeatedly. A referee tried to intervene but had no success, so he had to call for more referees and security to break up the fight between the former best friends, especially with WrestleMania right around the corner and the main event hanging in jeopardy if something were to happen to either of them. And just like that, WrestleMania had arrived. It was time for the main event at WrestleMania 14, where the winner of the Royal Rumble, Triple H, was challenging his former best friend, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, for the World Wrestling Federation Championship in a singles match. After all the drama and the back and forth, it was time to witness the former members of DX battle each other. The crowd was divided, with one half believing that it was Shawn who had driven Triple H to this point, and the other part saying that Triple H had betrayed Shawn, and now it was time for retribution. Back in the match, Triple H was in control, but after attempting a move in the corner, Shawn countered and hit Triple H with a jumping kick to the face. Then using the ropes for leverage, Michaels hit Triple H with a jumping boot to the face, causing the challenger pain. Triple H countered and executed a belly-to-belly slam, where he followed up by sending Michaels across the ring and then hitting him with a huge clothesline as he bounced back from the ropes, and hit Michaels with a backdrop suplex. Now he was mocking Michaels, doing the DX signs as Triple H looked to hit the pedigree. But Shawn countered Triple H and followed up with his signature flying forearm right in Triple H's face. Michaels hit Triple H with a body slam and followed up with a diving elbow drop, sending the crowd into a frenzy for Michaels. Now, Michaels said it was time to finish the match, and he went for a sweet chin music. But Hemsley countered the move and hit the champion with a pedigree. Guys, I think we have a new champion. Triple H was about to make history, becoming the new World Wrestling Federation champion. But Michaels kicked out of the pedigree, driving the crowd wild and Triple H to lose his mind, berating the referee. Triple H went to hit Michaels, who was leaning in the corner, but Michaels countered with an elbow and sweet chin music to the challenger. This match is over. Shawn is going to retain the belt. But Triple H kicked out of the sweet chin music. Man, it was so close. Then in a back and forth, the referee was thrown out of the ring, and Sean Waltman, formerly known as the 1-2-3 Kid, hit Shawn with an X Factor. Then Triple H picked up the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels and hit him with another pedigree to become the new World Wrestling Federation champion. Guys, if you enjoyed this video and want to see this become a series, let me know in the comments. If you want to see more videos from the Attitude Era, I recommend watching this Universe mode set in 1998. I made the best Universe mode, but it's 1990 and SummerSlam is upon us. Will I be able to make it better than the original? Let's find out. Week 1 kicks off with a tag team match between the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions Bret Hart and Jim Neidhart of the Hart Foundation and the former champions Crush and Smash from Demolition. Crush and Jim Neidhart started the match, with Crush dominating the early beginning of the bout. However, after making a mistake in the corner, Jim was able to regain control of the match. Now the tag team champions were in control against Demolition. Bret was tagged into the match and executed a Russian leg sweep on Crush. However, as he attempted to guide Crush into the corner, Crush managed to reverse the situation and delivered a powerful boot to Bret's chest. Crush then tagged in Smash, and together, they executed a double team move on Bret. The current champions found themselves on the receiving end of a beating from the former tag team champions. But after bouncing off the ropes, Bret was able to turn things around, regaining control of the match once again. In the end, Bret executed the sharpshooter submission move, forcing Smash to submit and securing the victory for his team. The tag team champions prevailed against Demolition in this tag team bout. In the second match of the night, we witnessed Earthquake facing off against the Big Boss Man in a singles match. The bell rings and the match begins. Earthquake tries to use his size to dominate, but Big Boss Man counters with his experience and tactical approach. This is a classic matchup of power versus strategy. Earthquake, the man who's known for causing havoc, is up against the Big Boss Man's order and discipline. Look at Big Boss Man using his experience as a former correctional officer. He knows how to handle tough opponents, but can he handle the sheer force of Earthquake? Earthquake's showing why he's one of the most feared superstars in the WWF. His strength is just overwhelming. And there you have it. Earthquake claims victory, but what a fight put up by the Big Boss Man. In the third match of the night, we witnessed Jake the Snake Roberts going one-on-one against Bad News Brown. Jake was dominating the early portion of the match, but after a counter by Bad News Brown, Roberts lost control of the match. It was now Bad News Brown who was in control, dominating Roberts. But after Bad News Brown sent himself with nobody home, Jake Roberts regained control. By the way, if you've been enjoying these Universe Mode series, please remember to like the video and follow us. Back in the match, Jake was focused on targeting Bad News Brown's leg, attempting to weaken him with a sleeper hold submission move. However, Brown had some bad news for Roberts. He managed to escape the hold and retaliated by punishing Jake the Snake Roberts with a back suplex. At this point, Brown was determined to finish the match and hit Jake with his signature move. Roberts, however, countered with an elbow strike and swiftly executed the DDT to secure the victory. Now Jake has earned an opportunity to challenge the Intercontinental Champion at SummerSlam. Now it was time for the main event, featuring the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion, Mr. Perfect, going one-on-one against the World Wrestling Federation Champion, the Ultimate Warrior, in a non-title singles match. Mr. Perfect, utilizing his pure wrestling and technical abilities, managed to take the champion down in the match. Hennig focused on targeting the legs of the Ultimate Warrior to gain an advantage in this blockbuster match featuring the two most prominent champions in the World Wrestling Federation, as the fans would often say. The Ultimate Warrior managed to make a comeback in the match, but once again, Hennig demonstrated his awareness by countering every move from the champion, effectively adapting to the intense wrestling style of the Ultimate Warrior. But in a sudden move, the Ultimate Warrior was able to turn things around and punish the Intercontinental Champion, Curt Hennig, with a gorilla press drop. To put the cherry on top, Warrior followed up with the ultimate splash to secure the victory in this blockbuster main event match. But out of nowhere, Rick Rude entered the ring and struck Warrior from behind while he was celebrating with the fans. Rude then proceeded to deliver a devastating pile driver to the Ultimate Warrior. But Hulk Hogan was there to make the save, removing Rude from the ring and coming to the rescue of the World Wrestling Federation champion, the Ultimate Warrior, in the process. Hulk Hogan, Ultimate Warrior, Rick Rude, and Earthquake are all set to clash at SummerSlam in a fatal four-way steel cage match for the WWF title. Week 2 kicked off with a singles match between Jake the Snake Roberts and Macho Man Randy Savage. Randy started the match strong, dominating Snake Roberts in the corner and then employing low tactics to further damage Roberts, including scratching his back. But I guess Macho Man Randy Savage got too comfortable, thinking he had Roberts in the bag, and that's when the Snake was able to counter one of Randy's moves, turning the tide and taking control of the match. Now it was Jake the Snake Roberts who had Macho Man Randy Savage trapped in the corner under his boot. However, this dominance was short-lived, as Randy Savage countered one of Roberts' moves and regained control of the match. He followed up with a sequence that began with an inverted atomic drop and concluded with a clothesline. After delivering a spinning body slam, Randy Macho Man Savage climbed to the top rope and executed his signature move, the elbow drop, to secure the victory over Jake the Snake Roberts. In the second match of the night, we witnessed one half of the Rockers, Shawn Michaels, making his way to the ring to face one half of the tag team champions, representing the Hart Foundation and competing solo without Jim Bret Hart. Look at these two go. Michaels is all about the sizzle, the flash, the excitement. Hart, on the other hand, is the embodiment of technical wrestling, all about the stake, the substance. This is what WWF is all about: heart, passion, skill, and a burning desire to be the best. Michaels and Hart are putting on a clinic out there. This is a fascinating contrast of styles: Shawn's flamboyance and agility against Bret's technical expertise and strategic mindset. As the match reached its climax, Bret Hart demonstrated why he is considered one of the best wrestlers coming up in 1990. Bret was attempting to finish the match with the sharpshooter, but as he was about to lock it in, Michaels managed to escape the submission hold. Michaels then tried for a super kick, but Bret dodged it. Now Bret once again went for the sharpshooter submission hold, and this time he successfully applied it. Bret Hart emerges the winner of this intense, fast-paced match between two of the top young talents on the World Wrestling Federation roster. In the third match of the night, we witnessed Crush from Demolition facing off against Road Warrior Animal from the Legion of Doom. Crush started the match, attempting to crush Road Warrior Animal, pun intended, but Animal quickly evaded his moves. However, Crush managed to send Animal to the floor after landing a powerful blow to the top of his head. Crush then attempted a gorilla press slam, but Animal fought back, delivering a pair of crushing elbows, pun intended again. Animal went for a suplex, lifting the big man high above his head. As Animal looked to hit Crush with a clothesline, Crush lifted Animal up and dropped him against the ropes. Crush followed up with a tiger suplex and then attempted a military press drop, but Animal managed to escape while high in the air. Animal hoisted Crush onto his shoulder and executed a Samoan drop. Climbing to the top rope, Animal delivered a diving clothesline, securing the victory and defeating the big man. Now, it was time for the main event, where Rick Rude was set to go one-on-one against the Hulkster, Hulk Hogan, in a singles match. This match was made because of what happened last week when Hogan saved Warrior from a beating courtesy of ravishing Rick Rude. Rude had Hulk Hogan in the corner, inflicting damage to the abdomen of the Hulkster. Then Rude changed his approach and started to focus on the throat of Hogan, putting his foot right on his throat, not allowing the Hulkster to breathe. It was very smart by Rude. He first targeted the ribs of Hogan, and then he tried to stop the air from reaching his lungs. Rude was definitely targeting the lungs of Hogan. But the Hulkster wasn't going to be outmatched in a contest of strength against ravishing Rick Rude. Hulk was determined to show Rude who the strongest competitor was here in the World Wrestling Federation. Unfortunately for the Hulkster, Rude got out of the move and hit Hogan with his signature move, the swinging neckbreaker. Rude tried to pin Hogan to finish the match, but Hogan kicked out at a count of 1. Now Hogan is taking control with a series of clotheslines. Hogan follows up with a body slam, gaining momentum as he bounces off the ropes. There it is. Hogan drops the leg drop to defeat Rick Rude and win this match. But after the match was over and Hogan had already defeated Rude, Earthquake unleashed a savage attack on the Hulkster, hitting him with everything but the kitchen sink. With Hogan down on the mat, Earthquake aimed to break his ribs with an Earthquake splash. That's when the World Wrestling Federation champion, the Ultimate Warrior, came rushing to the ring to save Hogan. Warrior went right through Earthquake like a powerful train and got him out of the ring. Hogan then met with the Ultimate Warrior in the center of the ring. Considering that Hogan is set to face Warrior in a steel cage match at SummerSlam, did Warrior take too long to come to Hogan's aid? Week 3 kicked off with the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion Curt Hennig facing off against the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. The match started with the classic sequence of drop down and leapfrog, but as Dusty was bouncing back, he struck Hennig with an elbow to the head of the champion. However, as Curt rested in the corner, Dusty attempted to hit him with a running body splash, but Hennig evaded it. Now on the mat, the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion worked on the leg of the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes. Hennig continued his attack, delivering a massive back suplex to Rhodes. Mr. Perfect then attempted the Perfect Plex to finish the match. But Dusty made a comeback, countering the move and surprising Hennig with a dropkick of his own. The American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, followed up with a body slam and a running elbow, concluding with a series of elbows to the head to win the match, defeating the Intercontinental Champion in the process. Coming up next, a battle of tag team specialists in singles action. From the Rockers, it's Marty Jannetty going one-on-one with one half of the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, Jim Neidhart of the Hart Foundation. Matty was really taking control of the match after hitting a solid drop kick on Jim, and the crowd was getting into it. At the same time, Jannetty tried a high-flying move with a diving splash from the second rope, but Jim dodged it. Things were heating up as Jim started giving Matty a real beating, just pounding away. But just when it looked like Jim was about to finish it, Matty pulled off an awesome counter move and sealed the deal with his own finishing move, and the fans went wild. With this win, the Rockers and the Hart Foundation were all tied up in victories, setting the stage for an epic showdown at SummerSlam. Now, it was time for the main event, featuring Earthquake going one-on-one against the World Wrestling Federation champion, the Ultimate Warrior. This match was set up after Warrior tossed Earthquake out of the ring last week to save Hulkster from a beating. Warrior tried to take Earthquake down, but this time Earthquake didn't budge. And it was the World Wrestling Federation champion who fell at the feet of Earthquake. Earthquake inflicted a lot of pain on the Ultimate Warrior. However, when Earthquake attempted a second body splash, nobody was home as the Ultimate Warrior got out of harm's way. Now it was Warrior hitting Earthquake repeatedly. This time, Warrior made the big man fall after delivering a massive flying tackle. Without wasting any time, as Earthquake was down, the Ultimate Warrior hit him with an ultimate splash to win the match. It was an astonishing victory, and Warrior pulled it off, seemingly out of nowhere. But after the match ended, Rick Rude came to the ring and blindsided the Ultimate Warrior. Then, Earthquake joined Rick Rude, and together they began to pummel the World Wrestling Federation champion. Rude even executed his signature move on Warrior. That's when Hulk Hogan came charging down to the ring to save the Ultimate Warrior. Hogan clotheslined Earthquake, then clotheslined Rude, and followed up with a thunderous body slam on Earthquake. He dropped the leg on him, brother. Rude attempted to attack Hogan from behind, but Hogan countered, and Rude also found himself on the receiving end of a body slam. Out of nowhere, the Ultimate Warrior delivered the ultimate splash on Rude. Hulkamania and the Ultimate Warrior stood tall tonight, setting the stage for an insane, fatal four-way steel cage match at SummerSlam. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, it was time for the hottest event of the summer, as well as a chance to see if we could create a better SummerSlam than the original. The opening match at SummerSlam was for the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship, with Jake the Snake Roberts challenging Curt Hennig for the title. The atmosphere in the arena was electric as fans eagerly awaited this long-anticipated clash. As the bell rang, both wrestlers brought their A-game, exchanging high-impact moves and near falls, keeping the audience on the edge of their seats. Jake the Snake Roberts emerged victorious after countering a perfect plex into a DDT to secure the win, finally claiming his first championship in the WWF. By the way, did you know that Roberts never won any title in the WWF? Well, we just gave him one, and it was a momentous start to SummerSlam. In the second match of the night, the crowd eagerly anticipated the clash as Crush and Smash, representing Demolition, faced off against the formidable Legion of Doom, Road Warrior, Animal, and Hawk in an explosive tag team showdown. The Legion of Doom emerged victorious after Animal and Hawk executed their signature Doomsday device, a resounding move that made the crowd pop and solidified their dominance at SummerSlam. In the third match of the night, We saw the former tag team of Andre the Giant and Haku going one-on-one against each other. Andre won the match after hitting Haku with his signature maneuver. In the original SummerSlam card, this match did not happen, as many of the matches we are seeing tonight. But hey, I did say I was going to try and make it better. In the fourth match of the night, we witnessed the Rockers facing off against the Hart Foundation for the Tag Team Championships. The Hart Foundation emerged victorious as Maddie submitted to the sharpshooter submission hold applied by Bret Hart, allowing them to retain the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championship belts. In the fifth match of the night, we witnessed Macho Man Randy Savage facing off against the American Dream Dusty Rhodes. After Savage missed with the flying elbow drop, Dusty was able to execute his signature move on Savage, securing the victory. Interestingly, this match actually did happen in the original SummerSlam card. Now it was time for the main event, where the champion, the Ultimate Warrior, put his World Wrestling Federation Championship on the line inside a steel cage in a fatal four-way match against Hulk Hogan, Earthquake, and Rick Rude. The Ultimate Warrior emerged victorious by successfully escaping the cage, thus retaining the World Wrestling Federation title. The atmosphere in the arena was absolutely electric as fans witnessed this high-stakes battle unfold, with every twist and turn keeping them on the edge of their seats. The Ultimate Warrior's triumph marked a memorable conclusion to an unforgettable SummerSlam. Can Sting save WCW from the NWO and take the World Heavyweight Championship from Hollywood Hogan? Find out in this episode of Universe Mode 1997. Monday Nitro kicked off with a cruiserweight match between Rey Mysterio Jr. and the cruiserweight champion Eddie Guerrero. Both wrestlers were famous luchadors and played significant roles in keeping viewers tuned in during the Monday Night Wars. The match goes back and forth with both wrestlers trading blows and near falls. The crowd is on the edge of their seats cheering for both Mysterio and Guerrero. Neither of them is backing down. For Mysterio, a win over the Cruiserweight Champion would imply that he is next in line for an opportunity at the Cruiserweight Championship. Currently, the first-ranked contender is none other than Psychosis. If Mysterio wins, he will earn a shot at the winner between Guerrero and Psychosis for the title. Unfortunately for Rey, Eddie won the match with a frog splash. After the match was over, the two men shook hands as a symbol of respect. The second match of the night was for the Tag Team Championships, with Scott Hall and Kevin Nash challenging Harlem Heat for their titles. The bell rang, and the two teams immediately went to war. Booker T and Stevie Ray were quick and agile, while Nash and Hall were big and powerful. The two teams matched each other blow for blow, and the crowd was on their feet. Booker T and Stevie Ray used their teamwork to their advantage, often double-teaming Nash and Hall. Nash and Hall, however, were able to use their size and strength to overpower Booker T and Stevie Ray. Hall executed a chokeslam on Stevie Ray in the center of the ring. Meanwhile, on the outside of the ring, Buff Bagwell went after Booker T to assist Nash and Hall in winning the championship belts. After a jackknife powerbomb from Kevin Nash, we had new WCW Tag Team Champions. In the third match of the night, we witnessed Diamond Dallas Page taking on the Giant Paul White. Diamond Dallas Page was struggling to bring down the Giant as Paul resisted every offensive move from Page. It appeared that the Giant was going to win this one, as he seemed to be too much for Diamond Dallas Page to handle. However, in a sudden turn of events, DDP was able to hit the Giant with his signature move, the Diamond Cutter, winning the biggest match of his career. It was the main event of Monday Nitro, where the Nature Boy Ric Flair was scheduled to face off against the World Heavyweight Champion Hollywood Hogan in a singles match. These are two men who don't need introductions. Both are icons in the wrestling business. However, Hogan has taken over the company that, quite frankly, was built by Ric Flair. So it's only natural that the Nature Boy and Hollywood Hogan were going to clash over this matter. Flair had Hogan in the match, delivering chops to the chest, but Hogan managed to counter Flair and shift the momentum in his favor. Now, Hogan was the one controlling the match, and Flair was finding it challenging to withstand the power of Hollywood Hogan. Now Hogan was feeling himself, even trash-talking both Flair and the fans. Back inside the squared circle, Hogan was setting up for the leg drop, but Flair wasn't going down without a fight. Flair countered Hogan's move, and out of nowhere, he locked in the figure four leg lock on Hogan, sending the crowd into a frenzy. Hogan had nowhere to run, and there was no rope break in sight. However, Syxx intervened, breaking the figure four and striking Flair. The crowd erupted in boos as Hogan seized Flair and nailed him with the leg drop. Now Scott Hall was also out here, joining in the assault on Flair. The three men were viciously assaulting the Nature Boy. But oh my God, Sting was here! Sting made his way to the ring and struck Syxx with a bat on the outside. Sting swung the bat and hit Scott Hall right in the gut, possibly breaking a couple of ribs with that powerful strike. This is it, boys. It's WCW versus the NWO, and Sting has issued the challenge. Week 2 kicked off with a match for the Cruiserweight title, pitting the challenger Psychosis against the champion Eddie Guerrero. And if you're thinking of changing the channel to watch the competition, do not bother, as those videos are 3 weeks old. At one point, Psychosis was down and Eddie was preparing for a frog splash, but Psychosis managed to move out of harm's way. Seizing the opportunity, Psychosis climbed the top rope and hit Eddie with a diving leg drop, securing the 3 count and winning the Cruiserweight title in front of a capacity crowd. In the second match of the night, Bill Goldberg was scheduled for a singles match with a winning streak of 129 wins and 0 losses. His opponent was Buff Bagwell. Bill hit Bagwell with a spear, and it nearly took off Bagwell's shoes, likely leaving him with a couple of broken ribs, and then followed up with the jackhammer, maintaining his streak and adding another victory, bringing the count to 130 wins. In the third match of the night, the new WCW Tag Team Champions Kevin Nash and Scott Hall faced off against the Steiner Brothers. Hall and Nash dominated the entire match with little to no offense from the Steiner Brothers. It was almost a total squash from the Tag Team Champions against Rick and Scott. We were in the final moments of the match with Kevin Nash delivering more punishment to Rick Steiner. Finally, he set the table for Scott Hall. Scott and Kevin secured the victory after Hall executed the Razor's Edge on Rick, sealing the win. After the match was over, Harlem Heat came rushing down to the ring and began delivering a beatdown to the Tag Team Champions. Remember, Hall and Nash cheated to win their match last week, and the former tag champs were furious about losing their tag team titles. A rematch was set to take place at Starrcade. In the fourth match of the night, it was Diamond Dallas Page against Steven Regal in a singles match. Diamond won the match after hitting Regal with the cutter. As DDP was celebrating, the music of the Giant echoed throughout the arena. Diamond was looking for him, but the Giant came from behind and attacked DDP. Then he grabbed Dallas Page and executed a resounding chokeslam, leaving Diamond Dallas Page unconscious in the middle of the ring. In the main event, the NWO entered the ring to address Sting and the upcoming match for the heavyweight title at Starrcade. Hogan, Nash, and Hall took the mic as the crowd's reaction was a mix of both cheers and boos for the NWO. Hogan declared that they were not afraid of Sting and that the NWO was running the wrestling world, brother. Then Hogan took a spray can and drew the NWO letters to close out Week 2. Week 3 kicked off with a singles match between Lionheart Chris Jericho and the WCW TV champion Ultimo Dragon. The crowd was electric as the two wrestlers entered the ring. Dragon was a fan favorite, known for his high-flying acrobatics and technical brilliance. Jericho, on the other hand, was a cocky heel who was determined to prove himself as the best wrestler in the world. Ultimo Dragon countered a move from Jericho and shifted the momentum of the match in his favor, executing all sorts of acrobatic moves and running circles around Lionheart. After hitting a power bomb on Jericho, Ultimo Dragon went for a moonsault, but Jericho got out of the way. Jericho then hit a bulldog on Ultimo Dragon and ultimately sent him outside the ring with a dropkick. Jericho attempted a high-flying move on Dragon, but this time it was Ultimo Dragon who evaded the attack. He executed a springboard moonsault that connected. Dragon then attempted a Dragon Rana from the top rope, but Jericho countered the move and followed up with a spinning wheel kick on Dragon. Jericho then executed a series of power bombs on Dragon. Having Ultimo Dragon right where he wanted him, Jericho applied the Walls of Jericho's submission hold. Dragon had nowhere to go, so he had no choice but to submit to the Walls of Jericho. With this victory, Jericho earned a title shot for the WCW TV Championship, but this wasn't enough for Jericho. After the match was over, he launched a series of attacks on a defenseless Ultimo Dragon, relentlessly kicking him over and over again. In the second match of the night, we witnessed Harlem Heat facing off against Buff Bagwell and Syxx. Harlem Heat emerged victorious in the match after Booker T hit Bagwell with his signature maneuver. As Booker and his brother Stevie celebrated in the ring, the Outsiders sought revenge for the attack from last week, striking the former champions with the tag team titles. In the third match of the night, we saw the Rabid Wolverine competing against the WCW United States champion, Curt Hennig. The former emerged victorious in the match after executing his signature move, earning an opportunity to challenge for the WCW United States Championship at Starrcade. In the fourth match of the night, we witnessed Goldberg coming into the match with a winning streak of 162 matches, facing off against Billy Kidman in a singles match. Goldberg secured the victory by hitting Kidman with the jackhammer, extending his winning streak to 163 matches. In the fifth match of the night, we witnessed a cruiserweight bout between La Parka and Rey Mysterio Jr. This match began at a high pace, with both superstars delivering an incredible show for the fans in attendance. Rey Mysterio Jr. and La Parka pulled out all the stops, trying to outdo each other. Trust me when I say we were not lacking in flashy moves during this match. La Parka was firmly in control of the match, hitting Mysterio with a variety of moves and combinations. La Parka attempted to hit a standing moonsault on Mysterio, but Mysterio managed to move out of the way. Now Mysterio was looking to take the action to the outside, setting up for a Hurricane Rana on La Parka. Now Mysterio was attempting a move from the top rope, but this time it was La Parka who moved out of harm's way. La Parka capitalized by hitting Mysterio with a DDT, leaving Mysterio down and vulnerable. La Parka then executed his signature move to secure the victory, bringing him one step closer to the Cruiserweight title. Mysterio will need to find a way to regain momentum and rejoin the conversation for the title. And now it was time for the main event, with Macho Man Randy Savage set to face Lex Luger. After a hard-fought battle, Luger was on the verge of grabbing Macho Man with his signature maneuver. However, the NWO suddenly appeared and began attacking Luger. Then, Hogan grabbed Luger and executed his leg drop on him, brother. Both Hogan and Bischoff were in the ring when all of a sudden, Sting appeared in the ring. Hogan knew exactly who was behind him, and Sting wasted no time, hitting Hogan with a scorpion death drop. Now, with a bat in hand, Sting chased after a fleeing Bischoff, catching up to him and striking him in the head with the bat. Starrcade kicked off with a singles match for the WCW TV Championship as Ultimo Dragon defended his title against Lionheart Chris Jericho. Ultimo Dragon had Jericho trapped in his submission hold in the middle of the ring, but somehow, someway, Jericho managed to escape. Jericho was now looking to apply the walls of Jericho, but Ultimo Dragon was not making it easy for Jericho. It felt like deja vu as Jericho locked Ultimo Dragon in the walls of Jericho, forcing the champion to submit once again. With this victory, Jericho became the new WCW TV champion. In the second match of the night, we witnessed Rey Mysterio Jr. facing off against Dean Malenko. Both of these superstars were aiming to re-enter the title picture. Mysterio managed to defeat Malenko after executing his signature move, securing the victory in the match. In the third match of the night, we saw Curt Hennig defending his WCW United States Championship against the Rabid Wolverine. The latter was able to defeat Curt Hennig after applying his signature maneuver, the crossface, to make Hennig submit. This victory meant that the Rabid Wolverine had won the WCW United States Championship. In the fourth match of the night, it was the Giant against Diamond Dallas Page. In a singles match, DDP emerged victorious by hitting Paul White with a diamond cutter from the middle rope. In the fifth match, we witnessed the former tag team champions Harlem Heat in a rematch for the belts against the Outsiders. Unfortunately for the brothers, the Outsiders claimed the win in the match with a decisive razor's edge from Scott Hall, targeting Stevie Ray. This victory solidified their status as the reigning tag team champions at Starrcade, showcasing their dominance in the tag team division. In the sixth match of the night, we witnessed Psychosis defending his Cruiserweight title in a triple threat match against the former champion Eddie Guerrero and La Parka. As La Parka performed his signature move on Psychosis, Eddie Guerrero suddenly entered the scene with a frog splash on La Parka's back. Guerrero then capitalized by going for the pin on Psychosis, successfully regaining the Cruiserweight title once again. It was time for the main event, where Hollywood Hogan was set to defend his World Heavyweight title against Sting. Sting started with the upper hand, giving the champ a run for his money. However, Hogan was not about to go down that easily. He regained control of the match, and now it was Sting feeling the wrath of Hogan's offense. However, Sting was able to counter a move from Hogan, and now he was gaining momentum in the match. Sting followed up by hitting Hogan with a Sting splash in the corner. Now Sting was seeking to apply the Scorpion Deathlock. Hogan found himself in the middle of the ring with nowhere to go. Sting locked in the hold, and Hogan was on the verge of submitting. Sting did it. We have a new World Heavyweight Champion. I made the best universe mode, but it's 1998. And Vince McMahon is determined to screw Stone Cold Steve Austin by any means necessary. Will he be successful? Let's find out. Week 1 kicks off with the chairman of the World Wrestling Federation, Vincent Kennedy McMahon, addressing the fans, letting them know that the days of Stone Cold as the World Wrestling Federation champion are numbered. He has chosen The Undertaker to face Stone Cold in 3 weeks at SummerSlam. Vince states that he didn't want to make this decision, but that Steve has left him with no choice but to do what's right for the company, the superstars backstage, and of course, for you, the fans. However, as Vince was saying this, Stone Cold came out and stunned the boss. Steve started celebrating with the fans to kick off Monday Night Raw. The first match of the night featured D'Lo Brown, accompanied by the leader of the Nation of Domination, The Rock, taking on the European champion and leader of D-Generation X, Triple H, with China for the European Championship. Triple H started the match very strongly, dominating D'Lo in the corner with a series of punches and then kicking D'Lo over and over again as Brown tried to mitigate the damage from those kicks. D'Lo then countered a move by Triple H and sent him against the ropes, followed by the classic drop-down leapfrog and a power slam to the champion. D'Lo was looking for a move in the ropes, but Triple H sent him flying to the outside. Once outside, Hunter inflicted more damage on D'Lo, and then he exchanged a couple of words with the Intercontinental Champion. At one point in the match, the referee got knocked down and The Rock took advantage, hitting Hunter with a rock bottom. As The Rock hit the rock bottom on Triple H, you could see that he was probably talking smack to the European champion, who likely felt disrespected by Hunter Helmsley. As you can imagine, when the dust settled, D'Lo took advantage of the situation and hit the champion Triple H with his signature move, the Sky High, to win the European Championship. This action by the Nation was an immediate declaration of war against D-Generation X. Wait a minute, backstage we can see Vince McMahon speaking with Kane. Well, this was bound to happen after what happened earlier when Stone Cold stunned McMahon. I guess we will find out the meaning of this by the end of the night. In the second match of the night, we saw the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Champions, the New Age Outlaws, taking on the Hardy Boys. Billy Gunn and Jeff Hardy started the match, with Billy dominating Jeff very early on. Then, Billy tagged Road Dogg into the match, and Road Dogg was looking for a move in the corner, but Hardy moved out of the way, causing Road Dogg to hit the top corner. Hardy then tagged in his brother, Matt Hardy, and together they grabbed Road Dogg and executed an innovative tag team move on him. As the match progressed, the New Age Outlaws took control once again, eventually leading to Billy Gunn hitting a Famasser on Matt Hardy to win the match. It was time for the main event, where we found out that Kane was going to go one-on-one against the World Wrestling Federation champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Now we know what McMahon was doing with Kane, but the craziest thing is that we have not seen The Undertaker tonight, even though McMahon announced that he is the one taking on Stone Cold at SummerSlam for the WWF title. Maybe, and this is just a possibility, The Undertaker might be colluding with McMahon to take the belt from Austin. Stone Cold had Kane in the corner, delivering a series of kicks right to the chest of the Big Red Monster. Steve was looking for a move, but Kane countered and dropped Steve over his head almost 7 feet high. Now, Kane was dominating the match and continued by hitting Stone Cold with a huge side slam. This could be the end of the match, but Steve came back and started hitting Kane with a crazy series of elbows. Then Steve jumped over Kane, repeatedly striking the Big Red Monster in the face. Austin followed it up with a huge clothesline that sent Kane to the outside. Without wasting a second, he sent Kane face first into the ring post. That's when everything went downhill for the champion, as Mankind came from behind and attacked Austin. Kane put the cherry on top by driving Austin through the table, concluding Week 1. Week 2 of Monday Night Raw kicked off with none other than Vincent Kennedy McMahon walking proudly to the ring after what he accomplished last week when Kane and Mankind gave a beatdown to the World Wrestling Federation champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin. Vince addressed the fans by saying, "I told each and every one of you what was going to happen, yet you boo me and cheer for Stone Cold. Now, thanks to all of you, look what happened to Steve last week. Steve could barely walk out of the arena. And as I told you last week, the days of Stone Cold Steve Austin as your champion are numbered." That's when Kane with Paul Bearer joined McMahon in the ring. McMahon continued to say that with Kane by his side and with the help of the likes of Mankind, they are going to ensure not only that The Undertaker wins the title at SummerSlam, but most importantly, they're going to make sure that Stone Cold walks out of SummerSlam without the World Wrestling Federation title. That's why tonight, Steve is going to go one-on-one against Mankind. That's when The Undertaker joined McMahon and company in the ring. The Undertaker took a microphone and said, "I appreciate that you want to help me, but I never asked for your help, and honestly, I don't need it. If any of you keep interfering in my business, there are going to be serious consequences." That's when McMahon said, "Well, I am sad that you feel that way after what I am doing to help you become the champion once again. But if you want things to go down this way, then fine by me. But I need you to do something for me. I'm going to need you to beat this man." So it was made official. The Undertaker was set to go one-on-one against Gangrel in a singles match. The Undertaker started the match by dominating Gangrel in the corner with a series of punches right to the face, causing Gangrel to fall to the floor. The Undertaker was going for a kick, but Gangrel countered the move. Then it was Gangrel looking to hit the dead man with a clothesline, but The Undertaker countered the move and struck Gangrel with a huge boot to the face. The Undertaker then followed up with a chokeslam to Gangrel to win the match. This probably didn't make McMahon very happy, as he was likely trying to humble The Undertaker to have him on his side. In the next segment, the former European champion Triple H, joined by X-Pac and Chyna, was set to address the fans. Triple H took a microphone and started complaining that The Rock screwed him over last week and made him lose his European Championship. Triple H then said that instead of getting a rematch for his European Championship, he is more interested in fighting The Rock for the Intercontinental Championship. He said that he wants to do to The Rock what The Rock did to him last week and take away his championship. Triple H claimed that The Rock is a coward who only attacks from behind, suggesting that The Rock is not man enough to come down here right now and accept his challenge. Then, Triple H and X-Pac started joking that instead of the Nation of Domination, they should rename themselves the Nation of Cowards. Finally, the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion came out to address the members of D-Generation X. The Rock said, "I understand that you two jabronis are mad at The Rock for losing the European Championship, but that's not The Rock's fault. D-Generation X is a bunch of jackasses, and the Nation is a group of winners." The Rock declared that he would take on anyone, anywhere, and at any time, even that jackass called X-Pac tonight. If you smell what The Rock is cooking, that's when X-Pac got livid and started saying that he accepts and that he is going to put The Rock down, while Triple H was trying to settle things down. Then Triple H looked at The Rock and said, "If you want to fight X-Pac tonight, you're on." And just like that, The Rock was set to take on X-Pac later on tonight. In the second match of the night, we saw Val Venis going one-on-one against a former Intercontinental Champion, Double J, Jeff Jarrett, in a singles match. Jeff Jarrett started the match by sending Val Venis against the ropes, followed by a drop-down, leapfrog, and a tremendous knee right to the body of Val Venis. Then Jeff Jarrett was looking for a move in the corner, but Val Venis countered and hit Jarrett with a DDT. Val Venis followed up with a series of knee shots to Jarrett's legs. Val Venis was going for a clothesline on Jarrett, who was leaning against the ropes, but at the last second, Jarrett lifted him up and dropped him against them. Now, it was Jarrett in control of the match, and Jeff was targeting Val Venis's legs. After softening him up a bit more, Jarrett attempted to lock in the figure four submission hold, and he got it. Val Venis was in a lot of pain. This might be it for him. It looks like Jeff Jarrett is going to pick this one up, but Val Venis countered the submission attempt from Jarrett, and Val Venis got out. I thought this was it for him. Jeff Jarrett can't believe it. And out of nowhere, Val Venis hit Double J with a perfect suplex to beat Jeff Jarrett and win the match. A huge win for Val Venis. In the third match of the night, X-Pac went one-on-one against the World Wrestling Intercontinental Champion and leader of the nation, The Rock. Rocky started strong, dominating the match, but X-Pac was able to escape the corner after countering a move and then hitting Rock with a drop kick. X-Pac then attempted to hit a move in the corner, but The Rock countered with a huge elbow to X-Pac's face. X-Pac then tried to clothesline Rock, but Rock dodged it and countered with a clothesline of his own. Then The Rock hit X-Pac with a spine buster that made the crowd pop. The Rock was looking for the rock bottom, but X-Pac somehow anticipated it and hit him with a huge kick to the face. Somehow, The Rock managed to escape the submission hold. Once standing, The Rock hit X-Pac with the rock bottom to win the match, getting one over D-Generation X once again. The referee handed Rock his Intercontinental Championship while raising his hand. However, out of nowhere, Triple H rushed to the ring from backstage and hit The Rock from behind, just as The Rock did to him last week. Hunter then grabbed the Intercontinental Championship and measured Rocky. The Rock had no clue what Triple H's intentions were, and as The Rock turned around, Triple H smacked him right in the face with the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship. This time, it was D-Generation X who got one over on the Nation of Domination. It was time for the main event, where the World Wrestling Federation champion, Stone Cold Steve Austin, was set to go one-on-one against Mankind in a singles match. The two wrestlers started the match right in the middle of the ring, countering each other's moves. Austin was able to take the upper hand in this exchange and finally hit Mankind with a running bulldog. Then Austin was hitting Mankind with his classic stomp in the corner, hitting Mankind over and over again, but out of nowhere, Kane appeared and he hit Austin with a chokeslam. Now both Kane and Mankind were assaulting Austin together. But wait, the dead man, The Undertaker, is here. Taker pulled Mankind from the ring to the outside. Taker had told McMahon earlier not to get involved in his business. McMahon was asking The Undertaker not to do it, but the dead man did it regardless. Vince McMahon could not believe it. The World Wrestling Federation champion and the #1 contender were working together, and that was the end of Week 2. Week 3 kicked off with the World Wrestling Federation champion Stone Cold Steve Austin. Steve took a microphone and addressed what happened last week. He told the fans that although he never asked The Undertaker to come down and help him, Stone Cold appreciated the help. However, he made it crystal clear that he wasn't dumb enough to trust the dead man. In fact, Austin still suspected that all of them might be working together. But in true Stone Cold fashion, he declared that it didn't damn matter to him one bit. That's when The Undertaker came out to confront Steve. The dead man said that he did not come down to help him, but he warned Vince McMahon not to get involved in his business. He claimed that he alone, without any help, can take that World Wrestling Federation championship from around Steve's waist. Steve said that before their match this week, he has one thing he needs to do, and that's whoop Vince McMahon all over the arena tonight. McMahon surprisingly accepted the challenge from Stone Cold Steve Austin, and the two will go one-on-one tonight in the main event. In the first match of the night, representing the Nation of Domination, The Rock and D'Lo Brown took on the team representing D-Generation X, Triple H and X-Pac, accompanied by Chyna. The match started with The Rock and X-Pac in the ring. X-Pac sent Rocky to the ropes, but The Rock countered X-Pac with a DDT. Then The Rock took X-Pac to the corner and inflicted more punishment, hitting X-Pac with a series of punches to the face. After that, he tagged in D'Lo, and together they performed a tag team move on X-Pac. D'Lo was setting up for a move in the corner, but X-Pac countered and hit D'Lo with a Hurricane Rana. Then he tagged in Triple H, and together they struck D'Lo with a double team move. Now it was D-Generation X in control of the match. Triple H hit D'Lo with a spinebuster, putting the Nation in trouble. Triple H was looking to execute the pedigree, but D'Lo countered and hit Triple H with a sky high. This was D'Lo's moment to tag in The Rock, and he did. The Rock entered with intensity, hitting Triple H with a flying clothesline. Following this, The Rock hit Hunter with a spinebuster, driving the crowd into a frenzy. Skipping to the end, D'Lo was out of action after Chyna's involvement. The Rock was blindsided, and X-Pac hit him with an X-Factor. Then, Triple H finished off with a pedigree to win the match. After the match was over, a brawl erupted between the Nation of Domination and D-Generation X. Kama and Mark Henry rushed to aid their leader, but the New Age Outlaws ambushed them from behind. Triple H put the cherry on top by body slamming The Rock right onto a ladder. Tonight, the Nation has fallen at the hands of D-Generation X. Now it was time for the main event where Stone Cold was set to go one-on-one against Vince McMahon. Surprisingly, at the beginning of the match, Steve reached out his hand to Vince, and as Vince went to grab it, Steve pulled it away, enraging McMahon for making him look like a fool. Steve took McMahon to the corner and started to stomp him over and over again right in the chest. Then as Vince McMahon was leaning against the ropes, Stone Cold hit McMahon with a huge clothesline that sent him flying to the outside. Once on the outside, Austin was reckless, hitting McMahon against the announce table, throwing him around and slamming him into the barricade. Steve was doing exactly what he promised, and that was to whoop McMahon all over the arena. Finally, Austin hit McMahon with a Stone Cold Stunner, but all of a sudden the lights went dark. The Undertaker appeared right behind Steve Austin. The Undertaker grabbed Austin by the neck and hit him with a resounding choke slam. They fooled us all. They were all in it together. And just like that, it was time for SummerSlam. SummerSlam kicked off with a singles match inside of a steel cage between Owen Hart and Ken Shamrock. This match could only be won by submission, and ultimately, after applying the ankle lock, Ken Shamrock walked away with the victory. In the second match of the night, the Legion of Doom challenged the New Age Outlaws for the Tag Team Championship. After many interventions and a little bit of cheating, the New Age Outlaws were able to retain their Tag Team Championship from LOD. In the third match of the night, D'Lo Brown defended his European Championship against X-Pac in a singles match. X-Pac became the new European champion after hitting D'Lo with an X-Factor from the top rope to seal the victory. In the fourth match of the night, Triple H went one-on-one against the Intercontinental Champion, The Rock, in a ladder match. Triple H walked away with the victory after hitting The Rock with a pedigree on top of the ladder and later unhooking the belt to become the new Intercontinental Champion. In the main event, we saw The Undertaker going one-on-one against Stone Cold Steve Austin for the WWF title. Austin won the match after hitting the dead man with a second Stone Cold Stunner to seal the victory. I made the best universe mode, but it's 2004. In this video, we will discover who the Royal Rumble winner has chosen to face at WrestleMania, and whether Eddie Guerrero can overcome Brock Lesnar to become the WWE champion. Let's start with week 1. Monday Night Raw kicked off with Evolution making their way to the ring. Evolution was coming down to address the WWE fans in attendance. Triple H started talking about how dominant this group is and how they run Monday Night Raw, boasting that they hold all the titles. He also advised the winner of the Royal Rumble or any other superstar in the back to steer clear of them. That's when the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, came down to confront Evolution. Shawn took a mic and said to Triple H that although some of the guys backstage might be afraid of dealing with Evolution and being outnumbered every time, he was not afraid and wanted a shot at the title at WrestleMania 20. Triple H looked at Shawn and said, "Hey Shawn, it's funny, you might not even make it that far." They planned to attack Shawn, and that's when Rob Van Dam came down to help. However, they were still outnumbered. Then Goldberg also entered the fray, evening the odds. As a result, Eric Bischoff decided to schedule a 6-man tag team match for later tonight. In the first match of the night, we witnessed the Dudley Boys facing off against Christian and Chris Jericho in a match to determine the #1 contenders for the tag team titles held by Evolution members, Batista and Ric Flair. Out of nowhere, in the middle of the match, Christian turned on Jericho, ending their friendship and costing them both the opportunity. The Dudley Boys capitalized on this betrayal by executing the 3D on Jericho, thus becoming the new #1 contenders. In the second match, we saw Lita facing off against Victoria, with the winner earning the right to face Trish Stratus next week on Raw. Lita emerged victorious in the match after delivering a Lita Salt on Victoria, securing her position as the new #1 contender for the Women's Championship. It was time for the main event, the 6-man tag team match pitting Evolution against the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, Goldberg, and Rob Van Dam. The match quickly descended into complete mayhem. Ric Flair sneaked up from behind and struck Rob Van Dam with a chair. Then the Dudley Boys rushed to the ring, engaging in a brawl with Batista and Flair. On the other side, Goldberg was inadvertently taken out by a super kick from Shawn Michaels, and Randy Orton capitalized by hitting him with an RKO. Shawn Michaels, not one to back down, retaliated by delivering a super kick to Orton. It was at this moment that Triple H seized the opportunity and hit Shawn with a pedigree, securing the victory for Evolution. However, after the match had concluded, the winner of the Royal Rumble made his way to the ring and locked Triple H in the crossface submission hold. The show came to an end with Triple H tapping out in the crossface. SmackDown Week 1 kicked off with a #1 contender match to determine the challengers at No Way Out for the Tag Team Championships. The match featured Bradshaw and Farouk, Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty, and Shelton Benjamin and Charlie Haas. Rikishi and his team emerged victorious after Rikishi executed his signature move on Charlie Haas, securing their spot at No Way Out. In the second match of the night, the United States champion, The Big Show, faced off against Hardcore Holly in a non-title match. The match was a rough and intense battle, with Hardcore Holly appearing at one point to be on the verge of defeating The Big Show. However, The Big Show managed to turn the tide and defeat Hardcore Holly. After the match, the Doctor of Thugonomics, John Cena, made his way to the ring, seemingly challenging The Big Show for an opportunity at the championship. The Big Show quickly dismissed Cena, but then went for a shot at Cena. Cena countered and hit The Big Show with the FU. The third match of the night featured Kurt Angle against Rhino. Kurt Angle and Rhino had a brief encounter, with Kurt emerging victorious by submitting Rhino with the ankle lock. After the match, Kurt took a microphone and expressed his desire for another opportunity to face Brock Lesnar, claiming that there was no one in the locker room who could defeat him. Suddenly, the tolling of the Undertaker's bell echoed through the arena, and the dead man made his presence known by delivering a devastating chokeslam to Kurt Angle. In the main event, Brock Lesnar squared off against Rey Mysterio in an exciting match between two exceptional athletes. Lesnar proved to be too much for Rey, ultimately defeating him with an F5. However, Lesnar wasn't done and sought to send a message to Eddie Guerrero. That's when Eddie Guerrero appeared, attacking Lesnar from behind and then using Lesnar's own championship title to strike him. Eddie stood tall against Lesnar, saving Mysterio and ending the show on a high note. As the show seemed to be concluding, there was an unexpected twist. The winner of the Royal Rumble match, Chris Benoit, made a dramatic appearance. It was evident that Benoit was sending a powerful message to both Guerrero and Lesnar, emphasizing that regardless of the outcome, he had the authority to choose whomever he wanted to face at WrestleMania. Raw kicked off with Eric Bischoff declaring that they couldn't wait any longer and Chris Benoit needed to pick his opponent for WrestleMania. The World Heavyweight Champion Triple H and the WWE Champion Brock Lesnar then made their way to the ring. Chris Benoit eventually joined them. He took a look at both champions, and just when it seemed like he was going to choose Lesnar, he changed his mind and grabbed Triple H, locking him in the crossface and shouting, "I pick you!" Lesnar retaliated by picking Benoit and hitting him with an F5, but Eddie Guerrero came from behind and struck Lesnar with a chair. Thus, it was officially announced that Triple H and Brock Lesnar would face Chris Benoit and Eddie Guerrero in the main event of Monday Night Raw. In the first match of the night, we saw Randy Orton facing off against Rob Van Dam. At the start of the match, Randy Orton extended his hand for a handshake, but he pulled it away as RVD was about to reach for it, making RVD look foolish. RVD responded by delivering a series of combinations that left the Intercontinental Champion seeing stars. Randy managed to escape to the outside and RVD attempted a high-flying move, but Orton moved out of the way. Randy then went for an attack at the barricades, but RVD dodged it. RVD then picked him up and hit him with a leg drop from the apron to the barricade. It was at this moment that Ric Flair showed up, distracting Van Dam, which allowed Randy to hit RVD with the RKO and win the match. In the second match of the night, Lita faced Trish Stratus for the Women's Championship. Both women demonstrated their prowess in the ring, delivering a classic match that earned the respect of fans and fellow superstars. After countering a move from Trish, Lita hit her with the DDT and then climbed the top rope, landing the Lita Salt to win the Women's Championship. In the third match, Ric Flair and Batista defended their World Tag Team Championships against the Dudley Boys. Evolution emerged victorious when Batista executed a devastating Batista Bomb on Baba, allowing them to successfully retain their World Tag Team titles. In the fourth match, Christian was scheduled to face Booker T, but as Christian was making his way to the ring, Jericho attacked him from behind, seeking revenge for what Christian did to him last week. In the main event, the World Heavyweight Champion Triple H teamed up with the WWE Champion Brock Lesnar against the contenders for both titles, Guerrero and Benoit. The match was going well until Goldberg hit Lesnar with a spear and Shawn Michaels hit Triple H with a sweet chin music. Benoit and Guerrero both climbed to the top rope and simultaneously hit their signature moves, pinning both superstars at the same time and concluding Week 2 of Raw with their victory celebration in the middle of the ring. SmackDown Week 2 began with a singles match to determine the number 1 contender for the Cruiserweight Championship, featuring Ultimo Dragon against Chavo Guerrero. Ultimo Dragon dominated the match, even taking Chavo to the outside and hitting him with a dive. However, when Ultimo Dragon attempted his signature move, Chavo countered and secured the victory with a roll-up surprising Dragon. In the second match of the night, The Undertaker went up against Hardcore Holly. The Undertaker showcased his signature move, Old School, and concluded the match with a tombstone piledriver, defeating Hardcore Holly. However, the post-match events took an unexpected turn when Kurt Angle entered the ring. Kurt Angle delivered an Olympic slam to The Undertaker and then slipped under the ring, retrieving a steel chair. He proceeded to mercilessly assault The Undertaker, repeatedly striking him in the leg with the chair. In the third match, John Cena squared off against A-Train in a singles match. A-Train had Cena cornered, but Cena countered and delivered the FU to secure the victory. After the match, the Big Show entered the ring and chokeslammed Cena, telling him that he would get a shot at the title. In the main event, Brock Lesnar addressed the new number 1 contender for the WWE Championship, Eddie Guerrero. Lesnar expressed his belief that as a former NCAA champion and current WWE champion, he was as clean and formidable as they come, suggesting that Guerrero, a former addict, couldn't defeat him. Eddie didn't hold back, and with a peculiar glint in his eye filled with pride, he openly acknowledged that he was indeed an addict, fully agreeing with Brock's assessment. Guerrero declared that there was no way Brock was going to stand in his way of winning the WWE Championship and experiencing that high once again. The show concluded with the crowd going absolutely wild for Eddie Guerrero. And just like that, No Way Out arrived. The opening match of the night featured the United States Championship, where the Doctor of Thuganomics challenged the United States Champion, The Big Show, in a single match. Cena emerged victorious by defeating the reigning champion after delivering an FU. With this victory, he became the new United States Champion. In the second match, the Basham brothers defended the WWE Tag Team Championships against Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty, the members of Too Cool. Rikishi and Scotty 2 Hotty emerged victorious when Rikishi executed his signature maneuver, securing the win and becoming the new WWE Tag Team Champions. In the third match, Rey Mysterio defended his WWE Cruiserweight title against Chavo Guerrero in a singles match. Chavo Guerrero threw everything he had at the champion, Rey Mysterio, but unfortunately for Chavo, Mysterio was more than prepared for the onslaught. Mysterio sealed the victory by hitting Chavo with the 619 and then following it up with a springboard leg drop. With this impressive display, Rey Mysterio retained his Cruiserweight title and defeated Chavo Guerrero. In the fourth match, the Deadman, The Undertaker, squared off against the Olympic hero Kurt Angle. This match was undoubtedly a 5-star classic, with both superstars showcasing why they were the cornerstones of the Blue brand. However, in the end, The Undertaker emerged as the victor in this intense contest, sealing the match with a devastating tombstone piledriver delivered to Kurt Angle. In the main event, Brock Lesnar defended his WWE Championship against the challenger, Eddie Guerrero. In a critical moment, Brock accidentally struck his head with a steel chair. Guerrero capitalized on this opportunity, executing his signature move, the frog splash from the top rope. With that move, Eddie Guerrero secured the victory and became the new WWE champion. I made the Best Universe mode, but it's 2008. During this time frame, there is a brand split between Raw, SmackDown, and ECW, each with its own roster and only one pay-per-view. Let's start with Week 1. Monday Night Raw kicks off with the new World Heavyweight Champion, CM Punk. Punk takes the microphone and addresses the crowd. Welcome to Monday Night Raw. I have to say that the last 7 days have been pretty crazy, to say the least. But here I stand as your new World Heavyweight Champion. Many of you probably know that I am straight edge, which means I don't drink, I don't smoke, and I don't use drugs. But what you might not know is that I'm also a straight shooter when it comes to saying things. I've been feeling that there is some tension in the Monday Night roster, and with good reason, right? I mean, not only did this kid named CM Punk come over from ECW to Monday Night Raw, but now I'm their world champion as well. So if anybody has a problems with me, you can come down right now and tell it to my face. As CM Punk issues an open invitation, familiar music echoes throughout the arena. The Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, makes his entrance. Michaels says to Punk, first and foremost, congratulations on winning the heavyweight championship. And you're right, there is tension in the locker room regarding you as the new champion, but don't let it get to your head. When you reach the top of the mountain, there are always going to be critics. I know that better than anybody here, what it feels like to have tension around you. So my advice to you is that no matter what anybody else says, you should not feel ashamed about how you became champion, all right? Punk looks at Michaels with a smirk and a little bit of confusion in his eyes and says to him, "Why would I be ashamed?" Michaels' response is, it's not my place for me to comment on the subject. Punk retorts, "No, tell me, you already mentioned, the cat is out of the bag, why should I be ashamed? I won this title fair and square as the Money in the Bank contract pertains. A contract, may I add, I won by climbing a ladder and beating 6 other men, so I don't understand why you would say that." As Punk finishes that sentence, the music of the animal Batista hits. Batista joins Michaels and Punk in the ring and says the following, "He won't tell you, but I will. The only reason you won that championship is because of me. I'm the reason you became champion. You are standing right now in the same ring with 2 men who won their first world championship by going through hell and beating the champion decisively. It took me 21 minutes of hell to become world champion, and for Shawn, it was more than an hour. So when he says that you should not feel ashamed for how you won, he is right. You shouldn't feel ashamed. You should be ashamed." Shawn intervenes saying, "Hey, let's calm down, all right? He's right. He did win that briefcase fair and square, so leave the kid alone." CM Punk replies, "You don't need to defend me. I can defend myself just fine. I say we stop talking, and we do something about it. In 2 weeks, at the Great American Bash, I will put my championship on the line against either of you two. After I beat the 2 of you, we can continue this conversation about how ashamed I should be." And just like that, a triple threat match for the World Heavyweight Championship was made. In our first match of the night, we saw the Glamazon Beth Phoenix with Santino Marella taking on Melina. Melina won the match after surprising Phoenix with a roll-up. Let's just say that Beth was not too happy about that. In the main event of the show, John Cena was set to address his future on Monday Night Raw. John took the microphone and said, "There has been a lot going on in the show tonight, but the most important thing is for each one of you in the crowd to have a good time. You pay your hard-earned money to come here every Monday night and support your favorite superstars. I appreciate those of you who cheer me, and I appreciate those of you who boo me. This is what all of this is about. Tonight I came here to talk about what's next for me. What's next is that title that is resting on the waist of CM Punk. You see, I've never held the World Heavyweight Championship before, so I am here to throw my name in the hat, and let's have John Cena versus CM Punk. As Cena was finishing his sentence, the Viper, alongside the members of Legacy, interrupted Cena. Orton, with a microphone in hand, said, "Cena, who the hell do you think you are to just come here and demand a title shot, huh? If anybody here is going to have a shot at the World Heavyweight title, it's me." Legacy started marching towards Cena, but Cena was not going to run. Cena went down and started fighting the members of Legacy, but there were too many people for Cena. In the end, the numbers gained the upper hand and Cena was defenseless. Orton hit Cena with an RKO, and Legacy celebrated as Cena was left unconscious in the middle of the ring. SmackDown kicked off with the WWE Champion Triple H. Hunter took the mic and addressed the crowd. "Welcome to SmackDown. Thanks to the draft, I'm now part of the SmackDown roster, and the WWE title has returned to this brand. I sense a different vibe in the air. With new superstars and a fresh champion on the show, let's seize the moment and provide an opportunity to someone new from the locker room." As Triple H finished talking, the music of the Rated R Superstar echoed across the arena. Edge made a beeline towards the ring and said, "You know what, Hunter? I think that's great. I was just robbed of my World Heavyweight Championship. Who in the hell accepts that somebody can come in with a briefcase and have a shot at the title whenever they want?" Triple H looked at Edge and said, "Isn't that how you won the title not once but twice?" Edge responded, "That's not the point, and that doesn't relate to the situation. Because nobody wants to help me, I came here to gladly accept your challenge." Triple H responded, "When I said someone new, I meant someone who has not been champion yet. Also, I don't think these people in the arena want to see you have another opportunity, so I say no." Edge got triggered and said, "You know, I knew you were going to pull something like this. You have always tried to keep me down, but I came prepared." Triple H looked at Edge and said, "Oh, don't worry, I don't fear those edgeheads of yours." Edge answered with, "Well, then you are going to be thrilled. It's not them." All of a sudden, the Big Show came from behind, grabbing Triple H and hitting the chokeslam. Now, Edge and Big Show were assaulting Triple H, but a bell rang throughout the arena, the lights went dark, and the Undertaker appeared. Undertaker evened the score. Now, Triple H delivered a pedigree to Edge. Edge and Big Show retreated, and Taker and Hunter stood in the middle of the ring. Teddy announced that the main event would be a tag team match. Playa? With the team of Edge and Big Show taking on Triple H and The Undertaker. In our first match of the night, we witnessed Vladimir Kozlov facing off against Jesse. Kozlov secured the victory by executing his signature maneuver. The Moscow Mauler is certainly building momentum. I suppose he'll become champion one day. Or not. In the second match of the night, we witnessed the United States champion Shelton Benjamin defeating MVP in a non-title match. It was time for the main event, where Edge, accompanied by the tag team champions Zack Ryder and Kurt Hawkins, teamed up with the Big Show against Triple H and The Undertaker. After a wild match, Triple H managed to hit the Big Show with the pedigree. Hunter and Taker won the match and ended the show standing strong in the middle of the ring. In week 2, John Cena kicked off the show to address the beatdown provided by Legacy last week. Cena said, "I didn't come here to talk today. I came here to fight. I am ready to take on any member of Legacy individually or separately, so come down to the ring right now." The members of Legacy came down to the ring to face Cena in a handicap match. Cena was getting the best of the tag team champions, putting them down with a double attitude adjustment. That's when the Viper appeared. He tried to hit Cena with an RKO, but Cena was ready. Cena countered with an attitude adjustment to Orton, and Cena stood tall. In the second match of the night, we had a rematch between the women's champion and Melina. Once again, Melina upset the champ by winning with a roll-up. But this time, Beth was not going to stand still. She went after Melina and gave her a beatdown outside the ring. In our third match of the night, we had a fatal four-way match for the Intercontinental Championship. The participants included Rey Mysterio, JBL, Kofi Kingston, and the champion Chris Jericho. Jericho hit Rey with a code breaker, JBL hit Jericho with a clothesline from hell, and Kofi hit JBL with Trouble in Paradise, pinning JBL and winning the match to become the new Intercontinental Champion. After the match, Kofi was having an interview backstage when Jericho interrupted him. Jericho said, "Listen to me, Junior. You did not pin me out there. Give me my title back." Kofi responded to Chris, saying, "I won that match fair and square. Now, if you want a rematch, you got it." Jericho retorted, "A rematch, huh?" and proceeded to bang Kofi's head against the Raw screen behind them. It was time for the main event. We were going to witness the World Heavyweight Champion in action. CM Punk was set to take on William Regal. Punk won the match after hitting Regal with a GTS, but then Batista hit Punk from behind, Batista with Punk and a Batista bomb. But wait, sweet chin music to Batista. The show ended with only Michaels on his feet. The show started with a banger. the Great Khali against The Undertaker. Taker was dominating Khali when the Big Show pulled Undertaker from outside the ring, just as Taker had done to him before. Big Show proceeded to give a beatdown to Undertaker, with the cherry on top being a devastating chokeslam to Taker on the announce table. In our second match, we saw Deuce and Domino, accompanied by Cherry, taking on Jesse and Festus. Deuce and Domino emerged victorious after Domino executed his signature move on Jesse. In our third match, the charismatic enigma Jeff Hardy faced off against MVP. Hardy won the match after hitting the Swanton Bomb on MVP. After the match, Jeff took a microphone and said, "I have something I want to say. I've been known by many names here in WWE, but the next name I want all of you to know me for is Jeff Hardy, WWE Champion." The crowd cheered for Jeff, but Umaga attacked him from behind. Umaga grabbed Jeff and hit him with a Samoan spike, but this wasn't enough. Umaga took Jeff outside the ring and threw him against every possible physical object he could find. In the main event, it was Triple H against a member of the family. However, the match never started because all three members of the family jumped Triple H at the same time. Then Edge delivered a spear to the game. The show ended with Edge on top and Triple H laid unconscious in the ring. And just like that, it was time for the Great American Bash. In the first match, we saw The Undertaker taking on The Big Show. The Undertaker won the match by submission after The Big Show tapped out to the Hell's Gate. Our second match was for the ECW Championship, where Kane challenged the champion Mark Henry. Henry retained the title after hitting the world's strongest slam on Kane. In our third match, Jeff Hardy faced Umaga. Hardy emerged victorious in this match after hitting Umaga with a Swanton Bomb. With this win, Jeff was now free to pursue the WWE title. In our fourth match, Kofi Kingston defended his newly won Intercontinental Championship against Chris Jericho. Kingston retained the title by winning after hitting Jericho with a Trouble in Paradise. In the fifth match, we saw John Cena facing off against Randy Orton in a singles match. At one point in the match, both Cody and Ted rushed into the ring, only to be received with an attitude adjustment from Cena. However, it was at this moment that Randy Orton capitalized with an RKO, securing the victory over Cena. The sixth match was for the WWE Championship, with Edge challenging Triple H for the title. This match was filled with interference. Ryder got into the ring to distract Triple H as Edge was preparing to hit a spear on the game. However, Triple H managed to move out of the way, and Edge inadvertently speared Ryder. Seizing the opportunity, Triple H hit Edge with the pedigree to retain the WWE Championship. The main event was a triple threat match for the World Heavyweight Championship featuring the challengers Shawn Michaels and the Animal Batista taking on the champion CM Punk. CM Punk hit Batista with the GTS, but out of nowhere, Michaels delivered a sweet chin music to Punk, winning the World Heavyweight Championship. Can CM Punk regain his championship from Shawn Michaels? Can Jeff Hardy overcome the game and become WWE Champion? Find out in this episode of Universe Mode 2008. Guys, as always, we start week 1 with Monday Night Raw. The new World Heavyweight Champion, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, kicked off the show. Michaels started addressing the crowd by saying, "Before I get going, I have to say that it never occurred to me at this stage of my career that I'd be standing right here as your new World Heavyweight Champion. I know my career doesn't have much time left, so I'm going to enjoy every second being your new World Heavyweight Champion." As the crowd was cheering, the music of the former champion CM Punk echoed across the arena. Punk got in the ring and said the following: "I'm not here to make any excuses. That's not the type of man that I am. If something I have learned in this life is that there are setbacks, that you need to fall in order to learn how to get back up. So I'm here, Shawn, to ask for my rematch for the World Heavyweight title." But now Punk and Shawn had company. The Viper, Randy Orton, was here. Orton walked to the ring with a microphone in hand saying, "Hey Punk, everybody knows that you were just a fluke. If you get another shot, it's going to be the exact same result. Now why don't you allow someone who actually won his match to get a shot at the title, or I could kick both of your heads off right now." But all of a sudden, Cena got in the ring. Cena was beating Orton. Cena took Orton to the outside. The crowd went nuts. Cena and Orton exchanged punches outside the ring. Cena threw Orton against the barricade. Meanwhile, inside the ring, Shawn doesn't know that Punk is measuring him. I thought Punk was about to hit Michaels with the GTS, but in the end, he only tapped his shoulder and let the Heartbreak Kid enjoy his moment. Backstage, the Animal Batista was addressing his loss from the previous night at the Great American Bash. "Unlike Punk, I don't have a rematch for the title, so I need to go back to the drawing board and find a way to get back to the top." As Batista was addressing his future, a familiar face walked up to him. It was Rey Mysterio. Mysterio said to Batista, "Hey Dave, I know how you must be feeling after losing last night, so I thought I could cheer you up. I talked to management, and they told me if I find a partner tonight, I could have a shot at the tag titles. What do you say we go for another run as tag team champions? Batista responded with a grin. Tag team titles, huh? Let's do it. They raised their hands in a celebratory gesture, ready to embark on this new journey together. Now it was time for a Beat the Clock challenge where both Punk and Michaels were set to have singles matches. The stakes were high, as the one who won their match earlier would get to pick the stipulation for their match at SummerSlam. Punk stepped up first and defeated Snitsky with a GTS in a lightning-fast 6 minutes, setting the time to beat for Michaels. Now it was time for the main event where Batista and Rey Mysterio were poised to challenge Cody and Ted for the coveted tag team titles. However, just as the match was about to begin, a shocking turn of events unfolded. Batista, in a stunning act of betrayal, executed a devastating Batista bomb on Rey Mysterio, leaving him incapacitated. With Rey down and out, Ted seized the opportunity, covering Rey and securing the victory for his team. The arena buzzed with confusion and disbelief as fans and fellow wrestlers alike were left wondering, why did Batista do that to Rey? ECW Week 1 kicked off with a single match featuring Matt Hardy against John Morrison with Miz at ringside. Morrison won after hitting Hardy with a Starship Pain. In the main event, the ECW champion Mark Henry addressed the crowd before his match. I am the world's strongest man, which means that I am the most dominant champion in all of WWE. There is not a single man backstage who can beat me. Putting me in a match on free TV is an insult to me and a waste of time for all of you. That being said, send my next victim. It was Evan Bourne who was set to take on Henry. Henry was so furious that he inflicted more punishment than was necessary to put Evan down. After the match concluded, Tommy Dreamer came out to make the save with a kendo stick in hand, neutralizing the world's strongest man and giving Henry an ECW beatdown. SmackDown kicked off with the WWE champion Triple H. Hunter said, last Sunday at the Bash, not only did I beat Edge and retain the WWE Championship, but I did it after defeating every single member of the family. As far as I'm concerned, Edge and I are done, and I wonder who my opponent might be at the next pay-per-view. A familiar bell sound echoed throughout the arena, signaling the arrival of The Undertaker. The dead man made his way to the ring and addressed Triple H, saying, last week I helped you fight the Big Show and Edge, and now I am here to collect. What do you say? You and me for the WWE title at SummerSlam? But right at that moment, Jeff Hardy's theme music hit, and Hardy joined The Undertaker and Triple H in the ring. He proclaimed, I've been climbing ladders, jumping from altitudes, and right now it's my time to have an opportunity for the WWE Championship. Undertaker looked at Hardy and sternly said, listen, young man, if you want a shot at the title, you're going to have to go through me first. Hardy replied confidently, fine by me, bring it on. Triple H chimed in, acknowledging the enormity of the situation. This match is too big to be contained by a normal referee. For this match, I'll be the guest referee, and I'll make sure that the right contender wins. And just like that, guys, a banger was made for later on tonight. In the first match of the night, we were going to see the Big Show against the Great Khali. The match became chaotic, given the immense size of these two super heavyweights, with even the game glitching at times. In the end, the match concluded in a draw because both of them took the fight to the outside and even brawled into the crowd. Eventually, security, referees, and management had to intervene to try and calm the two men down. It was time for the main event, where the charismatic enigma Jeff Hardy was taking on The Undertaker for a chance to become the #1 contender for the WWE Championship, with Triple H serving as the special guest referee. The match was going exceptionally well, and the crowd was loving every moment of it. Both The Undertaker and Jeff had fantastic chemistry in the ring. But right before we could determine a winner, the family intervened. Edge attacked Triple H, while Ryder and Hawkins went after Taker and Jeff outside the ring, striking both of them with a chair. The show ended in a no contest due to the chaotic interference from the family. Monday Night Raw kicked off with John Cena, who had a microphone in hand. Cena addressed the audience, saying, everybody in this arena tonight knows that I stand for 3 things: hustle, loyalty, and respect. That brings me to Randy Orton and the goons that follow him. I appreciate the hustle, but you 3 forgot about respect, and I'm going to make an example out of you 3 of what that word means. Randy Orton, alongside Ted, appeared on the Titantron. Randy responded, Cena, how many times do I need to RKO you so you understand that you do not stand a chance against me? But fine. If you can find 2 other competitors in the back who want to pick a fight against me and the rest of Legacy, I'll see you out there tonight. Now the ball was in John Cena's court. In our first match of the night, we saw the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, in a Beat the Clock challenge against JBL. Shawn had to beat the 6 minutes from Punk, but unfortunately for Shawn, he could not beat JBL under 6 minutes. This meant that Punk had the privilege of selecting the stipulation for their upcoming showdown, and he opted for a Chicago street fight match. Rey Mysterio was seeking answers regarding why Batista had attacked him the previous week just before their title match. Rey began by saying, "Dave, what happened to us, man? I thought we were brothers. What you did to me last week was uncalled for and a coward attack. Just like me and the people watching this video, come out right now and explain yourself." Batista's music hits as he walks out to the arena. Batista said, "That's the problem, Rey. Who are you to tell me anything? Last week, when you told me that as a consolation prize, you went out and found me an opportunity for the tag team titles, that's when I knew I hit rock bottom. Since when does Rey Mysterio think he can get me anything? I am the man around here, Rey. You and me, we are not on the same level. All right then, Dave, what do you say about you against me?" Batista looks at Rey for a moment, then smiles. "I don't want to hurt you, Rey, but you asked for it. So the next time I see you will also be the last time. Everybody else sees you too." And just like that, another match has been added to the SummerSlam card. The main event for the night had arrived, featuring Randy Orton and his Legacy faction facing off against John Cena and 2 surprise partners. Cena, with an element of surprise, revealed that his partners for the match were none other than JTG and Shad Gaspard, the members of Crime Time. In an electrifying match, Cena and Crime Time emerged victorious when Cena executed an attitude adjustment on Cody Rhodes for the win. This thrilling conclusion marked the end of Week 2 on Raw. Week 2 of ECW kicked off with a single match between Finlay and Kane. The Big Red Machine emerged victorious, securing the win after delivering a devastating chokeslam to Finlay. In the main event, we saw Tommy Dreamer addressing his championship match against Mark Henry at SummerSlam. Dreamer declared, "This might be my last chance at winning the ECW championship. This match is dedicated to all my brothers from that era. And as for Mark Henry, you might be the world's strongest man, but I am the innovator of violence. I will see you at SummerSlam." SmackDown kicked off with Edge coming to the ring alongside Ryder and Hawkins. Edge took a microphone and said, "What happened last week was nothing. I will keep this up until I win the WWE Championship again." That's when the bell of The Undertaker rang and the dead man was here. The dead man, by himself, took out every member of the family on his own. It was only him and Edge, and Taker grabbed Edge and hit him with a tombstone pile driver, and the crowd was loving it. Later backstage, we saw The Undertaker interacting with Jeff Hardy. Taker let Hardy know that he would allow him to challenge Triple H for the WWE Championship at SummerSlam while he took care of Edge. In the first match of the show, we witnessed Mr. Kennedy challenging the gold standard Shelton Benjamin for the United States Championship. Kennedy emerged victorious, securing the title after delivering his signature move. In the main event, we witnessed Jeff Hardy and Triple H facing off against Umaga and Vladimir Kozlov. Hardy and Hunter secured the victory when Triple H executed a pedigree on Umaga, followed by a Swanton bomb from Jeff Hardy. After the match concluded, WWE Champion Triple H and the #1 contender Jeff Hardy found themselves in the middle of the ring. Tensions were running high as their singles match for the title was on the horizon. And in the blink of an eye, SummerSlam had arrived. In the opening match of the night, John Cena defeated Randy Orton with his STF submission hold. It's worth noting that in this match, any member of Legacy was banned from ringside. Following that, in the second match, Mark Henry successfully retained his ECW championship in an Extreme Rules match against Tommy Dreamer. In the third match of the night, the Great Khali emerged victorious against The Big Show, countering a chokeslam and executing his signature move for the win. Moving on to the fourth match, Batista defeated Rey Mysterio by delivering a devastating Batista bomb. In the fifth match, Shawn Michaels defended the World Heavyweight title against CM Punk in a Chicago street fight. Michaels appeared to be on the verge of victory, but out of nowhere, Chris Jericho interfered in the match, hitting Michaels with a code breaker. Taking advantage of the situation, Punk grabbed Michaels and executed a GTS, regaining the World Heavyweight title. In the sixth match of the evening, Triple H defended his WWE Championship against Jeff Hardy. Jeff countered a move from Triple H and connected with a twist of fate, followed by a Swanton bomb, securing his first WWE Championship victory. And, like Jim Ross would say, from Daredevil to Enigma to WWE Champion, Jeff Hardy is on top of the world. In the seventh match of the evening, Carlito and Primo secured a victory over Zack Ryder and Curt Hawkins, earning themselves the prestigious WWE Tag Team Championships. Finally, in the main event inside Hell in a Cell, The Undertaker faced off against Edge. The Undertaker emerged victorious by delivering a devastating chokeslam from the top rope, sending Edge crashing through a flaming table. Guys, if you enjoyed this video, be sure to check out part 1 by clicking on the video in the left-hand corner. What if you could play in any era in WWE 2K23? In this video, we're going to take a look at how this would look. All right, guys, many of you have been commenting about WWE 2K adding an era mode just like in the NBA games where you can play in any era. That's why I'm making this video. I think that would be pretty cool, especially because us wrestling fans are as passionate about the past as we are about the present, and sometimes it's not enough to just have the current thing. So 2K, if you're watching, let's get that era mode in WWE 2K24. Now Shawn pulls off the reversal and bam, sweet chin music out of nowhere. By the way, guys, I'm torn between Universe Mode 1997 or 2008. Drop your thoughts and let me know which one you'd prefer to see first. Now, let's hop into the 2000 era. We're set to play a match for the WWF Tag Team titles, and we're going to roll with the Hardy Boys. Quick thing, I'm a bit in the dark about era mode in NBA games. If any of you have given them a shot, do they switch up how the players look as time goes on? I'm guessing they do. But here's the twist. WWE is a different beast. People change their looks every 6 months or so. That got me thinking. Can WWE 2K pull off those changes as smoothly as NBA 2K? Fill me in, guys. Your thoughts in the comments would be much appreciated. While I was searching for an entrance similar to Too Cool, I noticed how much the New Day's entrance resembles the vibe that they had with the dancing and stuff. But you know, how cool would it be to see that dance again, or at least have the entrance and victory motions? Too Cool was a prominent wrestling faction in WWE during the late 1990s and early 2000s. Comprising 3 distinct personalities, the group brought a combination of athleticism, charisma, and entertainment to the ring. The trio consisted of Rikishi, known for his powerful in-ring presence and distinctive dance moves, Scotty 2 Hotty, recognized for his unique breakdancing routine and agility, and Grandmaster Sexay, who added a charismatic flair to the group with his flashy attire and showmanship. Too Cool's appeal extended beyond their wrestling skills. Their infectious dance routines and vibrant personalities resonated with audiences, making them a fan-favorite act. Their performances brought a lighthearted and entertaining element to WWE programming during an era marked by intense rivalries and larger-than-life personas. The New Age Outlaws emerged as a pivotal wrestling duo during the late 1990s in WWE, leaving an indelible mark on the industry. Comprised of Billy Gunn and Road Dogg, this tag team combined ring prowess with charismatic mic skills, creating a well-rounded and captivating package. Billy Gunn, recognized for his exceptional athleticism and strength, brought a solid foundation to the team's in-ring performances. Meanwhile, Road Dogg, with his undeniable charisma and gift for cutting captivating promos, served as the verbal anchor of the partnership. What set the New Age Outlaws apart was their ability to connect with the audience on multiple levels. Their popular catchphrases and confident swagger endeared them to fans, while their chemistry and seamless teamwork within the squared circle showcased their wrestling prowess. Chris Jericho's tenure in WCW marked a significant chapter in his wrestling journey, showcasing his talents and paving the way for his future success. Jericho quickly established himself as a charismatic and versatile performer. His repertoire of moves and technical prowess set him apart from the competition, allowing him to engage in thrilling matches with a variety of opponents. Beyond his wrestling abilities, Jericho's gift for mic work became increasingly evident. His sharp wit and confident promos allowed him to connect with the audience and make a lasting impression. His persona evolved over time, transitioning from a cocky and flashy heel to a beloved fan favorite. Despite his talents, Jericho's opportunities for major championships were limited in WCW. However, his time there was instrumental in shaping his career. Jericho's desire for more creative freedom and a greater platform eventually led him to make a pivotal decision, leaving WCW and joining WWE. Booker T's reign as WCW television champion marked a pivotal phase in his wrestling journey, showcasing his exceptional talent and solidifying his status as a top-tier performer. Stepping into the spotlight during the late 1990s, Booker T's charisma, athleticism, and natural connection with the audience propelled him to greatness. His dynamic wrestling style, combining power moves with agility, kept fans on the edge of their seats during every match. Diamond Dallas Page's run in WCW was a meteoric rise that epitomized the underdog story. Transitioning from a manager to a full-fledged wrestler, DDP's perseverance and work ethic paid off. His diamond cutter finisher became legendary, and his journey from obscurity to becoming a multiple-time WCW World Heavyweight Champion remains one of wrestling's most inspiring tales. I love this attire from Kane. It's the same attire he wore in No Mercy N64. Kane's entrance onto the WWE scene was nothing short of epic. Introduced as The Undertaker's long-lost brother, Kane made his debut at Bad Blood in 1997 during the first ever Hell in a Cell match. With his ominous presence, red and black attire, and a horrifying mask, Kane left an indelible mark. His rivalry with The Undertaker and subsequent journey as a dominant force solidified his place as one of WWE's most iconic and enduring characters. All right, guys, now let's go back to the year 2000 and play as the Olympic hero, Mr. Kurt Angle, one of the greatest of all time in WWE and undoubtedly a contender for the best theme song in the history of WWE. In the year 2000, Kurt Angle's presence in WWE was nothing short of exceptional. Debuting in 1999, Angle quickly rose to prominence. His Olympic gold medalist persona and impeccable in-ring skills set him apart. Throughout 2000, Angle's feuds and matches, including classics with Triple H, The Rock, and others, showcased his versatility and ability to deliver on the grandest stages. Angle's rapid ascent and contributions in 2000 solidified his legacy as one of WWE's elite performers. Now let's switch back to the NWO, brother. I spotted this Hulk Hogan in the community creations, and I absolutely love the attire. I think having something like this by default would be great. The clash between NWO and NWO Wolfpack was a defining moment in wrestling history. Within the NWO faction emerged a division known as NWO Wolfpack, featuring fan-favorite members. This split created an intense rivalry as two factions battled for supremacy. The original NWO aimed for power and domination, while the Wolfpack, led by Sting and Kevin Nash, embodied a rebellious spirit. The clashes between these factions electrified audiences, showcasing the internal power struggle and the dynamic evolution of NWO's legacy. During 1996 to 1997, Owen Hart's presence in WWE was marked by his transformation from a charismatic high flyer to a more aggressive and calculating competitor. Owen's rivalry with his brother Bret Hart took center stage, fueled by personal animosity and familial tensions. Owen's determination to step out of Bret's shadow led to intense matches and emotionally charged promos. In the same time frame, Rocky Maivia burst onto the scene as a charismatic and energetic young talent. However, his initial reception wasn't always positive, as some audiences found him too wholesome. Recognizing the need for change, Rocky evolved into The Rock, embracing a brash and cocky attitude. This transformation laid the foundation for his legendary rise in the years that followed, becoming one of WWE's most iconic figures. What if we also threw some ECW into the mix? In the world of extreme wrestling, ECW stood as a revolutionary force that pushed boundaries and redefined the sport. Two standout figures who left an indelible mark on the brand were Sabu and Raven. Sabu embodied the spirit of ECW like few others. Known as the homicidal, suicidal, genocidal wrestler, Sabu's daredevil style and disregard for personal safety defined him. His innovative use of tables, chairs, and high-flying maneuvers became hallmarks of the brand's hardcore wrestling. Raven brought a different dimension to ECW, showcasing the importance of psychological warfare. With his brooding demeanor and knack for manipulating both opponents and fans, Raven became a master of mind games. His deep-rooted rivalries and psychological manipulation added a layer of storytelling complexity to ECW's matches. I made the best Royal Rumble match, but it's 2024. We are going to see some epic returns, and the person I picked to win is probably going to create some controversy in the comments. Let's start with the first two entrants. The first entrants in this year's Royal Rumble match are AJ Styles and Master Gable himself. You know how the Royal Rumbles are? They both went in trying to eliminate each other quickly. Ricochet joined both of them at number 3, and I think you can call this a partial return. We saw Dolph Ziggler coming in hot at number 4. No one has been eliminated so far in the Rumble match, and who is going to be number 5? No way! None other than Santino Marella making a return to the WWE in the Royal Rumble match. I think Santino would get a huge pop the next time we see him back in WWE. By the way, while Santino was making his way to the ring, Ricochet was eliminated. Also, as you just saw, The Miz was the number 6 entrant in this year's Rumble. The number 7 entrant to the Rumble match was the original bro, Matt Riddle. I honestly thought Riddle would have won a Rumble match by now, but they have not pushed the button with him yet. And I do know that he had some personal issues a couple of months ago that had him out of action for a while. There were 6 people in the Rumble match, with AJ Styles and Gable still in the ring. Number 8 is coming to the ring, and the number 8 entrant to the Rumble is going to be the current United States champion, the master of the 619, Rey Mysterio. The ring is starting to fill up with superstars, and here comes the next entrant. Coming in hot at number 9 is the former United States champion, A-Town Down, Austin Theory. Now, I have to say, I don't know how things are going to be next year by the time the Rumble comes, so I'm just describing things as they are right now. And Theory eliminates Santino. It was time for number 10 to enter the ring, and it was none other than the enforcer of the Bloodline, Solo Sikoa, making his first, I believe, Royal Rumble match appearance. Now, coming in at number 11 is a guy fresh out of jail, the current North American champion, and an important member of Judgment Day, Dirty Dom, Dominik Mysterio. This marks his 4th time in the Rumble. And even though some fans still see Dominik as a newcomer in some ways, he has definitely developed a lot in the last year since joining Judgment Day. Solo Sikoa with Rey. No! Rey gets eliminated by Solo. Now making his entrance to the Royal Rumble match, the Ring General Gunther. He is still, to this date, the current Intercontinental Champion. Let's see if he manages to hold that title until the Rumble match. Entrant number 13 is the former WWE Champion, the Scottish psychopath Drew McIntyre. Could he join the likes of Cena, Triple H, and Austin and become a 2-time Royal Rumble winner? Entrant number 14 is the former Universal Champion Finn Balor. And with this, his fellow member of Judgment Day, Dominik Mysterio, is going to get some backup. With Finn being a little possessive regarding the spotlight, could he allow another member of Judgment Day to win the Rumble and punch their ticket to the main event of WrestleMania? Speaking of the Judgment Day, coming in at number 15 is the current holder of the Money in the Bank, Damian Priest. Now, almost every member of the group is in the ring. This is starting to look easy for the Judgment Day. Now we're just 3 seconds away from finding out who the next entrant in the 2024 Royal Rumble match will be. Making his return after an injury, the monster among men, Braun Strowman. Strowman has been out with a neck injury, and the monster went right after the Judgment Day. Now, we have 5 superstars in the ring again. Unfortunately, Dominik was eliminated, so we now only have 2 members from Judgment Day, and joining them are Austin Theory, Strowman, and Drew McIntyre. Now, we're past the halfway point in this Rumble match, and making his entrance at number 17 is Omos. Get ready for a collision in the ring with the Nigerian Giant and the monster among men. But besides those two, McIntyre and Priest are pretty big themselves. I don't know if this ring can get any heavier. No way! The Big Red Machine, Kane, is back in the Royal Rumble match. This marks his 24th appearance in the match. The monster among men, the Nigerian Giant, and the Big Red Machine all in the ring at the same time. This is pandemonium. Let's see who's coming next. Are you kidding me? At number 19, we have the former WWE Champion, Bobby Lashley, joining the likes of Omos, Kane, and Strowman. This is absolutely crazy. Now we're just moments away from number 20. And at number 20, we have the former tag team champion, formerly known as the Honorary Use, the hero from Montreal, Sami Zayn. And Zayn going right after Priest. Now Kane is gone, and it's time to see who's going to be number 21. And there it is. Number 21 is none other than the former winner of the 2023 Royal Rumble match, the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes. Coming in hot at number 22 is the former Universal and Tag Team Champion, the prizefighter, Kevin Owens. And as the prizefighter, you know he's coming to win it. Owens is seeking to go back to back to back in the main event of WrestleMania again. But wait, it's Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns with Cody. Oh my God, Roman Reigns just eliminated Cody Rhodes from the Rumble. Oh my God, what did we just witness? Why did Roman... you guys know that Roman never does his dirty work himself. Why did he decide to do it this time? I am so confused. Well, let's refocus on the Rumble. As Michael Cole would say, all of a sudden, it's fight night because the Celtic Warrior is here. Let's see who's coming next. Oh my goodness, Carlito, Kirby, and Cool is back. The last time we saw Carlito was in Puerto Rico when he helped Bad Bunny and the LWO take on the Judgment Day. I don't know if it's because I'm the booker, but this Royal Rumble has been insane. Now we're just moments away from number 25. Who might it be? Yeah, let me talk to you. At number 25, coming in hot, it's LA Knight, and he is one of the fan favorites to win the Rumble match. Now the ring is full of superstars again, and anybody currently in the ring could be the winner. Okay, guys, I don't know what happened. Maybe it's because the ring was full of superstars, but there was a major cleanup in the ring. Now, Edge is making a return as number 26 here in the Rumble, and there are only 4 superstars left in the ring. Now, we're just a few superstars away from... Oh my God, it's John Cena. Guys, John Cena is coming in at number 27. Now, Edge and Cena are in the ring at the same time. This brings back so many memories. Cena is going right after Sheamus. I still remember those rivalries between Sheamus and Cena back in late 2009 and early 2010. In fact, both Edge and Sheamus won their first championships by beating Cena. We've seen so many returns and big superstars in this Rumble, I don't even know who the last 3 participants could be. But wait, no way! The Beast is back too, guys. Brock Lesnar is here. Oh my god, I can't believe it. Almost everyone in the ring is a top-tier Hall of Famer. At this point, I don't even know who could win this Rumble match. No freaking way, CM Punk is back in WWE. We haven't seen Punk in a WWE ring in the last 10 years. Now with Punk coming in at number 29, who could possibly be number 30? Holy. This is crazy. The Viper is back. Randy Orton is coming in at number 30. Orton has been absent after battling a back injury. Now, it's only Punk and Orton in the ring. Both men have achieved so much in WWE. Punk has never won a Royal Rumble before and hasn't main evented WrestleMania. But the crowd wants Randy to win too. Guys, let me know in the comments, if this were to happen, who do you pick to win? Orton was gaining back momentum, hitting a power slam on Punk. He was starting to hear voices in his head, but Punk countered. He kicked Randy in the head, and then out of nowhere, CM Punk with a clothesline. CM Punk has done it. From straight edge to the voice of the voiceless, from a disappointing career in the UFC to a problem maker, and from being a problem maker to Mr. Royal Rumble winner and your main event of WrestleMania. But wait, Seth Rollins' music hits. What is the WWE World Heavyweight Champion doing here? Guys, I don't know if you remember, but Seth came out a couple of months ago telling Punk to stay away from WWE. Now Punk has a ticket to challenge any champion at WrestleMania, and it's very uncommon for the champion to challenge the Rumble winner. But that's exactly what Seth is throwing on the table. Do you want to see Seth Rollins versus CM Punk for the title in the main event of WrestleMania Night 1? Let me know in the comments down below. I made the best universe mode, but it's 1999. In this time frame, there are a lot of different factions in the WWE. The Undertaker is the leader of a cult called the Ministry of Darkness. Vince McMahon, alongside his son Shane and The Rock, are part of a group called the Corporation. Triple H is the leader of Degeneration X, and mixed in all of this is the Rattlesnake, Stone Cold Steve Austin. We are going to see all these factions collide. Let's start at the beginning. Guys, I know many of you are familiar with the New Age Outlaws, and many of you probably know Bradshaw. However, you might not be familiar with Farouk, and the fact that they had a group called APA, but during this time, they were in the Ministry of Darkness with The Undertaker. So I thought, what would be better than to put the Ministry of Darkness against DX? This is just regular TV back in 1999, a degenerate group against the leader of a sinister cult whose leader is dead. But this is wrestling, so it makes sense. The Undertaker grabbed Triple H by the neck and hit him with the choke slam. The war between these two factions was on. And over the next couple of weeks, DX and the Ministry of Darkness went at each other's throats. It was made official. The Undertaker was going to take on Triple H at SummerSlam. It was finally time for The Undertaker and Triple H to face each other one-on-one. There were many interruptions during the match. APA attacked Triple H and the New Age Outlaws took care of them. Then Viscera attacked Billy Gunn backstage and X-Pac was injured after a match against Kane. The Undertaker took advantage of the previous attacks done by the APA onto Triple H. He picked him up, tombstone pile-drivered him into the canvas and pinned him, winning the full-out war between the Ministry of Darkness and D-Generation X. Guys, we still haven't seen how all of these factions are going to collide together, how Edge and Christian, who are also members of the Ministry of Darkness, are going to get involved in all of this, and we still haven't seen the Hardy Boys. But before we get there, we need to make a stop here. Guys, I know many of you have probably seen this title in the game, but yes, there used to be a title back in the day called the European Championship, so one of the matches I made for SummerSlam was D'Lo Brown against the champion Shane McMahon. D'Lo won the match and became the new champion. This title was active from 1997 until 2002 when it was unified with the Intercontinental title. Another match I made for SummerSlam was this one. The Big Red Machine, Kane, has targeted Mankind as his latest victim. Mankind is the current WWE Hardcore Champion and is known for his tolerance for pain. Apparently, Kane wants to see if Mankind can really endure as much pain as he can. Kane has completely lost it. He is obviously hurting from the inside and cannot accept the fact that Mankind likes to feel pain. Kane does not believe that anybody can enjoy feeling pain, so he grabbed a steel chair and hit Mankind many times over. Kane is seeking for Mankind to admit that he doesn't like pain, that pain is not good. And just like that, SummerSlam arrived. It was time to find out who could take more pain between Kane and Mankind, and the bout was for the Hardcore title. These two tried everything they could to take down the other, and Kane was looking for Mankind to admit he does not enjoy pain. After a very close match, Mankind took the best from Kane, but that was not enough to beat him. In the end, Mankind proved he could take more pain from Kane, and he won the match, retaining the belt. Another match I made for SummerSlam was the Olympic hero Kurt Angle against The Big Show. By the way, guys, let me know in the comments if you are enjoying the Universe Mode series and which time frame or era you would like to see next. Kurt and Big Show were two of the biggest rising stars of this era. The Big Show had already found success in WCW, but decided to make the jump to the WWE. Although Angle was not part of any of these factions, he was an important player in 1999. The Big Show was dominating the match, and it looked like he was going to come out as the winner. The Big Show was moments away from putting Angle down for good, but Kurt was slick. He was not about to let Big Show disrespect him like that. He turned the tables, hit Big Show with the Olympic Slam, and finally got the W. Guys, this is finally the moment we all have been waiting for. One of the biggest rivalries of all time was Stone Cold against The Rock. Back in 1999, The Rock was aligned with Vince McMahon and was known as the corporate champion. He is feuding with WWE champion Stone Cold Steve Austin. Steve has taken on The Rock and the rest of the corporation. Austin has had enough. He even went after the Ministry of Darkness and helped the Hardy Boys secure a win against Edge and Christian, hitting Edge with the stunner, and Jeff putting Christian away after hitting the Twist of Fate. Stone Cold even stunned the Big Boss Man on the front ramp. He took out Big Show backstage, throwing him against the car and the wall, and even gave him a stunner. He has brawled with The Rock many times on the road to SummerSlam. So it was made official. Stone Cold Steve Austin was going to defend his WWF title, as it was called at the time, against The Rock in the main event of SummerSlam. Could the Rattlesnake retain his title after making so many enemies on the road to the event? It was finally the main event for the WWE Championship, with The Rock challenging Stone Cold Steve Austin for the title. The match started with a fast pace, with Austin taking Rock to the corner. We saw many back and forth moments as these two guys know each other very well. Both Austin and Rock were trying to hurt their opponent early in pursuit of getting the victory. In a moment of the match, the arena was filled with many factions. It was almost a battle royale. When the dust settled, Steve and Rock were still in the ring, each trying to put the other down. Steve was looking to hit the stunner, but Rock countered, throwing him against the ropes and hitting the spine buster. The Rock was about to hit the people's elbow, but Austin countered. Austin hit the stunner for the cover. There was no way The Rock could kick out from that stunner. 1, 2, what? The Big Show is back, and Vince is also here now. Big Show hit Austin with a choke slam, and McMahon hit Austin with a chair. Now The Rock is alone with Austin. The Rock hit the rock bottom, and for the cover, 1, 2, 3. The corporation just screwed Austin. And this is how WWE used to be back in 1999. I made the best universe mode, but it's 2005. In this timeline, there is a brand split between Raw and SmackDown, so we will have two different rosters, different champions, and two distinct pay-per-views. Let's begin with Week 1. The show kicked off with a triple threat match to decide who would get a shot at the WWE Championship. It was Jericho, Angle, and Triple H in the ring. While Triple H was going for his pedigree move on Kurt, Kurt turned the tables and hit an Angle slam. Just then, Chris saw his chance, got Kurt out of the ring, and pinned Triple H for the win. After the match, both Triple H and Kurt tried to be sportsmanlike by reaching out for a handshake, but Triple H cheated and hit Kurt below the belt. In the second match of the night, we watched Tajiri facing off against Carlito. Carlito ended up winning the match by delivering a backstabber to Tajiri. In our third match, we had the WWE Women's Champion Trish Stratus taking on Victoria. Trish won after hitting a Stratus faction on Victoria and pinning her in the middle of the ring. In our fourth match, there was a one-on-one bout where the winner would earn a shot at the Intercontinental Championship at Unforgiven. It was between Rob Van Dam and Snitsky. After Van Dam secured the victory, the reigning champion Shelton Benjamin entered the ring to size up the new #1 contender. In our fifth match, as the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels was making his way to the ring, he was ambushed by Edge before his match against the Big Show. Edge's intention was to send a message to the locker room, and who better to do that with than Michaels? Shawn and the Big Show then engaged in a fierce match. In the end, Shawn managed to land the elbow drop, followed by Sweet Chin Music defeating the Big Show after a tough start. However, Edge reappeared, and Shawn was searching for him, but Edge attacked from behind. In the main event, the WWE champion John Cena was heading to the ring for a one-on-one match with one half of the tag team champions Trevor Murdoch. After their match concluded and Cena was celebrating his victory, Jericho, who earlier in the night had earned a #1 contender spot for the WWE Championship, came out to confront Cena. They were scheduled to clash at Unforgiven for the WWE title, and this marked the first week for Raw. The show started with a tag team match, Playa, where the United States champion teamed up with Bobby Lashley against Christian and JBL. After JBL took out Chris, he hit Lashley with a clothesline from hell, getting the W. In the second match, we witnessed Muhammad Hassan going one-on-one against Billy Kidman. Hassan won the match after making Kidman submit to his signature move. In the third match, we had another tag team match, Playa, and this one was to decide who gets a shot at the tag team championships. Eddie and Ray took on MNM. MNM came out on top after Nitro surprised Mysterio with a roll-up. After the match, Eddie seemed frustrated and gave Mysterio a push to the side. In the main event, we had a one-on-one match featuring the 5-time champ Booker T taking on the Dead Man, The Undertaker, for a chance at the World Heavyweight Championship at No Mercy. During a crucial moment in the match, the referee was accidentally knocked down, and that's when the Legend Killer, Randy Orton, intervened, hitting the RKO on Taker. This helped Booker T execute his signature move and secure the #1 contender spot for the World Heavyweight Championship. After Booker's victory, Batista made his way out to the ring to face Booker. They stood in the middle of the ring, face to face, bringing an end to the show and concluding Week 1. In Week 2 of Raw, we were supposed to witness a match between Regal and Van Dam. Unfortunately, as Rob was making his way to the ring, he was attacked from behind by the IC champ. So instead of RVD, we ended up having Regal versus Kurt Angle. It turned out to be a solid technical match that concluded with Angle making Regal submit using the ankle lock. However, as Kurt was bidding farewell to the crowd and heading backstage, Triple H launched a surprise attack on Angle from behind. Then Triple H proceeded to bring Kurt back to the ring and unleashed a series of chair shots on Angle's arm, the very same arm that Kurt had offered for a handshake last week on Raw. As you can see, guys, we were clearly building up to Unforgiven with these two. In our second match of the night, we saw the IC champ taking on Tajiri. Shelton won the match, and as he was celebrating, Rob Van Dam made his return after the attack by Shelton earlier. He struck the champ from behind and then grabbed the belt, hitting the champion with his own title. You could really feel the tensions boiling this week. In our third match of the night, we were going to witness Eugene against Triple H. However, as Triple H was making his way to the ring, Kurt Angle, who had received a wild attack from Triple H earlier today, came back. He hit Triple H in the back of the leg, got him in the ring, and gave Triple H the same beatdown he received earlier. Angle was smart, though, and he targeted the leg since he knew they would meet at Unforgiven. You could see that Kurt was still selling the attack by Triple H to the arm. Michaels and Edge had a brawl backstage. Michaels delivered a piledriver on Edge, and they used weapons during the fight, even battling on top of metal containers. Edge even struck Shawn with a bat, but Shawn responded with the sweet chin music, ending the altercation and standing tall this week. In the main event, we witnessed the WWE champion John Cena facing off against the Big Red Machine, Kane. After a tough and intense struggle between these two, Cena managed to execute the AA on Kane. Although Cena was a bit late with the cover, he still pinned the Big Red Monster. However, as Cena was celebrating, Kane struck him with a choke slam. This was the moment when the #1 contender for the title at Unforgiven seized the opportunity, hitting Cena with a chair to the leg. And that concluded Week 2 for Raw. In Week 2, the show kicked off with a singles match between Johnny Nitro from MNM and one half of the tag team champs, Brian Kendrick. Nitro managed to defeat Kendrick after executing a high-risk, high-reward move on him. Once the match ended, London went over to check on his partner. At that moment, Mercury and Nitro attacked the tag team champs from behind, launching a series of chair shots on them. This was a real ruthless attack by the #1 contenders. And talking about an attack, you can also attack this video by subscribing, sharing it, and hitting that like button. In the second match, following what went down last week, Rey Mysterio was scheduled for a singles match against Eddie Guerrero. Not even a second after the bell rang, Eddie charged at Rey and launched a barrage of punches in the corner. The match had a very tense atmosphere as these two former friends turned rivals went at each other's throats. Eddie and Rey were throwing punches back and forth. Out of the blue, Eddie chose to call it quits and gave up on the match. Rey wasn't willing to let him get away with it, so he went after Eddie to confront him. However, Eddie had something up his sleeve. He suddenly turned around and caught Rey off guard with a sudden hit. The match ended in a no contest, leaving everyone wondering what would happen next. In our third match, it was scheduled for Mr. Kennedy to go head-to-head against the legend killer Randy Orton. However, before the match could even begin, the lights went out, and the dead man, The Undertaker, made his presence felt as he sought to settle the score. Orton had denied Taker the opportunity to face Batista for the title at No Mercy, and now he was seeking revenge from Orton. In the main event, we witnessed the Animal Batista facing off against JBL in a singles match. Batista managed to defeat JBL by delivering a Batista bomb. However, the night wasn't done for the Animal. Booker T had his sights set on weakening the champ before No Mercy. He attacked Batista from behind and then struck him with the golden belt. The question remains, can Batista retain the title against Booker T at No Mercy? In the first match at Unforgiven for the Intercontinental Championship, Rob Van Dam defeated Shelton Benjamin to become the new Intercontinental Champion. In our second match at Unforgiven, we witnessed Trish Stratus defending her title against Lita. Trish successfully retained her women's championship by hitting Lita with a Stratus faction. In our third match, we saw the wrestling machine Kurt Angle squaring off against the King of Kings, Triple H. Angle came out victorious by hitting Triple H with an Angle Slam. In our fourth match at Unforgiven, we witnessed the rated R superstar Edge facing off against the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels. Michaels emerged as the winner after delivering a sweet chin music to Edge. Now it was time for the main event, a showdown for the WWE Championship. John Cena was defending his WWE title against Chris Jericho. Cena secured the victory by delivering an attitude adjustment to Jericho, successfully retaining the title and concluding the show. It was time for No Mercy, and the event kicked off with the Tag Team Championships up for grabs. MNM challenged the champions, Paul London and Brian Kendrick. After a fiercely fought match, the champions managed to retain their titles. In the second match, we saw a singles bout between the former friends, Eddie Guerrero and Rey Mysterio. Guerrero managed to win the match by cheating while the referee was down. He used a chair to hit Rey and then followed it up with a frog splash. Our fourth match featured a singles showdown for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The Animal Batista was defending his title against the #1 contender, Booker T. Batista secured the victory by delivering a Batista bomb to Booker, successfully retaining the World Heavyweight Championship. In the No Mercy main event, we witnessed a brutal Hell in a Cell match between the legend killer Randy Orton and The Undertaker. The Undertaker emerged victorious by delivering a tombstone piledriver to Randy. It's the main event at Fastlane. Seth freaking Rollins versus the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Cody has Seth where he wants him. Cody hits Seth with a disaster kick. Cody pulls off the Cody Cutter. Cody is looking for the Crossroads. Cody has Seth in the middle of the ring. He's about to hit it. But the lights went off. Oh my God, Bray Wyatt is here. Bray and Cody are staring at each other, and Seth is no longer inside the ring. I think Bray is about to leave. Cody looks confused. Bray turns around and hits Cody with a clothesline. Now Bray is using the mandible claw on Cody. The show ends with Bray celebrating in the middle of the ring. It was the next day on Raw and Bray Wyatt was making his way to the ring. Bray Wyatt was in the middle of the ring on Raw, and he said the following: "Everybody wants to know why, Bray. Why did you come back just to cost our hero Cody Rhodes his first world championship in sports entertainment? Those of you in the crowd who are too single-minded to understand my actions, it's obvious you have not been following the story. When Cody came back, he told the world that he came back to win the championship that the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, never won. And as far as I am concerned, that title is not the one that is currently around the waist of Seth Rollins." You see, I did Cody a favor last night at Fastlane because that is where he was heading. He was on the fast lane to become champion. But that's not the whole story, man, and I'm here to help you. All you have to do is... But Cody's music hits. The American Nightmare is here. Bray is looking for him, but Cody is nowhere to be seen. Cody comes from behind and attacks Bray. You can see that Cody is furious and he doesn't want to hear Bray Wyatt's excuses. Cody is about to leave the ring. He looks back at Bray for a second. What is Cody? Cody has Bray on his arm. Cody hits the Crossroads. The American Nightmare ends the show standing tall. It's the next Monday night on Raw, and Cody opens the show. He says, "I normally come to the ring and stand right in the middle like I'm doing right now, and I ask all of you what you want to talk about. But this week it's different, because even though it may have seemed last week like I got my revenge on Bray Wyatt, We all know Bray is not the type of person who's going to stop this easily. Bray isn't like any other person I've stepped into this ring with. Unlike the beast Brock Lesnar, who I would dare to say is as big of a threat as anyone can be, Lesnar only attacks your body. But with Bray, he's not only coming for your body, he's also coming for your mind. And trust me when I tell you he hasn't done much, but I can't get Bray off my mind. His psychological game is already working on me, but before he can put roots in my brain, I need to deal with something. I need to clear the air about what happened at Fastlane. So, Seth freaking Rollins, please come down to the ring. Seth's music hits, and Seth comes down to the ring. Cody says, with Bray Wyatt lurking in the shadows, I don't want to have any other tabs open around. I want to let you know face to face that when I'm done with Bray, we can go back to settle the score. Seth Rollins takes his time to answer. He looks at Cody and says, Cody, I know you know this, but I want to tell you this to your face as a man who has gone to battle with Bray Wyatt. When he's done with you, Cody Rhodes might no longer exist. With a little bit of doubt, maybe even a bit scared, Cody accepts the handshake from Seth Rollins. Cody was leaving the arena heading to the parking lot to get to his bus and go to the next city. However, he had someone following behind him. Yes, it was Bray who was stalking the American Nightmare. Wyatt finally caught up with Cody and gave him a beatdown in the parking lot area. And he was throwing Cody around like he was nothing, even throwing Cody against a car window. Bray had Cody on his arm and hit Cody with Sister Abigail. Bray then said this to Cody. I might forget, but he never forgets. The next week on Raw, Cody comes out and says, this man who goes by the name of Bray Wyatt has made it clear that he wants something from me. I don't know about you, but I'm not the type of man who wants to sit around and wait. If there's something from me that you want to take, I'm going to give you the chance to take it. I officially challenge you to a match at Survivor Series. And like the name of this grandiose premium live event says, only one will survive. Bray Wyatt appears on the Titantron and says the following. You have made the best and worst decision of your life, my brother. It is my duty, like the star that you are, to stop you from shining so bright. You know, Cody, what happens when a star and a black hole collide? The star becomes nothing but stardust. And just like that, we've reached Survivor Series. It was time for Cody Rhodes versus Bray Wyatt. Cody and Wyatt stood in the middle of the ring, looking at each other. Before we start, I want to go on a little adventure with you. First, we must go where everything started for you. Where are we? Take a good look, my brother. We are at the genesis of your story. Is that Dusty? Yes, that's the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, baby. But how? You want me to change the past, Cody? Say yes right now, and I'll make Dusty win that title tonight. You need to make up your mind quickly. It looks like Dusty is about to lose.
And still, worldwide,
Well, that's a shame.
heavyweight champion, superstar Billy Graham.
You remember this, Cody? I was a rookie under your wing. You were supposed to show me the way, but I almost got lost because you were lost. I used to look up to you, man, and you left me hanging, and for that, I have to say thank you. Thanks to your lack of guidance, I was able to find myself and accept who I was. There's something else I need to show you. Cody, you want to know why Dusty never won that title? It's because deep down, he never accepted that he was just a son of a plumber. He always thought that he was bigger than that. And that's why you didn't finish the story this night, because just like your father, you think that you are bigger than your past. But just like the American Dream, Dusty Rhodes, you are destined to fail. But Cody had had enough of Bray Wyatt's mental games. You will never finish the story until you embrace your past. I know it may have seemed like I was ashamed of you, and I was trying to deny you for the longest time. I was even scared to think about those days. But I have to thank you, because without you, there is no me. It might be too late to say this, but I embrace you. Thank you. Finally, you show your true face, Bray. I don't care if you think me fighting as Stardust against The Fiend is funny for you. I don't care anymore about your mind games. I told you this was going to be a Survivor Series that would represent the name to the letter because only one of us will survive. Cody Rhodes went off to battle against The Fiend in the confines of Bray Wyatt's mind. In the end, as Rhodes hit the crossroads on The Fiend, the illusion was broken, and they returned to the arena at Survivor Series. I can see you have conquered your past, my friend. It is time to put an end to this battle. Cody grabbed Bray and hit him with the crossroads. Cody pinned Bray, and just like that, this mental war game was over. Now that Cody has finally embraced his past, he probably has a better chance at finishing the story. I made the best universe mode, but it's 1996. In this episode, we are on the road to In Your House, where The Undertaker is challenging Bret Hart for the WWF Championship. Will The Undertaker win and change history by facing Shawn Michaels at WrestleMania 12? Let's find out. Week 1 kicks off with a singles match between the 1-2-3 Kid and Razor Ramon in the opening match of Monday Night Raw. Right after the referee rang the bell, the 1-2-3 Kid pushed Razor Ramon, knocking down the official. These two kept on brawling, with Razor sending the Kid to the outside and then following after him. Once outside, the 1-2-3 Kid took control of the match after hitting Razor with a spinning kick, countering a punch. However, the 1-2-3 Kid's dominance wouldn't last as he missed with a spinning kick from the top rope. The 1-2-3 Kid managed to escape the beating courtesy of Ramon and turn the tables by hitting a jumping clothesline followed by a DDT. The 1-2-3 Kid was attempting a move in the corner, but Razor Ramon countered it. Then Razor Ramon executed a side slam on the 1-2-3 Kid. Razor Ramon was looking to follow up with a clothesline, but the 1-2-3 Kid dodged it and landed a spinning kick. Next, the 1-2-3 Kid delivered a Bronco Buster in the corner. The 1-2-3 Kid was gearing up for his signature move, but Razor countered and hit the 1-2-3 Kid with a fall-away slam from the top rope. Now it was Razor's turn to attempt his signature move, but the 1-2-3 Kid countered, and he executed a small package move to secure the victory. The bad guy Razor Ramon was furious, continually checking with the referee to confirm it was a 2 count and not 3, but the referee had to step in to calm him down. The 1-2-3 Kid couldn't have been happier, having just beaten the odds with a victory over Razor Ramon in the opening match of the night. In the second segment of the night, Big Daddy Cool Diesel made his way to the ring to address the fans. Diesel took a mic and said the following: "I was just thinking backstage about how I was going to work my way back up to becoming the champion again. With The Undertaker challenging Bret the Hitman Hart at the In Your House pay-per-view, and Shawn Michaels earning his ticket to the main event at WrestleMania 12 by winning the Royal Rumble, it appears that Big Daddy Cool Diesel won't be in the title picture for a while. That brings me to why I decided to come here tonight and talk to all of you, the fans." Diesel then said, "I have decided what my next move is going to be, and my next move is..." However, out of nowhere, the ringmaster attacked Big Daddy Cool Diesel with a stunner. But the ringmaster wasn't finished. He began to stomp on the former World Wrestling Federation champion Big Daddy Cool Diesel until a referee had to intervene and stop the ringmaster. But even though the official told the ringmaster to stop stomping on Big Daddy Cool Diesel, the former continued, and it was shocking. This was a new side of the ringmaster that the people had not seen in the World Wrestling Federation. The next match of the night was a singles bout between the winner of the 1996 Royal Rumble match, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels, and the British Bulldog, with Owen Hart in the corner of the British Bulldog. Owen Hart issued a challenge to Shawn, asking him to put his ticket to the main event of WrestleMania on the line in a match against him. Owen stated that it had been his dream to challenge his brother for the championship since they were little kids. But Michaels responded, "Why would I do something so stupid after beating 29 other men and winning the Royal Rumble 2 years in a row?" Michaels had a valid point, but Owen Hart was not giving in. He continued to push Michaels to give him that match and put everything on the line. Michaels initially had control of the match, but after being caught when he attempted a crossbody from the top rope, the British Bulldog managed to turn the tables. However, this reversal didn't last long because Michaels was able to break free from a submission hold, and now he was making a comeback in the match. He hit the Bulldog with a couple of inverted atomic drops and followed up with a body slam. Michaels then executed an elbow drop from the top rope and finished off the British Bulldog with a sweet chin music. After the match, Owen Hart jumped into the ring and they engaged in a heated exchange. Owens asked for that match again, and it seemed like Shawn was going to accept, but at the last second, Shawn pulled his hand away, further infuriating Owen. Owen Hart wanted to retaliate and strike Shawn Michaels after Michaels made him feel like a fool. Now, it was time for the main event, where the World Wrestling Federation champion, Bret the Hitman Hart, was set to go one-on-one against Yokozuna in a singles match. Yokozuna initially had control of the match and delivered a leg drop to the champion. However, as Yokozuna attempted a move in the corner, Brett countered with a clothesline. Despite the impact, Yokozuna remained on his feet. Yokozuna then tried a lariat, but Brett dodged it and responded with a series of uppercuts, followed by a dropkick that finally brought the big man down. Yokozuna rolled out of the ring to catch his breath, and Brett attempted to dive onto him from the ring, but Yokozuna moved, causing Brett to land on the floor. Yokozuna quickly threw the champion back into the ring. As Yokozuna tried to re-enter the ring, Brett went for a move, but Yokozuna countered and struck Brett. Yokozuna then had the WWF champion in the corner, hitting him with a series of knees to the face. However, when Yokozuna went for a running hip attack in the corner, Brett managed to evade it, and Yokozuna hurt himself in the process. Brett capitalized on this opportunity and immediately hit Yokozuna with a Russian leg sweep, followed by a standing leg drop. Brett attempted to finish the match with the sharpshooter submission hold, but Yokozuna somehow managed to escape. Yokozuna went for a clothesline, but Brett evaded it and used a small package to secure the victory. After the match, as Brett was celebrating, the challenger for the World Wrestling Federation Championship, The Undertaker, confronted the champion, Bret the Hitman Hart, with their match at In Your House rapidly approaching. This moment marked the end of the show and concluded Week 1. Week 2 of Monday Night Raw began with a singles match between Bob Holly and the Ringmaster, who had infamously attacked Big Daddy Cool Diesel the previous week while Diesel was addressing the fans about his future in the World Wrestling Federation. During the match, the Ringmaster dominated the early moments, pummeling Bob Holly in the corner with a series of punishing moves. Just as the Ringmaster was about to launch another attack on Holly, who was leaning against the ropes, Holly countered with a sudden clothesline that sent the Ringmaster tumbling out of the ring. On the outside, Holly slammed the Ringmaster into the barricade. However, the Ringmaster managed to turn the tide by countering one of Holly's kicks and nailing him with a clothesline. The Ringmaster sealed the victory with a stunner, claiming the win. After the match, Big Daddy Cool Diesel stormed into the ring, grabbed the Ringmaster, and delivered a devastating jackknife powerbomb, seemingly exacting revenge on the Ringmaster for his actions in the previous week. The second match of the night was a singles bout between Jerry the King Lawler, who had been verbally berating his opponent from commentary the week before. Unfortunately for the 1-2-3 Kid, Razor Ramon came running from behind and launched a surprise attack. Razor Ramon was still seething after suffering a loss at the hands of the 1-2-3 Kid last week, and he was determined to do whatever it took to get back at the Kid. The 1-2-3 Kid showed a tremendous amount of heart as he insisted on continuing the match, despite the brutal assault he had endured at the hands of Ramon earlier. At the very beginning, Jerry the King Lawler took advantage of a less than 100% 1-2-3 Kid. However, the Kid gradually fought his way back into the match, showing his resilience. He started taking the fight to Lawler, but Jerry managed to halt the Kid's momentum and began smacking the 1-2-3 Kid with a series of punches to the head. Jerry attempted to apply a submission hold on the mat, but the 1-2-3 Kid managed to escape and countered with some of his impressive Karate Kid moves. The Kid then delivered a powerful boot to Lawler's face, setting himself up for a Bronco Buster, a move that displayed a level of disrespect towards the King. With Lawler in a vulnerable position, the 1-2-3 Kid executed his signature move to secure the victory. After the match, as the 1-2-3 Kid celebrated, Razor Ramon's music echoed through the arena. The Kid searched for Razor, but the cowardly Razor Ramon attacked the 1-2-3 Kid from behind once again. It was clear that these two were on a collision course, building toward a potential match at In Your House. Speaking of In Your House, the next match was a #1 contendership match for the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship. Hunter Helmsley was set to go one-on-one against the British Bulldog in a singles match to determine who would earn the opportunity to face the current Intercontinental Champion Goldust at the In Your House pay-per-view. The British Bulldog dominated the match, delivering a series of punishing blows to Hunter Helmsley's back. Bulldog was intent on inflicting more punishment as he cornered Helmsley, but Hunter managed to evade him at the last moment. Hunter then connected with a jumping elbow that sent the Bulldog to the mat. Following this, Hunter sent the British Bulldog into the ropes and delivered a powerful clothesline. Hunter Helmsley was gearing up to execute his finishing move, the pedigree, but the British Bulldog countered the maneuver. Using his immense strength, the British Bulldog hoisted Hunter Helmsley onto his shoulder and slammed him against different corners of the ring, resembling a bull raging against its enemies. Hunter appeared to be worn out, and it seemed like the British Bulldog had the match firmly in his grasp. However, just as the British Bulldog was looking to seal the victory, Hunter countered and struck the Bulldog with a jumping knee. Helmsley then completed the comeback by hitting his pedigree finisher, securing the win in an impressive turn of events. Helmsley's victory set the stage for a clash between Hunter Helmsley and Goldust at In Your House. In the following segments, Owen Hart continued to stalk the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. Fueled by a sense of disrespect due to Michaels' mind games, Owen took things to a dangerous level. He grabbed a ladder and was determined to not only injure the Royal Rumble winner, but also take his spot in the main event at WrestleMania 12. Owen was clearly willing to go to extreme lengths to achieve his goal. In the following segment, the tables were turned. While in the previous segment, it was Owen Hart taking the aggressive stance. This time it was the #1 contender for the World Wrestling Federation Championship, The Undertaker, who was stalking the champion, Bret the Hitman Hart. The Undertaker made a powerful statement by delivering a resounding chokeslam to the champion, leaving a lasting impression as Week 2 came to a dramatic conclusion. Will The Undertaker be the last man standing? Week 3 of Monday Night Raw began with a rather unusual matchup between the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Champion Goldust and Mankind, going head-to-head in a singles match. The match was fairly even. However, Mankind made a crucial mistake, allowing Goldust to regain control. Goldust looked poised to execute one of his signature moves and continue with his characteristic antics. He hurt Mankind with a knee to the face. Mankind, though, managed to escape to the outside of the ring. Goldust attempted to strike Mankind, who was leaning against the barricade, but Goldust missed, and Mankind retaliated by pushing the champion against the barricade. Now it was Mankind who had taken control of the match. Mankind attempted to finish the match by applying his signature move, the Mandible Claw, but Goldust managed to escape from the hold. Seizing the opportunity, Goldust struck Mankind with a clothesline. The Intercontinental Champion then positioned Mankind for his finishing move, the Shattered Dreams, and Mankind found himself trapped with no escape. Goldust secured the victory by executing his signature move, the Final Cut, to win the match. In the next match of the night, we were scheduled to witness Big Daddy Cool Diesel in action, going one-on-one against Henry Godwinn. However, before the match could even start, the Ringmaster launched a surprise attack on Big Daddy Cool from behind. The Ringmaster was evidently seeking retribution after Diesel had previously hit him with a jackknife powerbomb. This rivalry had escalated ever since the Ringmaster's sudden attack on Big Daddy Cool Diesel in Week 1. Officials and security had to swiftly intervene to break up the altercation as the Ringmaster continued to pound on Diesel following his blindsided attack. The situation had become quite heated and chaotic. Henry Godwinn appeared to be taking advantage of the attack initiated by the Ringmaster, and a pinfall victory over a former WWF champion would undoubtedly have propelled him to overnight stardom, regardless of the Ringmaster's involvement at the beginning. However, Big Daddy Cool Diesel had no intentions of going down easily. Diesel managed to turn the tables, delivering a massive clothesline to Godwinn and following up with additional punishment in the corner. Diesel had fully regained control of the match and was signaling that the end was near. He hoisted the big man into the air and executed a devastating jackknife powerbomb to secure the victory. Diesel had made a powerful statement with this win. After the match had concluded, the Ringmaster returned to the scene, taunting Diesel from the stage. Diesel engaged in a war of words with the Ringmaster and began to make his way towards him, despite officials' attempts to intervene. It was clear that nobody could prevent these two from getting at each other in that arena. Big Daddy Cool Diesel and the Ringmaster started exchanging punches, and more officials and security personnel rushed out from backstage to quell the chaos. However, both men were determined to fight each other, and it was now official. We were going to witness a showdown between Big Daddy Cool Diesel and the Ringmaster at the In Your House pay-per-view event. The stage was set for what promised to be an intense and highly anticipated match. In the next match of the night, we were scheduled to witness Fatu going one-on-one against the bad guy Razor Ramon in a singles match. It promised to be an exciting showdown between these two competitors. The bad guy, Razor Ramon, had been dominating the match right from the start, leaving Fatu with very little opportunity for offense. However, the tide of the match turned when the bad guy attempted a move in the corner, but Fatu managed to evade it. As a result, the bad guy ended up slamming into the corner with significant force, injuring his back in the process. Razor Ramon began to stomp on Fatu in the corner, leaving Fatu with seemingly nowhere to go. However, the bad guy got greedy, and that proved to be his downfall. Fatu capitalized on the opportunity and struck Razor Ramon with a massive clothesline. He followed it up with a significant move that left the bad guy reeling. On instinct, Razor Ramon rolled out of the ring, setting the stage for a turn of events. As Fatu chased Razor Ramon outside the ring, Razor managed to recover and sent Fatu crashing against the barricade. Once back inside the ring, Razor Ramon unleashed a massive chokeslam. Finally, Razor Ramon secured the victory by hitting Fatu with his finishing move, the Razor's Edge. Razor Ramon emerged as the winner of the match in a hard-fought battle. After the match had concluded, the 1-2-3 Kid rushed down to the ring and attacked the bad guy Razor Ramon with a kendo stick. It was clear that Razor had pushed the 1-2-3 Kid to his limit, particularly after the assault that he had received from Razor the previous week. This heated rivalry had escalated to the point where a rematch between the two was inevitable, and it was now set for In Your House. In the main event, viewers were treated to a highly anticipated steel cage match between the Deadman, The Undertaker, and King Mabel. For those who may not be aware, The Undertaker was wearing a mask during this period due to an injury inflicted by Mabel, who had reportedly broken both of his eye sockets during a house show or on television. The fact that these two were facing off in a steel cage match on Monday Night Raw made it a must-see event for wrestling fans. If you agree, don't forget to hit that like button. Mabel was initially in control of the match, but The Undertaker managed to break free from a bear hug and delivered a flying clothesline to King Mabel. The Undertaker then sent Mabel crashing into the steel structure, causing him considerable pain. The Undertaker seemed to have found his rhythm and was determined to dominate King Mabel. The Undertaker climbed the top rope and executed his signature move, going old school on Mabel. Ultimately, The Undertaker secured the victory by hitting King Mabel with a resounding chokeslam, sealing his triumph in the match. After the match had concluded, the World Wrestling Federation champion Bret the Hitman Hart rushed down to the ring and engaged in a brawl with The Undertaker. He even instructed technicians to lower the steel cage once again. The World Wrestling Federation champion had every reason to react this way, especially after The Undertaker had hit him with a chokeslam out of nowhere the previous week. For a moment, it appeared that The Undertaker was gaining the upper hand in this exchange with Bret. However, it was not an official fight, and Bret did what he had to do to maintain control and assert himself in this altercation. The tension between these two competitors was palpable, setting the stage for their upcoming championship match. The opening match of the night featured a highly anticipated battle for the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship, as Goldust defended his title against the challenger, Hunter Helmsley. Goldust successfully retained the coveted World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship by executing one of his signature moves, securing his reign as the champion. In the second match of the night, the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championships were up for grabs as Bill and Bart Gunn defended their titles against Zip and Skip, who were accompanied to the ring by Sonny. Billy and Bart Gunn successfully retained the Tag Team Championships when Bart Gunn executed his signature move on one of the challengers, securing their grip on the Tag Team titles. In the third match of the night, fans witnessed the highly anticipated rematch between the 1-2-3 Kid and Razor Ramon. This time, Razor Ramon emerged victorious by putting down the 1-2-3 Kid with his signature move, the Razor's Edge, to secure the win. It seemed to prove the saying that nice guys finish last in this intense showdown. In the fourth match of the night, Shawn Michaels faced off against Owen Hart in a pivotal bout. Shawn Michaels secured the victory by delivering his finishing move, the Sweet Chin Music, retaining his right to challenge the champion in the main event at WrestleMania 12. This win solidified his path to the championship match at the grandest stage of them all. In the fifth match of the night, fans witnessed a showdown between Diesel and an opponent who had been a thorn in his side, the Ringmaster. As the battle raged on, Diesel found himself winning the match, but the tide turned when the Ringmaster resorted to a desperate tactic, striking Diesel with a steel chair. This shocking act led to Diesel's victory by disqualification. Now it was time for the main event, where the challenger, The Undertaker, was slated to go one-on-one against the World Wrestling Federation champion Bret the Hitman Hart in a singles match. The significance of this match could not be overstated, as the winner would earn the opportunity to face the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels in the main event of WrestleMania 12. The outcome had the potential to change wrestling history forever, adding an extra layer of excitement to the match. Bret Hart sent The Undertaker tumbling to the floor with a drop kick, and then he took the fight to the Deadman with a suicide dive from the ring to the outside. Hart lifted The Undertaker and dropped him onto the barricade. The Hitman was poised to execute a move from the top rope, but The Undertaker evaded it, signaling that it was time to educate the champion. The Deadman climbed the top rope and executed his signature old-school maneuver on Bret Hart. The Undertaker appeared ready to deliver a tombstone piledriver to Bret, but the champion countered and executed a piledriver of his own. Now, Bret Hart was determined to seal the victory. He locked The Undertaker in his patented sharpshooter submission hold, but The Undertaker managed to escape. The Deadman grabbed Bret and delivered a chokeslam, seemingly on the verge of victory. However, Bret surprised The Undertaker with a small package, and the referee counted to 3. Bret Hart had achieved the improbable, retaining the World Wrestling Federation Championship and securing his place at WrestleMania. The Hitman would be heading to the grandest stage of them all as the champion. After the match, The Undertaker initially seemed reluctant to hand over the championship belt to the referee. It appeared as though he might be contemplating using the title as a weapon against Bret Hart. However, to everyone's surprise, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he reluctantly handed the championship belt to the Hitman, acknowledging and recognizing that Bret had emerged victorious and retained his championship. Bret the Hitman Hart extended a handshake to The Undertaker. Initially, The Undertaker seemed hesitant about accepting the handshake from the champion, but he ultimately did so. However, he made it clear to Bret that he still had his sights set on pursuing the championship once again. I made the best universe mode, but it's 1995, and it's WrestleMania season. In my opinion, WrestleMania 11 was pretty bad. So in this video, I'm going to attempt to make WrestleMania 11 great, but before that, we need to start with week 1. Monday Night Raw started with a match where Bret the Hitman Hart was going to wrestle his brother Owen. Right away, they began wrestling as Owen ran into the ring to fight Bret. Before, Owen had tricked Bret during a big match against Bob Backlund by getting their mom to stop the match. Bret was upset about that. Now, Bret wanted to have this match to help Owen understand his mistake and try to bring their family back together as they were not getting along. Once the match really got going, the speed of these two amazing wrestlers was off the charts. They knew each other so well that they could stop or change every move their brother tried to make. Oh, I forgot to mention, the winner of this match would get a chance to compete for a big prize, the Intercontinental Championship, at WrestleMania 11. So there was a lot on the line. Surprisingly, Owen was winning most of the match, and he tried to take Bret up to the top rope, but Bret stopped him with a kick to the face. Then Bret grabbed Owen and did an electric chair, followed by a running crossbody. Now it was Bret's turn to go to the top rope, where he hit Owen with a butterfly suplex. Bret then grabbed Owen and attempted the sharpshooter submission move. He was aiming to finish the match early. Owen was in a lot of pain and had nowhere to escape, and finally, he submitted. This let Bret the Hitman win the match against his brother Owen. Even after the match ended, there was still tension in the arena. Owen walked up to his brother Bret, who extended his hand, hoping to make peace. At the beginning, it seemed impossible, but when Owen shook Bret's hand after the match, it helped them solve their personal issues. In the second match of the night, we saw Henry Godwinn competing in a singles match against the Intercontinental Champion, Razor Ramon. This match started right in the middle of the ring with these two big men throwing hefty punches from the beginning, with neither of them backing down. Razor caught Godwinn with a big clothesline as he rebounded off the ropes. Razor was looking to hit Godwinn with a move in the corner, but Godwinn countered and hit Ramon with a big running clothesline. Now Godwinn was looking to hurt Razor, but the latter countered the move and hit Henry with a full Nelson suplex. Razor was aiming for a chokeslam, but Godwinn countered and hit Razor Ramon with an elevated wrestling takedown. Now it was Godwinn's turn to try to finish the match, but Razor countered the move and landed a side slam on Godwinn. Razor then grabbed Godwinn and signaled the end with the Razor's Edge. Ramon hoisted Henry onto his shoulders and executed a perfect Razor's Edge right into the canvas, winning the match. Although, after the match was over, the new #1 contender for the Intercontinental Championship, Bret the Hitman Hart, went out to the ring to let the champion know that he is here and ready to take the belt from him. Razor simply hoisted the title and said, "Come and take it, Hitman." In the third match of the night, we saw Lex Luger facing off against Tatanka in a steel cage match. Luger started strong, hurling Tatanka against the cage, dominating the early part of the match. At one point, Luger aimed to strike Tatanka in the corner, but Tatanka countered the move. Switching momentum, Tatanka looked for an opportunity and landed a gutbuster on Luger. Now it was Tatanka's turn to throw Luger against the cage. Tatanka attempted a belly-to-belly, but Luger countered and sent Tatanka into the corner. There, Luger seized Tatanka and executed a variation of the military press drop. Then Luger applied the torture rack on Tatanka, but somehow, someway, Tatanka was able to escape. Tatanka then hit Luger with a Samoa drop. Tatanka tried to escape the steel cage, but Luger managed to take him down. Tatanka did not want to let go, but eventually, Luger was able to drop him onto the mat. Luger then applied the torture rack on Tatanka again. Tatanka had no choice but to tap out, and Luger won the match. Now it was time for the main event. Davey Boy Smith was set to go one-on-one against the winner of the 1995 Royal Rumble match, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels. The 1995 Royal Rumble match ended in controversy after the British Bulldog thought he had eliminated Michaels from the match. However, Michaels held on to the ropes, then came back and eliminated the Bulldog as he was celebrating in the corner. The Heartbreak Kid was set to challenge his former friend and bodyguard, the World Wrestling Federation champion Big Daddy Cool Diesel at WrestleMania 11. Speaking of bodyguards, after Michaels won the match, he went and grabbed Sid as his new bodyguard. He thought that now, having won the Rumble match, everyone would be coming for him. After a thrilling main event match, Michaels was able to defeat Davey Boy Smith with a sweet chin music to win the match. Following the match, Diesel came out to have a word with Michaels. As Diesel reached out for a handshake, Michaels inadvertently kicked him below the belt, ending Week 1 by humiliating the champion. Week 2 kicked off with a singles match between the Intercontinental Champion Razor Ramon and Owen Hart. Razor Ramon had Owen beat, and to put the cherry on top, he was looking to finish things with a razor's edge. But then, something unexpected happened. Razor grabbed Owen again and hit him for the second time with the razor's edge, intentionally done to send a message to his brother. After the match was over, Bret Hart came rushing down to the ring and immediately began beating up Razor Ramon, with the referee trying to stop them from fighting. Then Bret got Razor out of the ring after hitting him with a clothesline, and after adding more punishment to Razor, Bret was left in the ring celebrating. In the second match of the night, following a heated backstage encounter between Lex Luger and the tag team champions, where Luger claimed he could beat them both at the same time, a handicap match was arranged. Unfortunately for Luger, it seemed he bit off more than he could chew as the tag champs Billy and Bart Gunn dominated the match and eventually took Luger down. After the match concluded, Bart and Billy sought to fetch a chair from under the ring to further assault Luger, but that's when the British Bulldog raced down to the ring to save Luger, sending the tag team champions retreating. And with this, it seemed like Lex Luger had found a partner in Davey Boy Smith to seek revenge on Bart and Billy and possibly even take the tag team titles from them. And now let's all take a moment to enjoy the beautiful Sunny as she makes her way down to the ring. All right, enough of that. In the third match of the night, we saw the big man Mabel going one-on-one against the dead man, The Undertaker. The Undertaker and Mabel met right in the middle, and Taker was having trouble trying to move the big man around. Somehow, Taker found a way to get a hold of Mabel and send him across the ropes. But as he was bouncing off the ropes, he was able to bulldog Taker as they met in the middle. Now it was Mabel throwing Undertaker around, using his big size to dominate the match. Taker was able to counter a move from Mabel, but the latter was able to do the same to the dead man. Now Mabel was looking for a military press drop, but Taker countered the move and hit Mabel with a huge running boot. And Undertaker hit Mabel with another running boot, but this time Mabel fell down. Then Taker grabbed Mabel and hit him with a huge chokeslam. After the match was over, King Kong Bundy tried to hit Taker from behind, but missed with the clothesline. The Undertaker was left alone in the ring to celebrate not only his win, but also overcoming this premeditated attempt by Bundy. The Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, was heading to the ring to face Doink the Clown when the World Wrestling Federation champion, Big Daddy Cool Diesel, ambushed him from behind as payback for what Michaels had done to him earlier. Referees and security personnel were trying to stop Diesel from attacking Michaels. Then, Diesel and Sid also began to brawl, and the crowd went wild for Diesel as he battled everyone in the arena. The security and referees were doing their best to control the situation, but the champion and former bodyguard were going head-to-head with the new bodyguard. And with only 2 weeks left before WrestleMania 11, the question remains, will we be able to make it better? Week 3 kicked off with a singles match between the #1 contender for the Intercontinental Championship, Bret the Hitman Hart, against the 1-2-3 Kid, who is aligned with the champion, Razor Ramon. Bret missed with a move in the corner, and now the 1-2-3 Kid was looking for a back suplex. However, Bret landed on his feet and hit Kid with an electric chair, followed by a series of stomps in the corner right to the chest. Bret put the cherry on top in the match by applying the sharpshooter submission hold, making the 1-2-3 Kid tap out. After the match was over, Bret was celebrating when Razor Ramon came from behind and hit Bret the Hitman Hart right in the face with the IC belt. Now, we are just days away from their match at WrestleMania 11. In the next segment, Lex Luger and the British Bulldog, Davey Boy Smith, laid down the challenge to the tag team champions for a match at WrestleMania. However, the champions ambushed them from behind and assaulted the challengers, beating them to a pulp. They didn't back down, though, and accepted the challenge. The match was set for WrestleMania. In the main event, we were set to see Bam Bam Bigelow face off against the World Wrestling Federation champion, Big Daddy Cool Diesel, in a one-on-one match. Bigelow started off dominating the match, but Big Daddy Cool Diesel was able to turn things around. Diesel had Bigelow in the corner, but Bigelow managed to counter a move from Diesel and shift the momentum back to himself in the match. Then Bigelow hoisted Diesel onto his shoulder and hit him with a Samoan drop. He then attempted a military press drop, but Diesel countered the move. Diesel tried to hit Bam Bam Bigelow with a double choke slam, but Bigelow countered too. Bigelow then aimed for a back suplex on Diesel, but Diesel countered this move as well. When Diesel went for a clothesline, Bigelow countered again. Then, out of nowhere, Lawrence Taylor came out and distracted Bam Bam Bigelow. The two were scheduled for a match at WrestleMania. Diesel took advantage of the distraction and grabbed Bigelow, hitting him with the jackknife powerbomb to win the match. However, while Diesel was celebrating, the Heartbreak Kid Shawn Michaels rushed in from behind and attacked Big Daddy Cool Diesel. Then Michaels grabbed the World Wrestling Federation title and sized up Big Daddy Cool Diesel, seemingly with bad intentions to hurt Diesel. And finally, he did it, striking the World Wrestling Federation champion right in the face with his own title. Yet the question remains, can we make WrestleMania 11 better? Well, we were about to find out. The first match at WrestleMania 11 featured Bob Backlund versus Jeff Jarrett in a singles match. The match had many back-and-forth moments, with Bob Backlund taking control initially. However, Jeff Jarrett retaliated and hit Bob Backlund with a running neckbreaker. This is where things took a turn for the worse for Double J. He attempted a move in the corner, but Backlund dodged, and out of nowhere, Backlund seized Jeff Jarrett with his signature submission hold maneuver. Jarrett had no choice but to tap out, granting Bob Backlund the first win at WrestleMania 11. In the second match of the night, we saw Lawrence Taylor taking on Bam Bam Bigelow. Taylor won after delivering a shoulder block from the middle rope onto Bam Bam Bigelow, securing the second victory of the night. By the way, this was the main event at WrestleMania 11 in real life. The third match of the night featured a tag team match for the World Wrestling Federation Tag Team Championships, where the champions Billy and Bart Gunn defended their titles against the Allied Powers, Lex Luger and Davey Boy Smith. The Allied Powers were able to secure the titles after Luger submitted Billy Gunn with the torture rack submission hold, winning the coveted tag team championships. In the fourth match of the night, King Kong Bundy was set to go one-on-one against the Dead Man, The Undertaker, in a singles match. Both superstars started the match in the middle of the ring with many back-and-forth exchanges, but Taker was able to take control of the match. However, when The Undertaker was looking to corner Bundy for an attack, Bundy countered and quickly charged at The Undertaker like a bull. Then The Undertaker was able to return the favor to Bundy after executing a move from the top rope, following it up with an arm drag takedown and a leg drop right to the leg. The Undertaker was aiming for a running clothesline on Bundy, who was stunned in the corner, but Bundy countered with an elbow to the face. Then when Bundy was setting up for a military press drop, The Undertaker countered the move. Seizing the moment, The Undertaker grabbed King Kong Bundy's arm and planned to go old school on Bundy. Unable to move, Bundy could only watch as The Undertaker took him right to school. The Undertaker finished the match by executing a tombstone pile driver on King Kong Bundy, securing a victory. What many people probably did not realize at the time was that The Undertaker was quietly building a streak of wins at WrestleMania. The fifth match of the night was for the World Wrestling Federation Intercontinental Championship, where the IC champion Razor Ramon was set to defend his title against Bret the Hitman Hart in a singles match. The bad guy, Razor Ramon, had made things personal after a merciless attack on Owen Hart, so now Bret had even more reasons to beat Ramon. The match started at a quick pace, with Bret dictating the rhythm. However, the bad guy was able to counter a move from Bret and took over control of the match. Razor was hitting Bret with shots to the upper back. However, the tide turned when Razor rushed towards a stunned Bret Hart near the ropes, but Bret instinctively moved out of the way, sending Razor tumbling to the floor outside the ring. Bret was whooping Razor on the outside, but Ramon countered a move and hit Bret with a big blow to the face, retaking control of the match. Now back inside the ring, Razor continued to punish Hart, hitting him over and over again with a series of stomps in the corner. Razor then attempted a double-handed chokeslam, but Bret Hart countered. Bret hit Razor with an electric chair, followed by a huge clothesline that sent Ramon straight into the corner. Bret then attempted a pile driver on Razor, but Ramon countered the move, sending Bret to the floor. Ramon then grabbed Bret and delivered a tremendous chokeslam. The champ looked to finish the match with a Razor's edge, but Bret Hart countered and aimed to apply the sharpshooter submission hold on Razor, and he succeeded. Ramon was desperate to reach the ropes, but they were right in the middle of the ring. That's when the 1-2-3 Kid interfered in the match. Bret noticed him, let go of the sharpshooter, and landed a big punch right in Kid's mouth. However, the Intercontinental Champion took advantage of the distraction, hooked Bret in the Razor's edge. and executed it perfectly, almost driving Bret through the ring to win the match and retain his Intercontinental Championship. Apparently, it's true that good guys finish last and bad guys win. It was finally time for the main event, where the winner of the 1995 Royal Rumble match, the Heartbreak Kid, Shawn Michaels, was challenging the World Wrestling Federation champion, Big Daddy Cool Diesel. The match was set for one fall, with victory attainable only by pinfall or submission. The bout began with a series of back and forths, with Michaels initially taking control. However, Big Daddy Cool Diesel countered a move from Michaels, gaining control of the match. Diesel cornered Michaels, delivering a series of knees to the gut. Aiming to inflict further damage, Diesel attempted to land a boot to Shawn Michaels' face, but Michaels countered, leaping over Diesel and unleashing a series of punches right to the face of the champion. Then Michaels attempted a move against Big Daddy Cool, but Diesel moved out of the way. As Diesel chased Michaels outside the ring, the Heartbreak Kid pulled Diesel by the leg, causing him to fall. Back inside the ring, the Heartbreak Kid hit Diesel with his famous elbow drop from the top rope and began charging up, looking to put Diesel away with a sweet chin music. However, as Michaels was about to deliver it, Diesel countered the move. Diesel quickly grabbed Michaels and executed the jackknife on Michaels to win the match and retain the World Wrestling Federation Championship. I made the best strange or awesome universe mode, and we're going to see some of the strangest creations from the community. We're going to start on week 1 and work our way towards the Bash at Berlin pay-per-view. Without further ado, let's begin on week 1. Week 1 kicks off with a #1 contender match between the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre and the Beast Brock Lesnar to determine who will face Gunther at the Bash at Berlin pay-per-view. This is the first time, I believe, since WrestleMania 36 that we are going to see the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre and the Beast Brock Lesnar going one-on-one since their match for the WWE Championship, which Drew won without a crowd. Many people, including Drew McIntyre, feel that he has been robbed of this moment with a crowd in the arena. On the other hand, the Beast has never competed for the Intercontinental Championship in his entire career, at least as far as I can remember. I'm sure if I'm wrong, someone will leave a comment to correct me, so let's not worry about it, all right? So as I was saying, this is a bit unusual for Lesnar. If Lesnar ever competes against Gunther, he would probably cost Gunther the title or something like that, because I really doubt that Brock Lesnar is going to win the Intercontinental Championship at this point in his career. I'm only doing this because this is a strange or awesome video, and we are going to do things a little differently from reality. And sometimes we're going to get a bit close to the sun, metaphorically speaking. So let's not panic. I know a lot of wrestling fans like things one way, while others prefer things another way. Personally, I've seen it all, and I like variety. In the past, I used to hate anything that wasn't related to wrestling. For example, if they had celebrities or people singing songs that weren't the entrance music of the superstars, I would be pretty uninterested because I only wanted to see things related to the show. Now, I'm more open to variety, especially when the shows have been so monotonous for a long time. Let me know in the comments what you enjoy about wrestling nowadays, from WWE to AEW or TNA to New Japan Pro Wrestling. Back in the match, Lesnar had Drew in the armbar, but Drew got out immediately, and out of nowhere, the Scottish Warrior hit the Beast with the Future Shock. Now Drew McIntyre was looking for the second time in the match to hit the Beast with a Claymore. This is the Claymore that got Drew his first WWE Championship, and the same Claymore that beat Brock Lesnar. But Brock avoided the kick, and now Brock hits Drew McIntyre with an F5 to win the match. Brock Lesnar is the new #1 contender for the Intercontinental Championship. But after the match was over, the ring general Gunther unleashed a savage attack outside the ring on the Beast, Brock Lesnar. This match was going to be physical between these two, and the crowd could not wait for Bash at Berlin to arrive. In the next segment of the show, we saw the Apex Predator, Randy Orton, who had become the new #1 contender for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship in previous weeks at the hands of Seth freaking Rollins. He called out the champion to let him know face-to-face that he, just like him, had a broken back. Randy Orton mentioned that his broken back was the best thing that ever happened to him because it allowed him to take time off and rest with his wife and children, appreciating the little things in life that we sometimes take for granted. As a favor to Seth, he was going to break his back so Seth could experience the same joy he felt when he was out. Perhaps when he comes back, he could feel as joyful as Randy does now that he is back. Seth told Randy that he was not going to break a damn thing and that he's not going anywhere. He warned Randy that if he were in his shoes, he would watch his back more carefully. This brought back memories of when Randy and Seth were part of the Authority. This is another match that the crowd could not wait to see. It was time for the second match of the night. By the way, guys, I forgot to mention that I am only doing Raw, and I gave the United States Championship to Sheamus, which I think looks pretty cool in my opinion. So the United States champion Sheamus was set to go one-on-one against Ricochet. If Ricochet wins, he's going to be added to a match between Sheamus and a surprise opponent at the Bash in Berlin pay-per-view for the prestigious United States Championship. But if Ricochet loses, then he loses, and that's it. And remember, guys, if you like these videos and want to support the channel, you can become a member or donate with a super thanks. That might allow us to make longer versions of the Universe Mode series that many of you enjoy, but you don't have to do it. We appreciate your support just by liking the video and sharing it. Now, going back to the match between Sheamus and Ricochet, Sheamus was dominating the match, but not for long. Then, Ricochet used his unique abilities to hit Sheamus with a back roll-up enziguri, leaving the United States champion quite dizzy. Without wasting time, Ricochet threw himself to the outside of the ring with a high-risk, high-reward over-the-top rope plancha that had the champion reeling. Ricochet was looking to finish the match and hit Sheamus with his finishing move, but the champion countered. He lifted Ricochet up and hit him with a Celtic cross that left Ricochet hurt. The United States champion was calling for it, and as soon as Ricochet got up, the Celtic Warrior hit Ricochet with a brogue kick to end the match. Unfortunately, Ricochet won't be joining the United States champion and the surprise opponent at the Bash at Berlin pay-per-view. It was the last match of the night, guys, where the undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns was set to go one-on-one against the Christmas prize fighter Kevin Owens. It's a little bit unusual nowadays to see the tribal chief Roman Reigns having a match on Raw or SmackDown, as he now only fights on pay-per-views. This is something that Seth Rollins, Gunther, and others should consider doing as well, only having promo segments on weekly television. That way, we can protect more superstars from injuries and give other talents more time on TV. But this is my opinion, and if you don't share it, that's okay. You can comment on what you think about this approach of champions not having matches on weekly television. Heck, I think it would make it more special when a champion does have a match on TV. Right now, what Seth Rollins is doing, having a match almost every week for the title, is only making the title around Roman's waist more prestigious. Perhaps they should consider having non-title matches instead. Going back to the match, Roman Reigns was dominating, but as he was looking to hit Owens, who was down in the corner, Owens kicked him in the face. Owens was attempting an exploder suplex, but the champion countered and threw Owens against the mat. Roman was going for a Superman punch, but Owens dodged it. Now, it was Owens looking for his signature move, but Roman Reigns countered again and finally hit Owens with the Superman punch. And now, the undisputed WWE Universal Champion is calling for the spear. He hits him to win the match, and the referee could have counted to 10 because Owens was not getting up from that spear. After the match was over, the #1 contender for the undisputed WWE Universal Championship, Cody Rhodes, came out to confront the tribal chief, Roman Reigns. They were set to clash at Bash in Berlin, and with this, we end week 1 and move on to week 2. Week 2 starts with a singles match featuring the greatest of all time, John Cena, taking on Sami Zayn. Don't forget to share your thoughts on their attires in the comments. Let me know if you find them strange or awesome, and feel free to offer recommendations for more videos like this one. If you have a favorite creator or attire, please leave their name below and I'll definitely check it out. I'm not sure what you guys will think, but doesn't this Sami Zayn look pretty clean to me? I often see comments from people criticizing community creations, but honestly, I think sometimes we expect too much considering the tools people have. We should be more appreciative of the amazing community that creates for this game. They allow us to enjoy their work, have fun, and create these types of videos. But going back to the match, John Cena was now in control. Back in the ring, Cena was attempting an electric chair on Sami, but Zayn countered, "What is this? What is Sami doing right now?" Sami hoists Cena into the air and hits him with a blue thunder bomb. Sami is seeking retribution and aiming to win the match that he lost on his debut, but no, Cena kicks out at the count of 2. Now Sami is looking to connect with a hell of a kick to finish the match, but Cena countered. Sami throws a clothesline at Cena, but John dodges it. Cena bounces off the ropes and hits Sami with a shoulder tackle. Cena bounces again and delivers another shoulder tackle. Zayn misses with another clothesline, and Cena responds with a back suplex. Cena was about to go for the 5-knuckle shuffle, but Sami broke the simulation, causing Cena to do the smart thing. Cena hits Sami with an attitude adjustment and then calls for the 5-knuckle shuffle to win the match in a very odd way due to Sami going off script. After the match was over, out of nowhere, Batista came rushing to the ring, and he and Cena had a standoff right in the middle of the ring. Batista was calling for a title match, the greatest of all time against the GOAT, John Cena, at the Bash in Berlin pay-per-view. As you may remember, last week Seth Rollins and Randy Orton had a little talk in the middle of the ring regarding broken backs and whatnot. Remember that Rollins told Orton to keep an eye on his own back? Well, Rollins made sure to keep his promise as he assaulted the Viper with a kendo stick, hitting Orton as hard as he could in the back. Then, as Rollins was coming out again for a match, Orton went out and started brawling with the World Heavyweight Champion. We need to remember that even though the fans love these two superstars, they are two of the most evil superstars in the company, maybe even ever. They have betrayed, injured, and even ended other people's careers. So it was only common sense to think they were going to take this feud to another level of violence, with management having to get involved to separate them and prevent them from hurting each other before the event. Rollins and Orton were attempting to prevent the other from walking out of their championship match at Bash in Berlin, and they were targeting each other's backs. Now it was time for the main event, where we were going to witness a singles match between the almighty Bobby Lashley and the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes. But something happened right before the match. The undisputed WWE Universal Champion Roman Reigns struck the #1 contender Cody Rhodes from behind with the Universal title right before his match against Bobby Lashley. Rhodes had the option to not go on with the match, but everybody who knows Cody knows that this is not something the American Nightmare would do. Back in the match, Cody had recovered from the assault at the hands of Roman Reigns. However, when Cody took Lashley to the outside, the latter was able to counter a move from Cody and regain control of the match. Lashley threw Cody against the steel steps, took him like a raging bull against the barricade, and then threw him back into the ring. As the almighty Bobby Lashley was returning to the ring, Cody was waiting for him and attempted his classic feint move. But Cody didn't quite regain control of the match, as Lashley was on top of his game tonight and Cody was still wrestling at a disadvantage due to Roman Reigns' dirty tactics before the match started. But Cody was neither down nor out as he hit Bobby Lashley with a Cody Cutter. The crowd was going crazy, and Cody was thriving on the adrenaline and energy from the fans. Cody grabbed Lashley and executed a crossroads to win the match after a rough beginning. But after he won the match, the tribal chief, Roman Reigns, came back and struck Cody again with the title. Roman Reigns stood tall as we head to Bash at Berlin. It was time for Bash in Berlin, and the first match of the night was a singles match where the surprise opponent, LA Knight, was challenging the Celtic Warrior Sheamus for the United States Championship. It was fight night in Berlin, as Michael Cole likes to say. Knight was going for a clothesline, but Sheamus dodged it and then hit Knight with an uppercut. The United States champion then took Knight to the corner, where he delivered more punishment to the challenger. Sheamus was gearing up for a knuckle fight as he sat on top of Knight and continued the punishment, punching the challenger repeatedly. Where things went south for the champion was when he attempted a move in the corner, but Knight dodged it, causing the champion to land hard, possibly hurting his knees. Then the challenger hit Sheamus with a clothesline of his own, but Knight couldn't maintain control of the match for long. Sheamus countered and hit Knight with white noise. Now, the champion was signaling that it was over and was looking for a brogue kick. However, as Sheamus was about to strike, Knight moved out of the way and then hit Sheamus with his signature move. The champion was rocked, and Knight seized the opportunity, hitting Sheamus with the BFT to win the match and become the new United States champion in Berlin. The second match of the night featured two legendary movie stars who have now made space for this strange or awesome video by stepping into their iconic roles from movies. Of course, I'm talking about the Animal, Batista, going one-on-one against the greatest of all time, John Cena, right here at Bash in Berlin after more than 13 years without wrestling each other. The crowd was divided, chanting "Let's go Cena" and also chanting Batista's name, echoing throughout the arena. This only added to the intensity of the match as both superstars fed off the energy. Cena, showing his resilience, fought back with a burst of energy. Cena had Batista in the corner, going to town on Batista. However, Batista was able to escape from the corner after countering a move from Cena, and then Batista hit Cena with an explosive suplex. Batista went for a running move on Cena, but the latter countered the move and hit Batista with a body slam. Now, Cena delivered his signature back suplex, and you know what comes next. The 5-knuckle shuffle, part of Cena's iconic 5 moves of doom. The people in Berlin screamed alongside Cena, "You can't see me," as Cena hit Batista with the move. Cena was looking for the attitude adjustment, but Batista countered and hit Cena with a resounding spine buster. Now the Animal was looking for the Batista bomb to win the match, but Cena countered and hit Batista with the AA. Cena wanted to put Batista down for good and delivered another AA for good measure to win the match and secure another victory over the Animal. The third match of the night was for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship, where the #1 contender, the Apex Predator, Randy Orton, was looking to become a 15-time world champion and at the same time take the champion Seth freaking Rollins out of commission. Rollins and Orton share a past together as they were both part of the Authority. They had a match at WrestleMania where we witnessed one of the most spectacular RKOs of all time. Now they were looking to break the back of the other superstar. Rollins to keep the World Heavyweight title and Randy Orton to win the World Heavyweight title. The incentives were there and neither was backing down as this had become personal. Rollins was attempting to hit Orton with a move into the barricade, but Orton avoided it. Orton, somewhat where Seth's head was, stole his idea and hit Seth with a back suplex on top of the barricade. Orton, back inside the ring, was looking to hit Seth with a power slam, but Seth got out of it by landing a couple of elbows and then followed up with a sling blade. Now Seth was aiming for a buckle bomb, but his back gave out on him, and Randy capitalized on Seth Rollins' injured back by hitting the champion with a spike DDT. The challenger had the champion in position and the crowd was with Orton. They had completely turned on Seth as they wanted to see the Viper capture his 15th world championship. Now Orton was hearing voices in his head, and those voices screamed what he did next. Orton hit Rollins with the RKO to win the match and become a 15-time WWE World Heavyweight Champion. The Viper is now alone at 15th, only behind the Nature Boy Ric Flair and the greatest of all time, John Cena. The fourth match of the night was a singles match for the Intercontinental Championship where the #1 contender, the Beast Brock Lesnar, was challenging the Intercontinental Champion, the Ring General Gunther. As the match for the Intercontinental Championship commenced, the stark contrast between the two gladiators was palpable. In one corner, Gunther, the Ring General, exuded an aura of calculated precision and stoic discipline. His approach to wrestling was almost surgical, each movement and expression meticulously planned to exert control over both his opponent and the match's tempo. Opposite him stood Brock Lesnar, the embodiment of raw, unbridled power. Known as the Beast, Lesnar's presence was intimidating, his physical prowess almost unmatched in the wrestling world. His approach to wrestling was straightforward yet devastating, to overpower and dominate his opponents through sheer strength and aggression. Unlike Gunther's cold precision, Lesnar's style was fiery and impulsive, relying on instinct and brute force to dismantle his opponents. Lesnar was overwhelming Gunther with a series of German suplexes that had the champion rocked and dizzy, being tossed around by a beast like Lesnar. Brock was looking to end the match with an F5, but Gunther countered with a blow to the ribs. Lesnar was hurt and Gunther grabbed him, hitting him with a resounding powerbomb. But Lesnar got out at the 2.9-second mark of the count. However, Gunther immediately went to work, hitting Lesnar with a series of chops. Then, Gunther grabbed Lesnar like a bear and put him in a choke submission hold. Lesnar passed out, and the referee called the match. Gunther had defeated the Beast Brock Lesnar at Bash in Berlin to retain the Intercontinental Championship. The fifth match of the night was a tag team match, where the team of the prizefighter Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn was set to go against The Miz and the almighty Bobby Lashley. The team of Kevin Owens and Sami won the match after Owens hit The Miz with a stunner. And I just want to wish you guys a super Merry Christmas from Kevin Owens and Sami Zayn. Now it was time for the main event where the #1 contender, the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes, was set to go one-on-one, challenging the undisputed WWE Universal Champion, the Tribal Chief Roman Reigns, in a singles match. The crowd was hyped to see these two, who had great chemistry in the ring, but the Tribal Chief was not here to deliver a 5-star match. The Tribal Chief was here to do his job, sign up, and go home. Still the undisputed champion. Roman Reigns was calling for the spear, signaling the end, but Cody countered the spear. Rhodes hit Reigns with the Cody Cutter, and now the crowd is on their feet as Cody is fired up. Cody hits Reigns with the Crossroads to become the new undisputed WWE Universal Champion. CM Punk has just returned, but not everyone is happy about it. So in this video, we are going to follow Punk, starting from his first pay-per-view match at the Royal Rumble and ending at WrestleMania 40. And you won't believe how everything is going to unfold. Let's head to the parking lot where Punk is arriving at the arena. Punk is scheduled to kick off Monday Night Raw for the first time in almost 10 years. He just returned at Survivor Series, and we still don't have too many details about what's in store for Punk. Hopefully, we are going to learn more about his goals now that he is back, and maybe we can find out when he would like to have his first match, and if there's an opponent he would like to face in a one-on-one match that he has not faced before or that he would love to fight again. CM Punk, with a live microphone in hand, is heading to the ring to address the WWE Universe, which is very excited to see Punk back in a WWE ring with a WWE microphone after so many years, creating an electric atmosphere in the arena. Punk stands in the middle of the ring and says the following: Last week, I stood in this ring and I told the world, I'm back. I felt the energy, I heard the chants, and I knew this is where I belong. But let's cut to the chase. Being back isn't just about nostalgia, it's about the future, it's about action. I've watched from the sidelines, seen faces old and new, champions rise and fall. But let me tell you, the landscape has changed, but the mission hasn't. I'm not here to tread water. I'm here to make waves. To the locker room, consider this a wake-up call. The bar has been raised. Tonight isn't just another Monday night. Tonight is where the next chapter begins. It's where I lay down the challenge. Who's going to step up? Who wants to test themselves against the best? I'm right here waiting because CM Punk isn't just a name, it's a standard. And I plan to elevate that standard higher than ever before. CM Punk has laid down the challenge to the locker room. Now the question is, who is going to step up to the best in the world? Punk leaves the ring while the fans are cheering, and he's heading to meet someone you know very well, the one and only Monday Night Raw general manager, Adam Pearce, who is looking to have a word with CM Punk about the future. Pearce says, I'm very happy that you took my offer and did not go to SmackDown. With you right here on Monday Night Raw, we are undoubtedly the biggest sports entertainment show in the world. But I have to warn you that there are a lot of superstars who have confided in me privately that they don't like you being here on Monday Night Raw, so you need to watch your back. Well, they are in luck because here is the thing, Pearce. If anybody in the locker room has a problem with me, they can come and tell me directly to my face. That's when The Miz appeared in front of CM Punk and told him, I have a problem with you. Do you think you can just come here on my show after all the bad things you've said about all the superstars in the locker room and act like you own the place? Well, Pearce and Triple H might let you do whatever you want, but not on my watch and not while I'm still here. CM Punk responded to The Miz, saying, Look, Miz, I know I have said a lot of things throughout the years, and a lot of them have been right, but many of them came from a very dark place deep within me. So, you might not trust me when I say this, but like I said to the people out there, I have changed. I am not the man that I was before, so if I ever did anything wrong to you, I'm not big on apologies. But I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings. The Miz responded in a very sarcastic tone, saying, Oh, you're sorry? The big Phil Brooks is sorry about hurting my feelings. You know, when you should have said you were sorry before you got fired and humiliated in that other company. Oops, pipe bomb. You know, Miz, I'm fighting these urges deep inside of me that are telling me to slap the taste out of your mouth. But I'm not going to fall down that rabbit hole again. I'm going to be the bigger man and understand where you're coming from. I wish I could say it was nice seeing you. CM Punk walked away and headed to his bus to leave the arena and go home. A couple of weeks later, following a Miz TV segment, it was decided that CM Punk was going to face The Miz in a singles match at the Royal Rumble pay-per-view. This would mark the first pay-per-view match for CM Punk. And now that I think about it, the Royal Rumble was, I believe, the last WWE pay-per-view where CM Punk competed before he left. Probably many of you guys are not going to be happy with my decision to make Miz versus Punk at the Royal Rumble. And maybe I should throw Punk into the Rumble match and have him win, something he has never done before. But I don't know if WWE would pull the trigger on that one. Let me know in the comments what you think would be best, or if you have another idea for Punk at the Rumble. I mean, it would be pretty epic if Punk could come back and win the same match he left, but I'm sure people in the back would be upset saying, oh, bro, Cody left and came back and won the Rumble, and now Punk did the same thing. But I don't know. Write down in the comments what you guys think. Going back to the match, Punk hit Miz with his signature move, and now he was looking for the GTS. However, Miz countered and delivered his own signature move, stolen from Bryan Danielson, the It Kicks. Now it was Miz in control of the match, showing Punk whose game it really was around here in the WWE. And now it was The Miz who was looking to finish the match using his finishing move, the skull-crushing finale, but Punk countered at the last second. He lifted Miz and positioned him for the go-to-sleep, and The Miz is down and out. The referee can count to 10. CM Punk has just won his first pay-per-view match back in WWE, and the crowd is cheering him on. Now that the ship has sailed, let's see where Punk is going to take us next. CM Punk is arriving at the next location where his destiny is going to be decided, right in Perth, Australia, at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view. Adam Pearce has made the match to determine who is going to challenge Seth freaking Rollins at WrestleMania 40 for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. The 6 men who are going to be locked inside this unforgettable structure are CM Punk, obviously, Sami Zayn, the Scottish Warrior Drew McIntyre, Damian Priest, main event Jey Uso, and finally, Finn Balor. In the end of the match, it was only Damian and Finn with CM Punk. But Finn did the unthinkable and eliminated Damian Priest, who was distracted with a roll-up. Then CM Punk hit Finn with the GTS to become the new #1 contender and the man who is going to meet the WWE World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins at WrestleMania 40. CM Punk arrived on Monday Night Raw to address his win in Australia at the Elimination Chamber pay-per-view, which made him the new #1 contender to the WWE World Heavyweight Championship, currently held by Seth freaking Rollins, who so far has avoided crossing paths with CM Punk. Punk, with a live microphone in hand, said the following: "Last Saturday night in Perth, Australia, history was made. In the unforgiving structure of the Elimination Chamber, 6 men battled, but only one could emerge as the #1 contender for the WWE World Heavyweight Championship. That man is standing in this ring right now. Now, onto Seth freaking Rollins. Seth, you've been running your mouth saying you didn't want me back in WWE, calling me a cancer. That's a heavy word, Seth, but your words, they don't weaken me, they fuel me. You've avoided me. You've ignored me, but the truth is that you fear me. You fear what I represent, you fear what I bring to the table." That's when finally the WWE World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins showed up to join CM Punk. Seth Rollins was heading to the ring with a microphone already in his hand, and the arena was buzzing with excitement, knowing that it was about to go down. This was the first time we were about to see these 2 men together face to face in a WWE ring for the first time since Punk came back. And Seth said the following: "You know, Phil, you're right. Cancer is a big word, and one that I do not use lightly. But I don't retract a damn bit what I said." That's when security, alongside Adam Pearce, rushed to the ring to prevent something from happening between these two before their upcoming match at WrestleMania 40. Nevertheless, a match was made for the main event where CM Punk was set to face Dominic Mysterio. But before the match, Seth hit the challenger, CM Punk, with the World Heavyweight Championship right in the back of the neck. While Punk was down, he said, "I warned you not to come here." The match between Punk and Dominic still went down. Punk went for a move as Dominic was leaning against the ropes, but the latter was able to throw Punk over the ropes to avoid the damage. What Dominic didn't know was that Punk was able to recover quickly and launch a quick counter by hitting Dominic with a flying clothesline. Punk signaled the end of the match and was looking to put Dominic to sleep, and he did just that. Punk won the match after hitting Dominic with the GTS. But Seth Rollins, once again with the championship in hand, connected CM Punk with the WWE World Heavyweight title to end the show. Over the coming weeks leading up to WrestleMania, CM Punk and the WWE World Heavyweight Champion Seth freaking Rollins brawled with each other, and they got very personal in their exchanges. It got so intense that every time Seth and Punk crossed paths, referees and security had to intervene to separate them. Adam Pearce even tried to make them sign a restraining order that would last until WrestleMania 40 in an attempt to prevent these 2 superstars from harming each other. But this attempt by Adam Pearce failed miserably, as the personal differences between Seth Rollins and CM Punk only grew with each passing week. And in the blink of an eye, it was time for WrestleMania Night 1 at the Lincoln Financial Field in Philadelphia. CM Punk was arriving at the arena for his match in the main event of WrestleMania 40 Night 1 on Saturday, where he was scheduled to challenge the WWE World Heavyweight Champion, the visionary Seth freaking Rollins. It's crazy how life works, as this was the first main event at WrestleMania for both superstars. Even though they hate each other so much, they needed each other to fulfill this lifelong dream they had since they were kids, main eventing WrestleMania. And they had to share it with the person they hate. Very poetic, if you ask me. Seth Rollins was in control of the match, but not for long because CM Punk anticipated a move from Rollins and dodged it. Now the challenger was in control. Punk then hit Rollins with a knee to the face, followed by a knee to the back of the head, which sent both superstars fighting outside the ring. The challenger was looking strong. CM Punk was showing why he calls himself the best in the world. Once outside, Seth regained control and sent Punk crashing hard against the steel steps. He then lifted Punk and let him land hard on the barricade, firing on all cylinders. The challenger was overwhelmed by the champion. Seth attempted to hit Punk with a flying knee, but Punk dodged it and responded with a kick to the head. CM Punk then executed a perfect plex, but Rollins managed to kick out at one. Punk went for a running high knee in the corner, but Seth countered and delivered a powerbomb. Seth then tried to hit the challenger with a pedigree, but Punk muscled Seth up and transitioned the move into an Alabama slam. Now Punk regained control of the match and finally connected with the running high knee, followed by a bulldog. This is the moment Punk can feel it. He is just a move away from putting down the champion for good and becoming the new World Heavyweight Champion. Punk was looking for the GTS, but Rollins countered and hit a reverse DDT, followed by a sling blade. The challenger was rocked, and the champion followed up with a forearm in the corner and a springboard curb stomp. Seth Rollins defeated CM Punk, retaining his WWE World Heavyweight Championship. Now, Seth celebrated in the ring with Becky Lynch and their daughter. This marked the end of WrestleMania Night 1. Guys, if you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and share it with your friends. But wait, Senior Money in the Bank, Damian Priest is here. Priest is cashing in his Money in the Bank contract. Not like this Priest, not with his family in the ring. Damian Priest hit Seth Rollins with South of Heavens. Damian Priest with the cover, and Damian Priest is the new WWE World Heavyweight Champion. Damian Priest has stolen the night from Seth freaking Rollins. Damian Priest has pulled off the heist of the century, just like Rollins did in 2015. I put 20 luchadors in the biggest Lucha Libre Rumble match ever, and the winner is going to be crowned as the best luchador. Let's get ready to rumble. Rey Mysterio and Ultimo Dragon were the first two entrants of the Lucha Libre Rumble match. Rey Mysterio started the Rumble dominating his opponent, and he quickly eliminated Dragon with no hesitation whatsoever. The third entrant in the Lucha Libre Rumble was El Hijo del Fantasma, as you might know him now as Santos Escobar. El Hijo del Fantasma shocked the world when he eliminated Rey Mysterio in the blink of an eye. The fourth entrant in this Rumble was NXT's own Dragon Lee, and he was coming straight for El Hijo del Fantasma. But El Hijo del Fantasma was ready, and he quickly shifted gears, starting to give a whooping to Dragon Lee. The fifth entrant in this Rumble was La Parka, and he didn't have a chance to get into the ring because immediately as he walked in, Dragon Lee rushed him with a fast combination of moves. The number 6th entrant in the Lucha Libre Rumble match was Tiger Mask, right from Japan. Tiger Mask got in the ring, but everybody had their own thing going. Unfortunately for Tiger Mask, La Parka was not in the mood for waiting, and he quickly eliminated Tiger Mask from the Rumble match. And just a couple of seconds later, El Hijo del Fantasma and La Parka worked together to eliminate Dragon Lee. Entrant number 7 was Jushin Thunder Liger, also coming from Japan to the Lucha Libre Royal Rumble match. Now we had 3 luchadors in the ring, and they were putting on a great show with multiple acrobatic moves. Entrant number 8 was the international sensation Sin Cara. He was coming to join El Hijo del Fantasma, Jushin Thunder Liger, and La Parka. But La Parka again with the quick elimination of Sin Cara, just like he did to Tiger Mask. The 9th entrant to the Lucha Libre Rumble is Prince Puma, currently known as Ricochet. While he is making his entrance, La Parka was eliminated from the match. The 10th entrant to the Lucha Libre Royal Rumble match was Kalisto, and with Kalisto we were now halfway to the end of this Lucha Libre Rumble match. The 11th entrant was Gran Metalik, who was set to join Prince Puma, Jushin Thunder Liger, and El Hijo del Fantasma, who was still in the match. The 12th entrant in the match was Lince Dorado, and now every member of the Lucha House Party had made their presence known in the Lucha Libre Rumble match. Dorado went straight for Thunder Liger. We now had 5 luchadors in the Lucha Libre Rumble match. And with Dorado and Metalik, it was a Lucha Libre party in the ring. Metalik, out of nowhere, eliminated Jushin Thunder Liger with an explosive clothesline. And Lince Dorado eliminated El Hijo del Fantasma. Lucha House Party was cleaning the ring. Guys, if you're enjoying this Lucha Libre Rumble match, subscribe to the channel and like this video. The 13th entrant to the Lucha Rumble was La Sombra, currently known as Andrade or El Idolo. Prince Puma eliminated Gran Metalik with a tremendous super kick. With this elimination, it looked like the party was being shut down for the Lucha House Party members. The 14th entrant to the Lucha Libre Rumble match was Juventud Guerrera, joining La Sombra, Prince Puma, and Lince Dorado in the match. And the party is over with a super kick from La Sombra taking out Lince Dorado from the match. The 15th entrant to the Lucha Libre Rumble match was Dr. Wagner Jr., and now the complexion of the match has changed with this big luchador in the match. I wonder if he is going to be able to be eliminated. He sent Prince Puma against the rope and received him with a kick to the guts. And he followed this up with a double kick to the side of the head. And now Juventud Guerrera has eliminated La Sombra out of the Lucha Libre Rumble match. We are just 5 away from the 20 luchador mark. The 16th entrant to the Lucha Libre Rumble match was Mystico, which means that Hunico was the one earlier fighting as Sin Cara, and Mystico went right after Juventud Guerrera. Number 17 was Psychosis, and it appears that Dr. Wagner is in trouble. We are just moments away from seeing who the greatest luchador is. Psychosis went right after Mystico, and now we had 5 luchador inside the ring, with 3 others still waiting to join the match. The 18th entrant to the biggest Lucha Libre Rumble match was Commander. And right as he was still making his way to the ring, Mystico was eliminated by Prince Puma. I was hoping to see more luchadors fighting in the ring at once. And in a shocking turn of event, Prince Puma eliminated Dr. Wagner Jr. from the match, and out of nowhere, Commander eliminated Prince Puma with a super kick. This is crazy. But hey, I told you this was the biggest Lucha Libre Rumble match in history. And as all of those things were happening, Rey Fénix started to make his entrance to the match as the 19th entrant in the Rumble, joining Commander, Juventud Guerrera, and Psychosis in the ring. Now, Juventud Guerrera grabbed Psychosis and without hesitation whatsoever planted a super kick right in his mouth, sending him out of the ring. And taking a page from the book of Juventud Guerrera, Rey Fénix did the same thing to Commander. We were left with only 2 luchadors in the ring, and we were still waiting for the last luchador to join the match. The last luchador to join the biggest Lucha Libre Rumble match in history was Pentagon Jr. or Penta El Zero Miedo. Now Pentagon Jr. had joined his younger brother Fénix in the match. Now Fénix was looking to eliminate Juventud Guerrera. He threw him over the top rope, and with zero mercy, Fénix hit him with an elbow right in the side of the head. Now we were left with the 2 brothers in the ring. Finally, the 2 brothers went to war, but in the end, Rey Fénix muster up and super kick his brother out of the match, winning the biggest Lucha Libre Rumble match in history and gaining the title of the greatest luchador. It's SmackDown vs. Raw War Games 2023, and there's a lot on the line. Adam Pearce and Nick Aldis have declared war between the 2 brands. Let's see if we can make Survivor Series better than WWE. Let's go to week 1. The show kicked off with Adam Pearce addressing the upcoming Survivor Series War Games. He announced he had already selected Team Raw and without further ado presented them. The first to come out was the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, followed by main event Jey Uso, and then none other than Sami Zayn joined Cody and Jey in the ring. Pearce was about to announce that the last 2 members of Team Raw were part of the Judgment Day, so he called them out. The Judgment Day came out with Mr. Money in the Bank Damian Priest, the North American champion Dominic Mysterio, and Finn. As Pearce was about to reveal the captain of Team Raw, the Judgment Day interrupted him, Damian Priest specifically, claiming that the Judgment Day should lead Team Raw. That's when Pearce declared that there would be a 6-man tag team match tonight, and the winner from either side would get to pick the captain of Team Raw. The main event was set with Cody, Sami, and Jey teaming up to take on the Judgment Day to determine who would lead Team Raw into Survivor Series. Finn and Sami began the match, with Sami getting the upper hand early on. He pushed Finn into the ropes and hit him with a drop kick when Finn came back towards him. When Sami tried another attack in the corner of the ring, Finn was quick to block him. Then Finn started to control the match. He moved fast and did a bunch of moves one after the other, making it really hard for Sami to fight back or even catch his breath. Then Finn tagged in Damian Priest. Finn and Priest teamed up, hitting Sami with a solid double combo. Priest then isolated Sami in the corner and delivered a series of sharp kicks to his chest. Next up, Priest tagged in Dominic Mysterio, who landed a hard hit to Sami's ribs while Priest was still holding him. Dominic aimed for a corner move, but Sami dodged it and then seized Dominic. That gave Sami the opening he needed. He made the tag to Cody, and at the same time, Dirty Dom tagged Finn back in. Cody rode the momentum, unleashing a series of moves on Finn. Hold on, Kevin Owens is here, and Kevin Owens just hit him with a stunner. On the other side, Rey has Dominic, and Rey is hitting his son Dominic with a kendo stick. Jimmy Uso hits Sami Zayn with a super kick on the other side, and Solo Sikoa gives main event Jey Uso a Samoan spike. But wait, inside the ring, Angelo Dawkins is kicking Cody Rhodes in the corner, and Montez Ford has Finn in a different corner and is kicking him too. The almighty Bobby Lashley lifts Cody up and puts him through a table. SmackDown stands tall while Raw ends. SmackDown's first week started with Nick Aldis talking to everyone. He said that Team SmackDown is going to be great. He also said he didn't like what happened last Monday night on Raw. He told us that Adam Pearce promised not to start any more trouble or fight back against SmackDown. The first person he said would be on the team was the almighty Bobby Lashley. After him, he said the prize fighter Kevin Owens would join. Then he told us the master of the 619, Rey Mysterio was in too. Then Aldis was about to say that the megastar, LA Knight, would be part of the team too. But suddenly, members of the Bloodline, Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa, jumped LA Knight from behind. Solo hit LA Knight with a Samoan spike. That's when Kevin Owens ran up to fight Solo Sikoa, and Rey went after Jimmy Uso. Owens and Mysterio didn't want to stop. They were really fired up and wanted to keep going. But after a bit, the security team was able to pull them apart and stop the fight. That's when Nick Aldis decided that the main event of SmackDown would be Rey Mysterio and Kevin Owens against Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa in a tag team match playa. The main event was about to begin, with the Hall of Famer Rey Mysterio teaming up with the prizefighter Kevin Owens. They were set to take on members of the Bloodline, Jimmy Uso and Solo Sikoa, on SmackDown. The match kicked off with Rey Mysterio and Jimmy Uso in the ring. Rey Mysterio sent Jimmy Uso against the ropes, and as Jimmy bounced back, Rey hit him with a double dropkick right to the legs. Rey then attempted a running move in the corner, but Jimmy was ready for him and met Rey with a double kick to the face, followed by a super kick and another sharp kick to the back of the Hall of Famer. Rey went for a springboard Hurricane Rana on Jimmy, but Jimmy turned it into a powerbomb. After that, Jimmy tagged in Solo Sikoa, and together they executed an assisted Samoan drop on the Hall of Famer. Rey was getting destroyed in the match up to that point. Solo Sikoa then attempted a splash from the middle rope, but Rey moved out of the way, and that's when he tagged in Owens. Owens burst into the ring and leveled Sikoa with a massive clothesline, followed by a senton bomb on the floor. Owens was setting up for a stunner, but Sikoa countered and sent Owens to the outside with a clothesline. Wait, Dominic Mysterio is here, and he just threw Rey against the steel steps. Jey Uso has pulled Jimmy from the apron to the floor. Dominic and McDonough with Rey and Damian Priest has shown up too, and he just nailed Owens with a chokeslam. Raw is here. Here comes the almighty Bobby Lashley to even the odds, but Cody Rhodes is here. He strikes Lashley with a kendo stick, and now Cody delivers a crossroads to the almighty. Raw has gotten its revenge on SmackDown. Next week on Raw, Adam Pearce calls out the general manager of Friday Night SmackDown, Nick Aldis, to discuss everything that transpired last week. They both summon the team captains for their respective teams, and what a surprise it is. Jimmy and Jay are the captains of each team. They agreed in good faith to have a cordial match between the two brands tonight. The main event of Raw will feature the American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, going up against Jimmy Uso. Cody Rhodes was gearing up for a move in the corner, but Jimmy was quick to counter. Jimmy tried to throw a punch, but Cody was faster and countered it as well. Then Cody connected with a drop-down throat thrust. He propelled Jimmy against the ropes, followed with a drop-down and a leapfrog, and then struck Jimmy with a knee right in the gut. Cody went for a clothesline, but as he backed off, Jimmy caught him off guard with a middle rope spear, followed quickly by a super kick. Jimmy was setting up for an Uso splash, but Cody rolled out of the way just in time. Hold on, something is happening backstage. Solo Sikoa has just put Sami Zayn through a table, and Kevin Owens is brawling with Damian Priest in the parking lot. Adam Pearce is arguing with Nick Aldis, insisting that this chaos is not what they had agreed upon. Ooh. And Solo Sikoa hits Sami with a Samoan spike. Back in the ring, the almighty Bobby Lashley has the American Nightmare Cody Rhodes in the Hurt Lock submission hold right in the middle of the ring. Jey Uso was rushing to save Cody, but the Street Profits caught him by surprise, ambushing him from behind. Meanwhile, back in the ring, the captain of Team SmackDown looks on, seemingly pleased with Bobby Lashley's dominance over Cody Rhodes. The team of Alpha Academy is brawling with the Street Profits on the stage. Monday Night Raw ends with the almighty Bobby Lashley applying the Hurt Lock to an already passed out Cody Rhodes, while Jimmy Uso celebrates Team SmackDown's victory in this episode of Raw. The main event of SmackDown this week featured the megastar LA Knight going one-on-one with the enforcer of the Bloodline, Solo Sikoa. Knight whipped Sikoa against the ropes, dropped down leapfrog, and finished with an elbow to the face. Knight was charging for a move in the corner, but Sikoa countered. Sikoa then went for a splash in the corner, but the megastar dodged, saying, "Not tonight," and followed up with a jumping neckbreaker on Sikoa. The megastar chased Solo Sikoa outside the ring, but it was a trap. As Knight tried to punch Sikoa, Solo countered and sent Knight face first into the ring post. He didn't stop there. Solo followed up with a front suplex on Knight right into the barricade. Back inside the ring, Solo landed a Samoan drop on Knight. Solo looked like he was about to finish the match with his fierce Samoan spike, but Sami Zayn and Jey Uso caused a distraction, turning Solo's attention away from Knight. Knight seized the moment and delivered the BFT for the win. Outside the ring, Sami Zayn is out for revenge against Solo Sikoa, but suddenly Jimmy Uso grabs Jey from the apron and slams him into the steel steps, followed by a super kick. Backstage, chaos erupts as members of the Survivor Series teams brawl all over the place, and just like that, Survivor Series has arrived. It's game day for Survivor Series War Games, and it's really special to see Cody Rhodes competing in the match his dad, the American Dream Dusty Rhodes, created back in 1987. The first two competitors to start the match were Rhodes and the prize fighter Kevin Owens. Even though they were close while fighting the Bloodline in the Judgment Day, they're now battling each other. Another person who entered the match was Sami Zayn, and it was tough to watch these three friends having to fight one another inside the War Games structure. The match kept filling up with superstars, and it was almost time for everyone from Team Raw and Team SmackDown to enter the War Games. The captains of both teams were already in the ring, and Solo Sikoa was the last one to enter. As you've seen, it's been total chaos with so many groups involved. The Judgment Day, Lashley and the Street Profits, the Bloodline, the LWO. We were only missing Imperium and the Brawling Brutes in the match. But I think it would be really cool to have a War Games with many factions on both teams, both heels and babyfaces. The only thing I would change is the rule where you have to wait for all 10 superstars to be in the ring for the match to officially start. I think it would be way better if the match started right from the beginning. That would add more strategy to decisions like who to send in first, who to send in last, who we can afford to sacrifice, and who could shock the world by entering last when his team is down and the other team has 3 superstars left. Imagine them beating everyone and winning the match. We could also add special rules, like if both teams have the same number of superstars in at the same time and one gets pinned, all the superstars from the team that got pinned would be eliminated. This is just me throwing ideas into the mix. Let me know what you think. Eventually, after a hard-fought battle, Team SmackDown won this year's War Games. I made the best universe mode, but it's all elite wrestling. In this episode, I'm going to try to make AEW the best wrestling show in the world. Let's go to week 1. Week 1 kicks off with the AEW TNT champion Samoa Joe going one-on-one against a former AEW International champion, Orange Cassidy. The reason I decided to give Joe the TNT championship is because when I think of the term TNT, I think of explosions, obviously. And who is more explosive than Samoa Joe? This is why I think he could make the value of the TNT championship skyrocket and turn it into a hardcore, strong-style wrestling kind of belt, where we could see crazy matches for this title. And just like that, Orange Cassidy was in control of the match, looking to put the TNT champion down. But the champion was not about to lose that easily. Joe managed to counter a move from Cassidy, and after hitting him with a combo, Cassidy was in trouble. The AEW TNT champion, Samoa Joe, won the match after making Orange Cassidy use his hands to tap out, securing the win by submission. However, after the match ended and Joe was celebrating, the former AEW World Champion, Adam Page, came down the ramp making a clear statement. Samoa Joe, I am coming for your title. Joe was not backing down. He actually invited Adam Page to the ring to settle things right there. In the second match of the night, the Rated R superstar, Adam Copeland, was set to go one-on-one against the powerhouse, Hobbs. Copeland, formerly known as Edge, brought his trademark intensity to the ring, a blend of technical prowess and seasoned strategy poised against Hobbs' brute strength and agility. The match started with some back and forth between Hobbs and Copeland, with Copeland gaining the upper hand, but not for long. Hobbs managed to dodge a dropping elbow from the Rated R superstar and then went on to almost decapitate Copeland with a massive clothesline. Hobbs had Adam cornered, but after trying to restrain the Rated R superstar for a bit too long, Copeland found a way out of harm's way. Now, Adam, regaining control, punished Hobbs with a facebreaker that nearly reshaped the powerhouse's nose. Fast forwarding to the end, Adam was able to take down Hobbs after landing his finishing move, the spear, to win the match. No sooner had Copeland begun to celebrate than the atmosphere shifted. Chris Jericho made his way to the ring, his gaze locked on Copeland. The confrontation was silent but intense, a moment charged with unspoken challenges and possibilities, setting the stage for a confrontation that promised to captivate the AEW audience. In the next segment of Dynamite, the AEW World Champion Bryan Danielson came out to address the crowd. Bryan took a mic and stated, "I have around my waist the most coveted and prestigious title in professional wrestling. I'm not going to be a hypocrite like most people and trash the world wrestling. You know the rest, but I was there, and I was their champion. And I can honestly say that this AEW World Championship is the biggest prize for real professional wrestlers." Now, I have to say there have been good and great AEW champions in AEW. But thus far, there has not been a guy that really embodies what wrestling is, and that's exactly what I'm going to do as your champion. As Bryan's words filled the arena, Jon Moxley's music hit, and the intensity in the arena spiked. Moxley, fierce as ever, marched to the ring, microphone in hand. Jon Moxley said the following: "Bryan, you're talking a big game about embodying wrestling, but let's not forget who laid everything on the line for that championship. I defended this title against every threat, never once letting the pressure break me, something not everyone can say." A clear jab at Bryan's past injuries. Moxley continued, "I am, without a doubt, the greatest AEW champion this company has ever seen. No one can..." Before Moxley could finish, MJF's theme song cut him off, and the former champion strutted out to the ring, arrogance in every step. MJF took a mic and said the following: "The greatest, Mox. Sure, you were a great champion, but I took that title from you. And let's remember, I've held this title longer than anyone else in AEW's history." Not missing a beat, Moxley retorted, their rivalry crackling in the air. "Longest champ, huh? You beat me because a cheating scumbag helped you out, and let's not sugarcoat it. After that, you never faced anyone worth a damn for that belt." The tension escalated as Bryan, previously an observer, found himself caught in the crossfire of this heated exchange. Silence hung heavy for a moment before the stakes were raised. A match between MJF and Moxley was announced for later that night, determining the #1 contender for the AEW World Championship, setting the stage for an explosive main event. And just like that, the match was underway. Moxley had MJF in the corner, but the latter was able to counter an attempt by Moxley and followed up with a kick to the gut and a running knee to the face of the former champion. Now Moxley was in control, and he was looking to keep things that way and hit MJF with a neck breaker. Moxley tried to hit a clothesline on Max, who leaned against the ropes, and almost on instinct, Maxwell was able to get out of the way. Moxley, being the brawler that he is, started to put a beating on MJF. Moxley was looking to finish the match with a paradigm shift, but Maxwell countered and hit Moxley with a low blow. MJF, searching for the victory, hit Moxley with a crossroads, but out of nowhere, Kenny Omega was here, and he hit MJF with a running flying knee. What is Kenny Omega doing? Now Moxley with MJF and paradigm shift. This match is over. You can count to 100. After the match was over, the AEW World Champion Bryan Danielson came out to congratulate his former crewmate, as Moxley was now the #1 contender for the AEW World Heavyweight Championship. And with Moxley and Bryan standing face to face, Week 1 came to an end. Week 2 kicked off with the TNT champion Samoa Joe taking on House of Black's Buddy Matthews. The match started with the TNT champion Samoa Joe dominating. Joe had Matthews in the corner, but when he went for his next move, Matthews countered with a double knee to the back and followed up with a running knee right to the champion's face. Matthews attempted a move in the corner, but Joe countered the move and hit Matthews with a running back elbow followed by an enziguri. Samoa Joe won the match after applying a coquina clutch on Buddy Matthews, winning by submission. After the match was over, Adam Page rushed to the ring and attacked Samoa Joe from behind. Then the former AEW champion grabbed the TNT Championship belt and smashed Samoa Joe right in the face with the belt. Adam Page has made his intentions crystal clear. In the next match of the night, Sammy Guevara was set to take on Adam Copeland. However, as Adam was making his way to the ring, Chris Jericho attacked the Rated R superstar from behind, targeting the back of his leg. With this attack, Chris tossed the ball to Sammy Guevara to finish the job and end Adam Copeland for good. Sammy dominated the match and had everything under control, but after a counter by Adam, the tables turned. Adam hit Sammy with a sit-out rear mat slam, then followed up with an impaler. Adam won the match after landing the spear on Guevara for the win. But after the match was over, Jericho came back and attacked Adam yet again. This time, he went and got a chair, unleashing a savage attack on Copeland's knee, hitting him over and over again. The referee tried to stop Jericho, but he wouldn't listen. Jericho continued hurting Adam until he grew tired of doing so. The next match of the night featured a tag team bout between the Acclaimed with Billy Gunn against the Gunn Brothers. The Acclaimed secured the victory after Anthony Bowens hit one of the Gunn Brothers with his finishing move. In the following segment of the night, the returning Kenny Omega was set to explain why he attacked MJF last week, costing him the match, and therefore an opportunity to challenge Bryan Danielson in next week's special episode of Dynamite called Everything or Nothing. Kenny Omega, with a microphone in hand and looking straight into the eyes of MJF, said, "You and everybody else want to know why I did it? Why did Kenny Omega cost MJF the match? The reason is simple. I did it to protect AEW from you. Ever since you became the AEW champion, the stock went down. And the reason why this happened is because you never gave a damn about this company. The only thing you cared about was MJF, the bidding war, and making money. Before you, everyone else who held that championship had a do-or-die spirit. We only cared about making this company the greatest wrestling company in the world. And I'm sorry to say this, but as good as you are, you failed miserably at doing so. You know what, Kenny? MJF retorted. You're right. I only care about me, my money, and being the biggest star in this business. You are absolutely right, but everything else that you said is bull. You see, I don't know if you remember who main evented the biggest event this company has ever done. Oh wait, it was me. Not only did I main event, but I opened the show. That's on me. That's not on you. That's not on The Elite. That's not on Tony Khan. That's on me. After MJF finished talking and was leaving to go backstage, Kenny Omega unleashed another attack on MJF, even throwing him against the steel steps. It was then confirmed by Tony Khan, Kenny Omega versus MJF at Everything or Nothing next week on Dynamite. Now it was time for the main event, where the AEW World Champion Bryan Danielson was set to team up with Jon Moxley against the AEW Tag Team Champions, the Young Bucks. Although Bryan and Jon were set to fight for the AEW Championship at Everything or Nothing, tonight they were allies against one of the best tag teams in wrestling. Somehow Danielson and Moxley were able to set their upcoming match aside, and together they defeated the AEW Tag Team Champions in what was a great match for the fans. But after the match was over, Moxley showed his true colors. He took the AEW World Championship and struck Bryan Danielson right in the face, leaving the champion unconscious in the middle of the ring. And like that, it was the end of week 2. It was time for AEW Dynamite. Everything or Nothing, a special night where champions were tested to their limits. The first match of the night was for the AEW TNT Championship. The match began with some back and forth action between the champion and the challenger. Joe took control after a missed clothesline by Adam Page. Joe had Hangman in the corner and was looking for his signature running back elbow and Enzui-Giri, but Page countered. Joe was leaning against the ropes and Hangman looked to capitalize, but he missed with the boot as Joe got out of harm's way. The TNT champion then executed a suicide dive onto Adam Page, who was at ringside. Fast forwarding to the end, Samoa Joe picked up Hangman Adam Page and hit him with a muscle buster to win the match and retain his AEW TNT Championship in the opening match of this special edition of Dynamite. In the second match of the night at AEW Everything or Nothing, we saw the rated R superstar Adam Copeland face off against the former AEW World Champion Chris Jericho in a singles match. The match started with both legends going at each other, countering each other's moves. Copeland ultimately gained the offensive, but that didn't last as he tried to put Jericho in a hold on the ground, but Chris saw it coming and hit Adam with a boot to the face. Jericho now on the offensive. As Adam was getting back up, Jericho was right there with double boots to the face through the middle ropes. Adam sent Jericho back to the ring, but as he was re-entering, Jericho surprised him with a triangle drop kick, sending Adam back ringside. Jericho looked to hit Adam with a plancha, but Copeland dodged it. Adam hit Jericho with an impaler DDT. Now, Adam was looking for a spear to put Jericho down, but Jericho hit Copeland with a code breaker out of nowhere. Now it was Jericho who was looking to end the match and make the rated R superstar tap out courtesy of the walls of Jericho's submission hold. But Adam managed to escape. As they were getting up, he hit Jericho with a sit-out rear mat slam. Now, Adam was looking to submit Jericho with a Scorpion Deathlock, but Jericho too was able to get out of Adam's submission hold. Now, Jericho with a clothesline to Adam, followed by a bulldog. Crowd was on their feet as Jericho hit Copeland with a moonsault. Jericho attempted the Judas effect, but he missed, and Adam countered with a spear, covering Jericho for the win. The rated R superstar secured the victory at Everything or Nothing. In the third match of the night, we witnessed a clash between two former AEW World Champions embroiled in what has become a very personal dispute. One claims to be the future and the now of professional wrestling, Maxwell Jacob Friedman, and the other claims to be the only hope and savior of All Elite Wrestling, Kenny Omega. Omega then proceeded to hit MJF with a running knee strike, followed by an inverted Hurricane Rana. Omega went for another flying knee, but MJF countered and hit a knee face breaker. MJF took Omega to the top rope corner and hit Kenny with a superplex. MJF went for a high-risk move, but Omega got out of the way. Seizing the moment, Kenny Omega took MJF to the announce table and hit him with a destructive Tiger Driver, driving MJF head first into the announce table. Omega then took MJF back to the ring and hit him with a V trigger. Omega lifted MJF and delivered the one-winged angel to secure the win. Kenny Omega prevails at Everything or Nothing, cementing his position as a cornerstone of All Elite Wrestling. It was time for the main event, where Jon Moxley was seeking to win the AEW Championship again from his former crewmate and current AEW World Champion Bryan Danielson in a steel cage match. But as Danielson was making his way to the ring, Moxley attacked him from behind, even before the cage was completely lowered. Despite the ambush, Bryan fought back robustly, turning the tides on Moxley. He delivered a fierce beating, but Moxley resorted to dirty tactics, hitting Danielson below the belt and then slamming him twice against the walls of the cage. Moxley then grabbed Bryan and slammed him again against the cage. Danielson was visibly hurt, and Moxley took his time to inflict more pain on the AEW champion. Moxley was looking to finish the match with a paradigm shift, but Bryan skillfully countered the move, turned Moxley around, hoisted him onto his shoulder, and delivered a devastating move. Bryan then unleashed a quick combo on the former champ, bringing the crowd to its feet. Feeling the momentum, Danielson hit Moxley with a Busaiku knee. Yet, the champion was not done. He locked Moxley in the LeBell Lock. Somehow, Moxley managed to escape the hold and, out of nowhere, hit Danielson with a paradigm shift. Moxley then attempted to escape from the cage, but Danielson stopped him and dropped him with a power bomb. Now it was Bryan's turn to attempt an escape. Moxley also climbed the cage, and they both met at the top, exchanging punches. Ultimately, Bryan managed to throw Moxley down, leave the cage, and retain the AEW Championship at Everything or Nothing on Dynamite.
The year is 1999. The World Wrestling Federation is experiencing its heyday, marked by the Attitude Era, a creative direction known for its edgy, controversial, and often violent content. In a heated ratings war with its rival World Championship Wrestling, the World Wrestling Federation boasts a roster filled with charismatic and talented performers. Icons like Stone Cold Steve Austin, The Rock, The Undertaker, Triple H, Mankind, and more dominate the scene. The World Wrestling Federation Championship is the most coveted prize in the industry, drawing millions of fans each week. Fast forward to 2005, and the World Wrestling Entertainment is still the dominant force. However, it faces new challenges and opportunities. A legal dispute results in a name change from World Wrestling Federation to World Wrestling Entertainment. The roster is divided into two brands, Raw and SmackDown, each featuring exclusive superstars, championships, and weekly shows. World Wrestling Entertainment expands its global reach with international tours, pay-per-views, and partnerships. The roster remains packed with charismatic talents like John Cena, Batista, Kurt Angle, Randy Orton, Edge, and many others. The WWE Championship continues to be the ultimate prize, but the introduction of the World Heavyweight Championship adds a new layer of prestige. Now, let's compare these two iconic eras and explore the evolution of WWE and its superstars over the years. Roster-wise, in 1999, the World Wrestling Federation boasted 110 superstars, while the World Wrestling Entertainment in 2005 had 148. The World Wrestling Federation had a more unified roster, with all superstars competing on the same shows and pay-per-views. In contrast, the World Wrestling Entertainment was divided into Raw and SmackDown brands, occasionally featuring cross-brand matches. The World Wrestling Federation had iconic stars at their peak, while the World Wrestling Entertainment had emerging talents building their legacy. The World Wrestling Federation showcased more diversity in styles and gimmicks, whereas the World Wrestling Entertainment had a more uniform presentation. In terms of storylines, the World Wrestling Federation in 1999 was known for its unpredictable, chaotic, and often shocking narratives, catering to its adult-oriented audience. Controversial themes like sex, violence, and politics were commonplace. The authority figures played significant roles. In 2005, World Wrestling Entertainment storylines were more structured, focusing on the athletic and competitive aspects of wrestling, with a greater emphasis on continuity and realism. Authority figures took a backseat to let the superstars shine. Moving on to matches, World Wrestling Federation matches in 1999 were more varied, intense, and brutal. They often featured stipulations, weapons, interference, and blood. with high-risk moves and dramatic outcomes. In 2005, World Wrestling Entertainment matches were more standard, technical, and clean, following traditional wrestling rules and featuring mat-based and submission-based moves. The audience also played a crucial role. In 1999, the World Wrestling Federation audience was passionate, vocal, and loyal, influencing the product with their feedback and demands. In 2005, the World Wrestling Entertainment audience was more casual and diverse, following the cues of the product with less direct impact on its direction. As we delve deeper into the comparison between World Wrestling Federation in 1999 and World Wrestling Entertainment in 2005, we observe the evolution not just in the roster and the style of matches, but also in the overall production and cultural impact of the shows. Production and presentation. In 1999, World Wrestling Federation's production was gritty, raw, and often improvised, reflecting the edgy nature of the Attitude Era. The show's graphics, music, and promos were unpolished, but packed with energy, mirroring the chaotic narratives of the era. The entrance themes of superstars were iconic, resonating with the rebellious spirit of the time. Fast forward to 2005, and World Wrestling Entertainment's production had become sleeker, more polished, and sophisticated. The set designs for Raw and SmackDown were distinct and visually stunning, catering to a more global audience. The use of pyrotechnics, advanced lighting, and high-definition broadcasting added a new dimension to the viewer experience. The music and graphics became more refined, though some fans missed the raw energy of the Attitude Era. Cultural impact. The World Wrestling Federation in 1999 was a cultural phenomenon. It infiltrated mainstream media with appearances on popular TV shows, movies, and endorsements. The superstars were not just wrestlers. They were icons of rebellion and counterculture. Stone Cold. Steve Austin's anti-authority antics and The Rock's charismatic promos became part of everyday conversations. In contrast, by 2005, World Wrestling Entertainment had become a more family-friendly brand. It focused on appealing to a wider demographic, including children. The superstars, while still larger than life, were now seen more as athletes and entertainers, rather than the rebellious icons of the previous era. John Cena's rise epitomized this shift. He was a hero to the younger audience and symbolized WWE's new direction. Technological advancements. The technological landscape also changed significantly between these two eras. In 1999, the Internet was just emerging as a tool for fans to connect and share their passion. However, by 2005, it had become a crucial part of World Wrestling Entertainment's strategy. The company used its website, not just for promotion but also for exclusive content, enhancing fan engagement. Social media was starting to influence how fans interacted with the show and each other, although it hadn't yet become the force it is today. Legacy and nostalgia. As we look back, the legacy of both eras remains strong. Fans of the Attitude Era reminisce about the raw, unfiltered excitement and the stars who seemed larger than life. Meanwhile, fans who grew up with World Wrestling Entertainment of 2005 fondly remember the athleticism, storytelling, and the dawn of a new generation of superstars. Each era has its own charm, its own legends, and its own unforgettable moments that have shaped the landscape of professional wrestling. Comparing World Wrestling Federation in 1999 and World Wrestling Entertainment in 2005 reveals a fascinating evolution in style, presentation, and cultural impact. Each era reflects the societal trends and preferences of its time, showcasing the adaptability and enduring appeal of professional wrestling. Whether fans prefer the rebellious spirit of the Attitude Era or the polished athleticism of the mid-2000s, both periods have contributed significantly to the rich tapestry of wrestling history.